Good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to the continuing coverage of the rewatch party for the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Today is, well, I mean, it's listed as day 6, I'm not quite sure. I've sort of lost track. But we're going to be looking at the Gaige Grosskreutz, also affectionately known as UNICEF testimony today. This apparently is the big one, so I'm really looking forward to this. Let's get stuck straight into it, because I'm still half asleep, and you don't need to hear me ramble on. Alrighty, share the screen, and let's get stuck straight into it. Oh, wrong one. There we go.
It's a beefy gavel arm down here. Look at the proportions on this thing. Is this supposed to be a bicep? Holy gods. It looks like a wrinkled up robe, but look at this Popeye forearm. What is this woodcut? Who did this? Hey, there we go. Cartoon Foxy says Runkle is in chat. Send invite. Let's see. I've never met Runkle, but I did get a DM from him. I gotta find it. Does anybody know his Twitter handle? I'm trying to. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Runkle of the Bailey. Someone said you're in the chat. If you're within the sound of my voice, I have DM'd you a link on Twitter. So you are welcome to come in. We do have a guest. I'm going to bring them in. Hey, what's up, Legal Bites?
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. How are you? How's my volume?
Well, I still have your volume turned way down from before, so the chat will have to tell us, because it doesn't. Again, StreamYard does weird things with audio mixing, and you sound great to me, but I can't tell if you sound great to them. So.
Okay. Sounds good.
God, you're being whiny today, Sleazy.
Sounds good, they're saying.
Okay.
You're in.
Perfect.
I've learned this about the chat. Their chaotic nature outweighs their better judgment. And so they lie about the audio as well as telling the truth. And so I never know what's actually happening here.
I know it's hard to know.
That's my understanding. Is that that's where we're heading,
or if they're actually trying to be helpful.
Yeah. Also, guys, you just had a big live stream the other day.
Yes. Holy crap. Yesterday. It was insane. It was by far the biggest live stream I've ever had in my life. I knew something was different when backstage, Viva and I were talking, and I looked over and I saw that 90 people were waiting for the live stream. And normally my peak viewership, like peak concurrent viewership, is like 120, 130 or something. So I was like, I'm already getting close to that. Like, this is going to be interesting. 1,700 people at the peak concurrent viewership is insane, and I'm super happy about it. So
very cool. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks so much for having me on, because I know that has a lot to do with it.
Well, I only come on when there's really amazing Lithuanians and a guy with a big nose talking. So, I mean, those are the only people that I want to talk with.
Oh, my goodness.
Of course.
Let's see.
Okay, Mikey.
Okay, I'm going to bring you up just a little bit, Legal Bites. Welcome to the show, Legal Mindset. We're just waiting for the court to actually turn on some audio and do anything else. We've got Agent 47 there next to Kyle Rittenhouse, ready to assassinate whichever witness they bring up. Gaige is probably already having traumatic issues, but... Caleb G says, for Legal Bites, we know this witness is coming in hot. Don't worry, he has been disarmed. I'll laugh as she buries her head like an ostrich. Wolfgang Dale says, hey, Rackets and Alita, here's a half gallon of gas. Y'all can fight over who gets that half. Still under $4 a gallon in Arizona. Lol, figured I'd pay for your inflation a little. All aboard the USS Harvey Milk. In the Navy, LGBFJB.
Great.
All right.
Awesome.
Back and the appearances are as we're back and outside the presence of the
Sorry,
jury.
Dog
And,
Mama.
appearances are as before and ready to roll.
Oh, hang on, I've got the wrong
I want to put two things
thing on as well.
Number one, on Friday, the parties received a high-definition copy of the video drone footage that we all previously had lower resolution copies
Oh,
of.
shocker.
By Brandon Beeman or Urban Unair, Urban Air, something like that. And I believe there's an agreement that that's going to be added to our stipulated list of authentic
They
videos
just
so that we
found
don't
the
be witness
footage,
to lay
guys.
the foundation
Just a
of
miracle.
authenticity.
Of
Found
course I did.
footage.
Is that correct? That's a correct statement.
Okay.
And second of all, Your Honor, the next witness is going to be Gaige Grosskreutz. I believe there's an agreement among the parties that he has one prior criminal conviction.
All right. Is that accurate? All right.
Oh,
let's,
do I want to cover the cut cage? I don't know that I want to cover the cut cage.
oh, yeah, I suppose I should do that.
Like the FBI has deleted anything
Monday.
ever in their history.
The evidence fairy paid them a visit.
He heard you, Nick.
Starting without the reporter is a common problem. Would you come down, please?
Yes.
It's a common problem, but I don't think I ever started without the jury.
Oh, yeah. Not
So
shocking
I'm
the
curious
slightest,
what
though.
the criminal conviction of Gaige was. I know he's been charged with a couple things. I think it might be a DUI.
Well, that's like for the crowd he was rolling with, that's like Sunday school.
Nothing.
You know, I
Yeah.
mean,
This guy's a saint.
Look how tame he is.
Let's see. Oh, we've got
Vertical alignment.
Daryl Hester says, "Thank you for all that you do.
Ooh.
You're a good man." Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh,
Assessment.
thank you, AP, for the membership. I appreciate you.
He
getting
might have been
one of
talking
those.
to Legal Mindset.
that's
Technically.
not true. Objection.
Objection lacks foundation.
Oh, come on. We're starting this early already, are we? Lunchbox left his Subway wrappers under the pillow and poof, next day there was a video there. Oh, come on. Actually, we're on HD.
Divis Magus says, now that the real lawyers are here, you can turn down your mic volume to 0, Nick.
Ouch.
Scott McKnight says, 2 chat members appear. One always lies and the other tells the truth. You must choose who to ask about audio issues.
Hey, Tina.
Who do you guys think is going to do? Do you guys think we're going to get to cross on Gaige Grosskreutz today?
Did they say a day and a half?
Oh, he's the main witness.
It's got to be. I mean, for direct and cross, I think a day and a half is to be expected.
Wow.
I don't think we're going to get to cross. I think Binger's going to run him up there for 7-8 hours.
I mean, I feel like it would be maybe smarter for them to do a shorter direct, just because if it's a day and a half, then the full
All right,
day
good
is
morning, everyone.
direct, and then tomorrow gets to be cross when they're fresh.
Stressful and
I don't know.
entertaining weekend, and
Yeah. I think they're just going to dwell and have him repeat the same
Bears play
stuff
tonight,
as
right?
much as possible.
Okay. So, you're smiling a lot. I assume that you're a Bear fan?
Gaige's prior
How many
conviction was for
Packer fans?
misdemeanor intoxication with a
How many
firearm.
Bear fans?
That will
Yeah,
not
but
permanently
I-
axe your gun
okay, great.
rights. So
Well,
I object to this conversation about the Bears.
everybody enjoy
Prejudicial.
the game, not necessarily the outcome. All right, let's go.
The state calls Gaige Grosskreutz.
Probably turn the alarm
please
on,
raise
turn it on
your
my desk a
arm,
little
your
bit.
whole arm, and nothing but your arm.
Oh god.
Weird flex, bro.
The truth, the whole truth, and for the truth, so help you God. You may be seated.
Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Gaige, Gaige,
Don't make him spell
Grosskreutz,
that last name. That's
Grosskreutz.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes,
How many times?
one,
What city do you currently live in?
Milwaukee.
And
What
did
crime?
you grow up in Milwaukee?
ask what crime.
For the
It
most
just-
part, yes.
I mean, now they can ask at least.
Yeah.
Did you have any experiences growing up that made you want to get into the medical field?
Many, I think. I remember being a young child. My grandma was employed as a registered nurse at Columbia St. Mary's in Milwaukee. Like I said, being a small child, I remember her teaching me how to use a stethoscope and a blood pressure cuff. I'd say that was probably my earliest memory when I decided that I wanted to pursue a career in medicine.
Where did you go to high school?
West Dallas Central,
Did you
did
pursue
you
a career
graduate?
in medicine?
2012.
And did you find opportunities to put that early desire to go into medicine into practice?
Ah, yes.
I
Tell
think
us
he's
about
an
that.
EMT, actually.
I remember when I was a sophomore in high school, and I was on the
So
swim
was
team,
this guy pissy that he
and
reckoned
swim
that
captain had come up
Kyle
to
was
me
faking being an
and
EMT or what?
asked if I wanted a job as a lifeguard. So from there, I worked for the Milwaukee Lifeguard Corps, and then from there, I went to school to be an EMT basic. After completing that course, I then worked as a EMT on a private ambulance in Milwaukee.
Eliza, this
Tell
is
us a
a
little bit about what.
oh, it's a
you
watch
had
party.
to
I'm
do
watching
to
Nick's
that
coverage
course.
of Rittenhouse, so
EMT
he's not actually
basic
live.
Is,
What the
I
hell's
believe
just happened on camera?
160, maybe 180 hours. Essentially, that comes to a couple days a week out of a semester. And then following that, after successful completion of the coursework at the college, you then take 2 nationally registered courses, or tests, I should say.
How do you feel about him
One is
talking
a
to the
psychomotor
jury
course,
like this?
so
That's weird to me.
A psychomotor
I mean, that's something that
exam.
can actually be very
And it's
effective
essentially the hands-on.
because then
skills.
the jury is
And then there's a cognitive exam,
paying more attention to him if they
It's,
feel like he's actually talking to them.
a computerized
Yeah.
exam where you take multiple choice questions in
Looks awkward
various fields.
here,
of,
though.
I mean,
No idea what
for,
that
yeah,
was
for,
about.
for us, it looks a little awkward.
It
But
looks
for the
very
jury, it
awkward.
might be like, oh, he's
Was
actually
those
he's
2
talking to us.
classes that you described, were those necessary to finish up the EMT basic program?
Correct.
And was there anything else you needed to do to finish up that program?
Apart from submitting an application to be licensed through the state, that's essentially it.
Well, I mean, if the
Are you
tattoo was
familiar
on his
with
arm,
the
it may well
requirements
have
in order to become an EMT
been
in
removed
Wisconsin?
now.
What are those requirements?
So
Hey,
just to
Far.
recap, finishing some sort of college coursework, whether it's an EMT basic, or if you go on for an advanced EMT or an EMT paramedic. So the coursework through the accredited college is the first thing. And then following that is like I said, the 2 national registry of EMT or emergency medical technicians exams that you take. Once you complete those and pass them.
I wonder if all of this is to
you
compare him to
advance an
Kyle, who
application to whatever
said he was an
jurisdiction
EMT.
that
He's
you
an
be
actual
working in.
medic.
Yeah.
Because while you might learn
He is an actual asshole.
this much, you're only able to potentially do this much given local protocols and laws.
Did you
Oh,
complete
you really
all of
care
that
about
yourself?
laws.
I did.
Did you obtain a certification from the state of Wisconsin to be an EMT?
I did.
And did you put that into practice?
I did.
How so?
Like I mentioned before, I worked for a private ambulance in Milwaukee for a number of years.
Did you continue on in the field to get more advanced training or more advanced certification after that?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
So when I was working as an EMT basic, I decided that I really enjoyed it. And I wanted to advance my knowledge, my expertise, my experiences. And I went back to school to Waukesha County Technical College. And this is where I took the EMT paramedic course.
Can you tell us about that course?
Yes. The EMT paramedic course, I guess a quantitative way to differentiate the two. EMT basic is about 180 hours class time, and EMT paramedic is about 1,600. So for the specific course that I took at Waukesha County Technical College, I took 34 credits in a semester. The way that this course was structured is you would take a morning class, and an afternoon class. And this would go on for the entire semester. These classes would be, for example, one of the first two courses that I took was one course specific in treating trauma, and then medical emergencies. So there's a difference between those two. So morning class, afternoon class. And then at the end of 2 weeks, in this kind of condensed, really fast-paced, really hard-hitting courses, you and then take the exam for those. And then as long as you passed with a essentially able to move on to the next segment. So if at any point in
this is relevant because he's
program
going to
you would
say
just fail a
that
course,
they're
so you failed
testifying
your
to
morning
his state of
class halfway
mind.
through,
So they want
but you passed
you
your
to know
afternoon
that he's
class,
there to be a
you have
hero.
wait for the next academic semester to go back to reattempt.
Were you able to make it through that entire program?
I was.
Is that true for everybody else in your class?
It is not.
What was the kind of the dropout rate, if you will?
From what I remember, we had about
Object.
25 to 30.
Probably don't want to
students.
object here, but
Was
there's no
one
way he
of
knows
maybe
this.
10 that passed.
Yeah. That's
Once you finished all of that coursework, did you get any new license or certification?
I did.
And what was that called?
That is the EMT paramedic certification.
Is that from the state of Wisconsin?
That is.
Do you remember approximately when you obtained that?
That would have been 2014, I want to say.
G'day, boyfriends.
Can you help us understand the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
Yes, I can. Like I said, a quantitative way to delineate the two is the amount of coursework.
I mean, it's 9:30.
A simpler way that I like to put it to people is paramedics can put new holes in people. So some of the, sorry, would you like to
Go ahead.
Some of the things, for example, are administering IV
Kyle is
medications,
a paramedic.
so knowing how to start an IV. Also, cardiocentesis, which
So
is
rocket fingers
essentially
crossed, we get to watch my
life-saving,
channel grow and meet others as well.
which involves extracting fluid from the heart. There's also a great deal of pharmacology knowledge that needs to be known. For example, EMT basics can administer 6 different kinds of medications. Paramedics, and again, it depends on the jurisdiction that you're working in, but nationally, you're taught a little over 50 different kinds of medications. And that's not just names, but it's indications, contraindications, or when to use it, when to not use it, dosages, which can be dependent on weight, age, and then there's also just the general knowledge that's known. So while there are a lot more technical skills that you learn in pharmacology and things like that, it's also being able to identify and properly assess.
After you obtained your certification as a paramedic, did you work in that field?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Like I said, I'd been previously employed on a private ambulance as an EMT basic, and then continued to work on a private ambulance as an EMT paramedic.
Did you ever do any of that work here in Kenosha?
In Kenosha, no, but in Racine, I worked for Erickson Ambulance for a time.
During your time working as a paramedic with that private ambulance company, what sort of medical emergencies did you have to respond to?
So Erickson Ambulance does primarily, well, I think almost exclusively what's called inter-facility transports. So it's not like when somebody calls 911, Erickson Ambulance is
So you
the one
didn't
to respond.
do any EMT work.
Versus like in Milwaukee, there's
You
a
babysat.
essentially these calls are shared with the fire department and private ambulances. So the private ambulances kind of back up the firefighters. But specifically for Erickson
Yeah, guys,
Ambulance,
prepare
and
yourself
Racine,
for
where I
a
worked
full
as an
day
EMT
of stuff
paramedic,
like this. I would say.
our general patient population were elderly people. So this was, I mean, a range of emergencies, anywhere from diabetic issues to potentially mental health issues. There's always the chance or the chance of trauma. Say somebody falls. Cardiac issues are also a big, a more, I guess ubiquitous thing with the geriatric. Cardiovascular emergencies are a lot more common given the age of geriatric patients.
Do you remember approximately how long
That
you
was
worked as a
weird.
paramedic?
But generally, he's fine.
I'd say about a year.
Were there ever times in which you had to deal with
1
someone
year.
suffering from a gunshot wound?
Yes, I have.
What was that like?
Well, I got shot, and I had to fix it.
I had to fix myself.
Here he's going to start crying
It's
about
difficult.
someone else's gunshot wound.
Gunshots can be very traumatic. And I mean traumatic in the sense of the physiology of what it can do to the body. Obviously, there are numerous factors that go into it: size of the caliber, where the person's shot, how many times, and when you are practicing in school, it is much different from when you actually go and put your hands on somebody who is bleeding. There's lots of blood, screaming. Generally speaking, there's somebody there that's frantic. So that not only are you having to focus on the patient, but you have to deal with the surrounding situation, which can be potentially, like I said, a frantic family member, say if it's an accident or self-inflicted.
Tell us about the gunshot wounds that you actually treated.
But also, it can be a dangerous situation to go into because,
Yes,
generally
very.
speaking, you
These are questions
shoot
on
people
cross,
to hurt them.
but
And there's always that potential of
generally speaking, you shoot people to
continued
hurt
on-scene
them.
violence.
Actually, generally speaking, most gun wounds
So it
in
can
the
be-
United States are accident.
very hectic.
So that's actually not true, but
It definitely doesn't get easier the more you do it. Maybe going through the motions, going through your mental checklist of things that you need to do. But it definitely doesn't get easier watching that, hearing that.
in your 1 year of EMTing old people in Wisconsin,
Since
how
you
many gun
obtained your
injuries did you
paramedic
deal with?
certification from the state of Wisconsin, have you continued your education in that field?
I have.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, if the international media
I
is to believed,
went to school to
would have expected
for
at
outdoor
least
education.
12.
And naturally through that field,
Because even the old people are
you
popping
are
caps in
finding
each
yourself
other's
in
asses.
remote areas where there's going to be some form of delayed care, meaning that you aren't able to get to a hospital within an hour. And that's commonly referred to as the
Good
golden
God, if this
hour,
guy attended an
specifically
accident
with,
where I was, I'd be
trauma
worried about
patients.
catching something from him.
I then took a wildland firefighter course, which I did complete.
There's
And
an
I also
actor that
took,
this
what's
guy
called
looks like.
wilderness first responder, which is the pretty,
The chat can find it.
it's
Yeah.
essentially the industry
Yeah,
standard.
the dude
for,
has the sunken
people who
eyes
work
too.
in
I think he's like a
the
heroin
outdoor
addict in the movie
industry.
I'm thinking of,
Um,
or a cokehead. Oh, he looks
Have
like
you,
Ellis from Die
worked
Hard.
in the outdoor industry, as you say?
Oh,
I have.
Okay.
What kind of work have you done?
Yes!
My first job in the outdoor
That
industry
took me
was
a
working
second.
as a sea kayak guide in the Apostle Islands.
A sea kayak guide in the Apostle Islands. Is that right?
Correct.
Go ahead.
And then from there, naturally through schooling and opportunities, I primarily worked with children, middle school age. And also from there, I was or am an American Canoe Association sea kayaking instructor. So I actually teach people how to effectively sea kayak. Bit of context.
Yeah, Jared,
So
we
again,
got a good
this
specifically for
this
where I
is
worked
all
in the Apostle
super
Islands, that's
boring,
Superior's very
or I
cold,
mean riveting.
very windy,
But
which was very windy. So
they're
it's
trying to show again. He's a
just a
he's a
little
good,
bit more
diligent member of
intense than
society. He
maybe
teaches
paddling around
kids.
your
He
lake
EMTs old people.
Are you continuing your studies today?
I am.
And
This
how
is all
close are you to
permissible,
finishing those up?
and I mean,
Yeah.
One
it's
more class
it's-
that I need to complete.
they're allowed to do it,
We're,
and
out
they're
there.
doing a good job of it. To be honest,
And they're going to do it all day. And they
I
do
wanna
all this stuff while
Turn
it's
your
fresh.
attention, Mr.
While the jury's
Grosskreutz,
fresh.
to the
I mean, they jumped
summer
right into the
of year
medical thing with
2020.
an almost leading question.
And we're going to
Mhm.
lead up to
which
August
you're
Oh,
allowed
Tweety,
to.
that's
there's-
sacrilege.
You get some leeway when you're,
Did you
especially when you're
spend
changing the
time that
subject.
summer, attending any protest or
I wonder if I
demonstrations?
can do a Twitch party.
I
on
did.
that.
Can you tell us about that?
After the death of George Floyd, I found myself demonstrating in Milwaukee. This was, I want to say, maybe 2 days after George Floyd's death. And I was out with a friend of mine who I actually took EMT Basic with, and we were out demonstrating. We were seeing what the scene was like. I'm sorry, seeing what the scene was like. We didn't make signs.
Rotate around the
or
mic so
anything
that the
like
mic can
But
still
like I
get your
said, we
voice,
found
buddy.
ourselves down
Come
in
on.
Milwaukee.
Be a professional.
And when you say you were demonstrating, what exactly were you doing?
Well, I think
Throwing Molotovs? We're
Light
demonstrating how
arson.
to start a fire.
what I was specifically doing was just being in attendance.
But I want to make sure we understand what you mean by demonstrating. Were there people damaging property?
No,
Lighting fires?
No.
No, none of that
Was
happened
there
in
any
Milwaukee.
violent clash with police?
No.
What time of day, if you recall, were these demonstrations?
that specific first one, generally late morning into late afternoon.
So what would other folks be doing at these demonstrations?
People would be holding signs. They would be chanting various things, driving cars down the street.
Looting and mild arson at Walgreens pharmacy, looting
And
of
you
a
said
Boost
you
mobile
initially
store.
were there
Several
just
other
kinda to see
businesses
the
were
scene?
damaged. One
that
police
right?
officer mildly injured by
And
gunfire.
Tell us what happened after that.
Mostly
So
peaceful.
after
Mostly.
walking for a few hours, kind of starting to wrap the day up, and all of a sudden somebody starts yelling, "Medic, medic." And I'm walking, like I said, with my friend who I took
From
EMT
the
basic with.
Wikipedia
He
about
looks
it.
at me and he says, "That's you." Oh, I guess you're right. And then I came over to a patient who had tripped and fallen over a curb. My guess is they just weren't paying attention, got their feet caught up. And the patient was all right after an assessment. Advised to go to the hospital. Following that, though, I noticed that there was no established or even organized sort of first aid presence at these
I
demonstrations.
think he looks too much. It feels so
And from there,
it's weird.
I was
to
talking
me.
It's too fluid.
with taking
Yeah,
EMT
he
basic
moves a
with,
lot.
and
Might even call it
we
shifty.
decided that we were going to offer
Thanks,
our
Manny.
services
Have a good day.
voluntarily.
And did
Hopefully
you
you
do
don't want up training someone that
Tell us about
Nicks
that.
off
I mean,
after
he's
a day.
definitely very comfortable sitting on the witness stand,
So
much more so than some
we
of the other
had
witnesses that
talked to
we've
some
seen.
of the
Yeah.
prominent organizers in Milwaukee, and we kind of laid out a game plan, or how we were going to organize this.
But yeah, I think
Essentially,
they probably
as
prepped
medics,
with
we
him
decided that
much
we
more
weren't
so than they
going
did with the other witnesses, and probably told
actively
him, "Hey,
participating.
we
in
want you to
demonstration.
try to direct what you're saying
Link
over
with
to the
the
jury."
jury.
Essentially,
Yep.
Yeah.
the code. that
And
it
so I think he
provided.
probably took that to heart and maybe practiced a
Hey,
bit,
you
and
shouldn't
has that like very up front and
because
center in his
everybody
mind.
has the right to protest.
I think the
or
defense should
demonstrate,
ask him about
assemble,
that.
freedom of speech.
How,
But also
how
everybody
much
has
time
the
did
right
you
to do
spend
that
talking with
safely.
Mr. Binger
So
before
very
this?
early on, we decided that we weren't going to
It does sound very
participate,
curated.
in these demonstrations. From there,
They're allowed
my
to
friend
do
and
that
I
to the chat, just so you
outfitted
know,
his,
that's not
pickup truck
illegal to
into,
interview him and kind
essentially
of.
a
They can't
mobile
tell him
first
what
aid
to
station.
say specifically, but they can give him tips on how to present himself.
in the
Right.
time period?
Yeah,
that
but that's
the
the
followed
difference
defense
between
can
coaching
ask
and
about that
preparation
too.
of a
Can ask about those
mobile
conversations.
first
Witness.
aid station
They're
not
not
his
his
lawyer.
attorney.
provide
Yeah.
medical assistance at these demonstrations?
Alexei Markle
Yes,
says
we did.
Grosskreutz sounds so rehearsed,
Approximately how many
coached.
occasions?
Yeah,
would
that's
you
what we
say
were
you
just
did that?
talking about.
Wait, is he really wearing a Millennium Falcon lapel pin?
Yes.
I think it's relevant for many reasons. It's establishing
Flux.
his background as a paramedic, which came into play on this particular evening. I think it also is drawing a contrast between him and the defendant.
Ooh, that was
I'll-
a good thing for Binger
I'll,
to say.
Overrule the objection on the first round.
How many-
Yeah, that
Preston,
second
how
one
many
wasn't a
times
real
would you say
ground.
you were
The
out
first
there
ground was
providing
there. The
medical
second one
care
was a
at these
bar.
demonstrations?
Hmm.
I would say about 75 days prior to August.
Do we know who,
And during that time
objected on the
period,
defense team?
what sort of
Richards. That's what it sounded
Okay,
like to
so
me.
he'll probably do cross then.
assist in?
Primarily, it was essentially people not taking care of themselves. I mean, it was a hot summer. People weren't hydrating. People weren't eating. People weren't wearing proper footwear. So I would say it was, by and large, nothing sort of like medical emergency. It was very, like I said, people not taking care of themselves. So, like I said, providing water, providing food, potentially bandaging, sprained joints like ankles, things like that.
You mentioned earlier that you felt sort of an ethical obligation not
But
to
I figured
pick and
Richards would do
choose
cross anyway
your
because he's leading.
people
This
you
is the
would
big
treat.
witness.
Yeah.
Did you treat
That makes sense.
anyone who needed it, no matter what their political beliefs were or what side they were on?
Yes, absolutely.
Did you treat anyone on the other side would be
I
a
wanna
question on cross.
Move to the
You say you did, but did you
night of
actually treat
August
anyone on the
25th.
other side?
2020.
Mm-hmm.
On that particular evening, did you come here to Kenosha?
I did.
Had you been working at your normal job that day?
I was.
And do you recall approximately what time you left? To
What
come
was your
down to
normal
Kenosha?
job that day? Because I believe he's not an
7
EMT
p.m.
anymore.
Mm.
Did you travel alone?
I did.
Try to let people
Were
think
you
he's
part
still
of
an
any
EMT.
sort of larger group
Yeah.
or organization that was coming to Kenosha that night?
I was not.
Why did you personally decide to come down here that night?
Essentially for the same reasons that I stated earlier. We were all aware of what was happening in the days following Jacob Blake's shooting. People do have a right to demonstrate, and no way advocating for property damage or anything like that. But given the, I think we all can agree, chaotic situation of those 3 days following Jacob Blake's shooting, there was certainly a propensity for violence, or maybe not just violence, but injuries.
That
Yeah.
is not helpful for the
In general.
prosecution.
No. Hopefully Richards
And
made a
so
note
for
of
the same
that.
reasons that I stated,
Tell me more about
I-
this
I-
propensity for violence of the crowds that you
Yeah,
rock
I've
in.
delivered patients to freighter down here. I'm familiar with the area, and I felt that given my level of experience and knowledge, that I could be of assistance to people.
When you came down here that night, did you bring any?
So
of
he
your
came from
medical
outside of
supplies?
Kenosha to help
I did.
out.
What kind of
Huh,
supplies did you
interesting.
bring?
Because he knew it would be violent.
Brought a tourniquet,
Interesting. Sounds like someone else we know.
static gauze, also commonly called quick clot, chest wound seals.
So when your arm got blown off, why
gloves,
didn't you use
saline
quick
spray.
clot on yourself?
How were you dressed?
Why didn't
that
you reach into your bag, grab one of your
I
tampons, and put that in your
had
gunshot
a
wound?
black shirt with a
Common treatment?
Wu-Tang sign on it. It's a pretty famous group. I had khaki shorts. I had tennis shoes.
Don't bring
And
Wu-Tang
also,
into
I
this,
had a
you
blue
asshole.
hat with large lettering that said paramedic on the, I guess, on the front of it.
Were you carrying any of your equipment with you?
I was.
How were you doing that?
I had it in a small backpack.
Were you armed?
I was.
Tell us about that.
I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm for people's right to carry and bear arms.
This right here is what they've really
And
focused on. We
that
want
night
you to
was
talk
no
about how
different
much you believe in
than
gun
any other
rights.
day. It's keys, phone, wallet, gun.
Did you have a permit to carry a concealed weapon?
I did.
Yes.
Was it in effect on August 25th, 2020?
It was not.
Had it expired
It had.
and you had not renewed it?
I had not.
When you were having
Getting
this
ahead of bad
medical
facts.
truck
Yep.
in Milwaukee, did you carry a gun
Richards
then?
better bring
I
it
did.
up.
When you came down here, how did you carry
Wisconsin,
your
if you
gun?
don't have this, you have to open carry, don't
I
you?
had my handgun holstered in the small of my back.
What type of
That's
gun was it?
concealed.
It was a Gen 4 Glock 27, so it is a smaller framed 40 caliber handgun.
Was it loaded?
It was.
Do you recall if there was a round in the chamber?
That night, I don't.
When you came down
But we
here
know that
to
there was.
Kenosha that night with your equipment, etc., did you specifically seek to meet out with any particular person or any
Anyone
group
who
or anything
actually
along those
believes in the
lines?
Second Amendment knows
I
that you
did
have to keep
So
around in
tell
the
us what you
chamber for
did when you
self-defense.
first
You
came
do not
down.
have time to chamber around.
So
when
after I
you're
arrived in
defending yourself.
Kenosha, I parked several blocks away. This is both for safety and protection of my property. I put on my equipment, which is essentially my handgun and my medical supplies. And then I walked towards the courthouse. From there, things were already, there was already confrontation between demonstrators and the police. And by confrontation, I mean, people were throwing water bottles. The police were shooting pepper balls from the top of the courthouse, that sort of thing.
One or two pepper balls on their food.
Then after I arrived, I assessed the scene, and almost immediately I came upon a person who had been somehow, whether it was
Degenerate.
direct spray or
That's why you have the chat that you do,
gas
Nick.
formation reform, who was affected by the pepper spray.
It's funny though. I like it.
So immediately following that, I started treating this person.
I can't change who I
and
am.
again, from there, I was assessing the situation, primarily treating people who were affected by the tear gas, also delegating to other people how to effectively treat that.
Now, when you say you were delegating, were these people that you knew that you were delegating responsibility to?
No,
So tell us about the delegating process.
one instance that I can think of in particular, the proper way to treat, well, just to irrigate an eye in general, regardless of what is causing an issue, is you want to start from the nose and then pour out. The idea behind that is that if you have something that's affecting this eye, you pour it this way, then that chemical or whatever it is, irritant, can then go into the unaffected eye or unaffected eye. So I had come across a person who was not properly irrigating the eye, and so that would have been one of the forms of delegation, just telling this person, hey, this is the proper way to do it. Whether or not they chose to listen to me, that's their choice. But again, just trying to provide some proper knowledge and
So
treatment.
he just EMT-splained.
Do you recall
EMT
approximately how
explaining
many
the mostly
people you,
peaceful protest.
gave medical assistance to that night?
I don't know the exact number, but if you wanted me to estimate, I'd say around 10.
What was the most serious situation that you dealt with?
My bicep.
Apart from myself,
Yes, as in like treating the other folks that were out there.
there was an
Nailed it.
individual, a younger patient who had been shot in the crease of her left arm with what we presume to be a rubber bullet, fired from one of the police, and she had sustained a pretty decent laceration, and there was a pretty good cut from it. So whatever had hit her had some force behind it. So while actually treating a patient with tear gas irritant, and then started to hear this young patient scream, and that immediately got my attention. And would you like me to explain that interaction?
You know what? Let's pause there for a second. I want to show the jury something. 55, 55.
I'm going to read. Elliot Smith says, objection, Your Honor. This Kmart TJ Miller isn't even funny, Your Honor. And, this is an interesting thing. If you're in a self-defense situation, this is why you actually don't want to wound and why you shoot center mass. You really don't want them testifying against you. Like it sounds awful, but that's when you're in self-defense situations. it's the next defense that you have to do that becomes more important once you're still alive. And Kyle leaving this guy alive could be very damaging. I mean, I don't know that it will, but
Mr. Grosskreutz,
it's
I'm
the
going to
most risk that
play
he
an
has.
excerpt of exhibit number 55, and I would like you to, when we're done, I'll ask you a couple questions about it, okay? Go ahead.
The title.
Gaige helping, yes.
Helping.
Pause the video there for a second. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do.
Can you help us?
He's going to keep pausing this, by the way.
I would be, you can see the top of my head in a black shirt. That is me.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do you hear it? Let's go, Brandon.
You
That's
can't
exactly
unhear
what
it
they were
now.
shouting.
Going in that video.
This is me, several other individuals who I did not know. The patient laying on the ground, and what I later found out after I had treated the patient, their father.
And was
Like,
this
how
the individual
bad was
you
this
mentioned
laceration?
who had
That
a
person looked like they were
laceration to the elbow
dying.
from a rubber bullet?
That is correct.
It's a rubber
Do you
bullet.
remember
It almost
where
killed
physically you were when you were providing that treatment?
This would have been just across the street of the south east corner of Civic Park.
Okay, so basically, right out across the square here.
Correct.
And this was on the night of August 25th?
Correct.
Can we go show exhibit 56, please?
More of him helping, probably.
Gaige Medic helping too.
Gaige Medic delivering baby and also saving the nation. Gaige Medic saving Obama from bullet.
No. From racist militia bullet.
Mr. Grosskreutz, do you recognize what's up on the screen there is exhibit number 56?
I do.
Can you identify that for us, please?
Wait, I thought you said she got hit in the arm.
It appears to be a news article from the Kenosha
I
News
thought it was a man, not a woman.
depicting myself and the patient in a still of the video that we just previously watched.
Your Honor, I would move exhibits 55 and 56 into evidence.
Objection. See,
While you were out there on the night of August 25th, were you also taking your own video recording of what was going on?
I was.
Can you tell us about that, please?
I can. So essentially, when there wasn't a medical emergency or
his video's going to come
somebody
in,
seeking
all
assistance,
of it now.
I am a ACLU legal observer, and I decided that the next best thing that I could do that night,
Of course he is.
Totally unbiased news source.
simply record.
Was this something where you were just recording it onto your own equipment, or was it being shared in any way?
It was being recorded from my cell phone, but it was through a Facebook live stream.
Were you broadcasting live on Facebook while you were doing that?
I was.
And so that video would have recorded most of the things that you saw and places that you went while you were here that evening. Is that fair to say?
Objection. Not quite sure what.
Did there come a time in which you encountered a group of
I find his
folks
face objectionable.
that were armed in front of the 59th Street car source location?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
After the police had moved the demonstrators from the park, they started to form a line, which they would then advance, moving the demonstrators south down Sheridan Road. So let's say maybe 10, 15 minutes after they started clearing the park out, found myself outside of the 59th Street car source. As I walked up, one of the first things I had noticed that there were people armed with long guns, AR-15 type weapons, similar to the defendants, and they had been on the roof. I recall like 3 of them, I think. And there were also individuals on the ground, similarly dressed, similarly armed. On the ground, I recalled 4 seeing initially.
Do you remember the first time that you observed the defendant that evening?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
There was an individual who I had assumed came from the demonstration. The reason I assumed that is because this person was coming from north, traveling southbound. This individual is being supported by 2 other individuals, kind of like that. If you were to hurt your leg and you needed somebody to help you. I had observed this individual.
Kyle, sitting there, you motherfucker. I would have put one on.
Come
Body
closer to the
next
car
time.
source as the defendant had been essentially offering medical aid. And then that was the first time that I saw the defendant.
Do you know what happened with regard to that person who was being supported by other people and the defendants?
I only know what I had seen in the moment. I don't know what happened to this person afterwards, but what I observed
He probably shot him.
was the defendant offering medical
Kyle.
assistance, and then this individual being carried in a way onto the car source property. I then heard somebody yell, "Don't let them treat you." And I turned around. I don't remember why exactly I turned around, but then moments later, I then turned back facing towards the car source and towards the defendant and towards that individual. And then that individual, along with the other 2 people supporting them, were exiting the property.
Did you see the defendant provide any treatment to that individual?
I did not.
I turned away conveniently during that time. I
Do you
just
remember
said, weren't
a
you
time
listening?
when you were at that
More to the
location?
point,
that
why
car
would they
source
turn down
location,
medical
and
treatment?
You observed a dumpster
Because
out in the
someone
middle of the
yells
road.
out, "Don't let them treat you."
I do recall that, yes.
What do you remember about that?
I
was on fire.
didn't see how it got there, but it was your pretty typical municipal dumpster.
That was on fire.
Green with the black top. I didn't see anybody actively pushing it. Like I said, I didn't even see how it got there. But it was probably about a dumpster's length from the curb, which would be in front of car source.
Did you see anyone trying to start it on fire?
Objection, Your Honor. He's not an expert on dumpster link, except
Can we
maybe
please,
he is because that's where
bring
he
up
sleeps, Your Honor.
The live stream exhibit number 57 at the 55:44 mark, please.
Count Snecula says, if Mr. Sashimi Bicep had this training, why did he feel it necessary to pursue Kyle when he heard someone had been shot instead of going to the shot individual instead? Seems like an odd choice based on his credentials.
Go ahead.
These are questions set for cross.
You won't do it, pussy. That's what's up. You won't do it. That's my fucking pop, bitch.
Protect your property, not the street. Protect the property, not the street. Protect your property, not the street. Protect your property, not the streets. Protect your property,
shut
not
up.
the streets. Protect the property, not the streets. Protect your 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 property, not the streets. That's what the fuck y'all here for.
What we just observed, Mr. Grosskreutz, is that part of the live stream that you recorded that evening?
That is.
Yeah, I would
And I noticed
maybe
there
object
seems
to
be a little
relevance
bit
on
of
that.
a-
What
a
the hell was the
lag
point
in
of that?
in the
Right.
audio to the video. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. But is that a true and correct copy of what you recorded that night?
Apart from the 1 or 2 second delay, it is.
Oh, what? Apart from the 1 or 2 second
So-
delay?
This incident here with the dumpster and whatnot, were you physically
I hope
there,
Richards wrote that down.
right there, a few feet away when all this was going on?
He's got a pen
1
in
or
his
2
hand.
seconds.
And
1 or
did
2
you
seconds delay that
observe
you
the people that
didn't
were
do.
around you at
What's
that
up with
time?
that?
I did.
On that particular evening, and again, I'm going to ask you to try and go back and put yourself in the
Why even
mindset of
say
that
that?
night. When
Say
you're out there
yes.
on the streets that evening, had you ever heard of anyone by the name of Joseph Rosenbaum?
No,
Had you ever met that person before?
never.
Do you recall seeing Joseph Rosenbaum at any point that evening?
I do not.
In particular, right around the time of this dumpster fire in front of 59th Street Car Source, do you recall seeing him around that at any point?
I do not.
Do you recall hearing anyone make any threats to any of the people at the Car Source location that if I get you alone, I'm going to kill you, or anything along those lines?
I do not.
Do you recall hearing anyone make any threats to any of those people at that Car Source location?
I do not.
Holy
Except
fuck,
what
this
was
guy's
in the
so
live stream just a
disingenuous.
second ago.
Yep.
You
I mean,
mentioned
they
But
just
that may
heard-
have that may have been one of the guys with
was
Kyle
this
though, because remember I think it
person
was one of the witnesses the other day said that one
Quarterback.
of them said F around and find out, right? Or was that
eventually
Rosenbaum?
saw that person
Yeah, but
walking
then
away.
someone said you won't do
Do
nothing,
you
you
remember
pussy.
any other
right after that.
observations that
So-
you
Yeah.
made
It's-
Twitty,
of the
FAFO
defendant
stands to fuck around
when
and
you
find
were
out.
at the 59th Street Car Source?
I do.
Can you tell
I
us
remember
about
him kicking a dog.
I took note, like I said, there were 4 people essentially in front of me that I could see. So I took note of what they were wearing, how they were armed. Like I said, they were all similarly armed with a similar weapon that the defendant used. Some of them, especially as you can see in the video, had body armor.
I'm sure it's going to be fun,
chest
Caitlin,
rigs,
and hopefully it'll make your week a little bit better.
And then I noted that the defendant was wearing a baseball cap, green shirt, jeans, and then also a rifle.
At that moment in time, did you have any idea who he was?
No,
Never met him before.
never.
Were there times in which you saw him wearing gloves on his hands?
I did.
When was that?
I recall this being right around this time. Then I noticed the defendant also wearing blue latex gloves, or maybe dark purple latex gloves that are very common in a healthcare setting.
Did that strike you as unusual?
In the moment, no, it did not.
Do you wear gloves like that when you treat people?
I do.
Tell us about the process of putting them on and taking them off.
Yeah.
It's a random question.
So
OJ
these
territory
gloves
here?
are common throughout all.
G'day,
healthcare
Jazzy Wildcat.
systems.
How you doing?
They're nitrile, or they can be latex or non-latex.
For her pleasure.
These gloves are designed to
Oh, that sucks.
essentially stop anything wet that you don't want on your hands. So like blood or any sort of bodily fluids. The idea is
Objection, is he an expert in
it's called
latex
body
gloves?
substance isolation. So despite it being a very thin piece of plastic, it's very good at keeping contagions off of your hands. So the idea is, and also keeping in mind too, that you want to have your hands clean when you're also touching somebody else, especially if there's any sort of open wound. You want to minimize that potential for contamination or cross-contamination. The idea is that when you come upon a patient, so if you're able to, wash your hands, some sort of sanitizer, something along those lines. And then prior to administering aid or
Oh, so are they going to
treatment
say
to
the fact that
patient,
he was
put these
walking
gloves
around
on.
with these gloves
And
is
then
like
after
not proper or
treating the
something?
patient,
And
there's
holding a gun with
specific
them?
way to
Yeah.
remove your gloves that, let's say,
Yeah,
if
it's
there's
gonna be
some sort of
dirty.
fluid or contagion on the gloves, there's a proper way to remove them to where you wouldn't get your hands dirty afterwards with.
Yeah, you
whatever
grab
it
from
might
the
be,
bottom
the
and
glove.
pull up. Everybody's watched
So when
ER
you're
here.
working
I mean, come
in
on.
a community, you're a paramedic. Do you typically keep one set of gloves on your hands constantly throughout your shift?
Yeah, there you go.
Never.
Why not?
Cross-contamination.
Essentially for the reasons that I just stated. I mean, if you treat
Sorry, essentially what?
essentially for the reasons that I just previously stated. If you treat one patient, And on an ambulance shift, on a 24-hour shift, 48-hour shift, you about, one call every hour and a half. That's a lot of patients that you can see. That doesn't make sense. That's just not one, proper hygiene. Two, it's not proper protocol. It would be detrimental to your health, every subsequent patient's health. And not only
did you observe the
from
defendant the
touching,
entire
having
night?
contact with the patient
So you didn't
themselves,
see
but
if he was
also
wearing the same
everything else
gloves
that
at
you
all,
touch.
did you? He could have,
we
in theory,
all
changed
know
several
that
times during the
COVID,
night. You
how
wouldn't know,
easily
correct?
Things can spread.
Good cross-examination,
Touch your
Jada.
doorknobs, your face, pens, pencils, equipment.
Kevin
etc.
W. says, I blame Kyle for this testimony by only disarming him.
On this particular evening, after you were at the 59th Street car source, do you recall where you went after that?
I do. So from the car source location here,
You're trying to say that Kyle wasn't a medic because a medic
down
wouldn't
Sheridan.
wear his gloves, which is
Did you
silly.
wind
We
up
already
at
know
the
he
ultimate
wasn't an
gas
EMT.
station at the intersection of 60th
I don't
and
think
Sheridan?
this is as persuasive as they want
Do
it
you
to be, but
recall
I'm
what,
biased.
if
so.
anything, you did there?
Nothing
Light looting.
different than I had previously.
It might just be
Like I
kind of
explained,
painting a
I was
picture of like the overall
patient
unreasonableness
Former
of the
EMT.
decisions.
Hello.
Started recording again.
If it's wet and
hastily,
sticky, it doesn't
whatever
belong
I
to
thought
you,
there was
don't touch
a
it.
way at night that I could provide another aspect or another perspective.
Again,
of,
as an ACLU legal
an
observer,
unbiased account.
we're at 2 of those so far. Let's see how
video
many he
doesn't
gets
lie.
in.
Yes.
So when you were leaving 59th Street, heading down to the ultimate gas station, were you still wearing your hat with paramedic written on it?
I was.
Did you have anyone come up to you at that particular time and request any sort of medical assistance?
No, nobody did.
Did there come a time in which you heard gunshots?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I was slightly south of Ultimate Gas Station. To be very specific, I think it's Ray's Barbershop, which is either the adjacent building or one there over.
It was hard to
while I
read
was
through the
recording.
car.
And I had heard a series of gunshots, what I determined to be a few blocks south of where I was.
What, if anything, did you do?
I first sat and listened, and then had there were people watching my live stream, so I had been narrating essentially what I was seeing, what I was hearing. I'd heard these gunshots and had commented on them, and then after seeing and hearing people running, well, I should say seeing people running northbound and then hearing people yelling medic, I started running southbound towards what I presumed at the time to be the origin of the gunshots.
Do you recall how far south you ran?
Yes, because with all the medical apparatus that you were carrying, you would have been equipped to deal with someone that has a gunshot.
JWC7215 says, if he's only worked in private EMS, it means he sucks too much to get on with the 911 service and has likely never been on a true emergency call.
From my location,
I am a
I
paramedic for a busy 911
couldn't have gotten
service.
more than a block. So I
The jury might not necessarily know that if they don't have any prior expertise.
in
And if
reference
they
to this
did, they
map,
probably didn't make it onto the
when I
jury.
first heard the gunshots, I would have been
There is
right
an
about
EMT
here.
on the jury.
And
Oh,
then
is there?
I traveled
Oh.
southbound.
And 2
then,
pharmacists.
Never made it any more south than about.
Okay, interesting.
The first place.
That's
just for the
surprising.
record, I'm going to try and put that in words.
Actually, sorry.
Go ahead.
Correction. I started here and I never made it more south than about here.
Okay. So you indicate you started at, I think it's labeled on the map there on the east side of Sheridan as Boost Mobile and Check and Go. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicate there's a Ray's Barbershop there also?
I believe so, yes.
And then from there, you ran south past 61st Street, and you indicated you were somewhere in the middle of
Go, Cud.
The block between 61st and 62nd. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate.
And what happened when
Being
you
a
got
sworn
down to that
perjury several times in his testimony, Richard just sits there saying nothing.
I had observed
Lies get called across, but they should have alerted the judge.
people running northbound up Sheridan. And again, hearing
We'd have to
people
prove that
yelling
Bingham
for a
knew that he
medic.
was lying.
But then also I started to hear people yelling that somebody had been shot. So then that confirmed my assumption that somebody did in fact get shot. It was there that while
Pretty
I
much
was
what they
live
do here.
streaming, I
Patient transport.
I had contact with the defendant.
Can we please play exhibit?
Rick Cormier says, not the first time this guy has been on the stand in court. He has been here before.
1 hour, 17 minute and 10
Before
second
Mr.
mark.
Sin says, Gaige reminds me of Mystical Mike from Ink Master, how he looks and even in his mannerisms. So they've got to get out ahead of this uncomfortable fact set for Gaige, where Kyle tells him he's running to the police, and then Gaige pursues him to end up trying to shoot him later.
Yeah, stalks him, you might say.
It sounded like gunshots. It sounds like multiple gunshots. People are scattering.
Oops.
Now this is southbound on Sheridan.
He's a hero who ran
This
towards
is-
gunfire.
I was just 60th. Looks like they even set up a recliner. Oh, 110%, bro. Yeah, dude. 100.
Or are they going to try and omit that part? That would be interesting.
No, he's running.
Perspective, running or mixing James Bond's martini.
Pause there for a moment, Mr. Grosskreutz. This is the video you recorded, correct?
Correct.
Hey, just stop before you get to the cops. You might get away with it.
Told us that you started running from a little bit south of 60th, that gas station, down South Sheridan. Is that
Mr.
right?
Grosskreutz, you
That's
look
right.
like a slow runner from that video.
Were you
Is that
recording
true?
with your phone?
I was.
Were you holding your phone in your hand while you were running?
I was.
Please continue.
Why you shooting?
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Can you identify that individual on the screen?
That is the defendant.
Can we rewind 10 seconds and play that again, please?
What's up,
Yeah, sure.
Uncivil? Check your
Don't play
inbox,
the full
brother.
of it and
On Twitter.
showing you like, get that kid.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Can you tell us, I'm going to ask you two separate questions. First of all, going back into that moment, that interaction you just had with the defendant, what did you think at the time he said to you?
At the time, I thought that the defendant had said, I'm working with the police. I didn't do anything.
That,
Now
that's
that you've had a
that's the
chance to
fucking
review the
spin.
video, do you know what he actually says?
Yes.
What is that?
After watching the video, he said, I'm going to the police.
And did he say anything else?
I didn't do anything, is what I make out from. It's hard to hear from the muffling, but that's what I make out of it.
I want you to try and put yourself back in the frame of that evening when you heard him say something to the effect of, was it, I'm working with the police? Is that right?
Correct.
What was your reaction to that?
To chase him down.
I found it odd, and very noteworthy.
It's noteworthy, but not noteworthy enough
Previously
to
in the
get it
night,
right.
an individual I had recorded, Mr. Balch, had described some sort of plan
Objection,
with the police
hearsay.
that they were going to essentially
Objection,
push
hearsay.
demonstrators south down Sheridan, and then past the car source lot, and then from there we're going to essentially retreat or back up that line. And
I
Mr.
would
Balch
object here
had
just to break up his
explained
unmitigated flow.
that there was
And that's
some
clearly
sort of
hearsay.
This is super
understanding, some sort of plan to whatever extent that is, but that the police were going to push protesters down past the car source. And he said that then the police told him that
Objection,
it was
hearsay.
up to the militia members, as they refer to themselves, to
That
deal
should
with
object
that.
to that at least.
When you heard the defendant say what you thought was, I'm working with the police, did that bring back that other knowledge, what Mr. Balch had said?
Yes.
Can we play the video forward just a few more seconds and then I'm going to pause again?
Who shot? Hey, stop him!
It appears to me, Mr. Grosskreutz, that you ran along or jogged along the defendant for a moment when you had that little interaction. Is that fair to say?
That is.
And then it looks like you kind of let him continue and you turn back south again. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Why did you do that?
So you hear me ask the question, who's shot? Who had shot? At that moment, the only thing I was concerned about was finding this person who had been shot or presumably had been shot. Given that
It doesn't square with
I was still
jogging with Kyle.
north of where
Yeah, why is he jogging with Kyle?
the shots had come from, instinctually I turned, did a 180 facing northbound and turned southbound because I was concerned for whoever might be potentially injured.
It appears from the video, though, that you don't go very far before you turn and head back after the defendant. Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to say.
What changed?
I've seen a number of people running northbound in the same direction as the defendant. I'd started hearing people saying he just shot that guy, he just shot somebody.
So then you turn around and head back.
That
north.
wasn't hearsay.
I wanted to go viral, so I wanted a dead body on
after the
camera.
defendant.
Or at least it's an
Why
exception
did
to
you
the
turn around
hearsay
and head
rule.
back north after
And
you
an
heard these
excited
people
utterance.
say these things?
Or yeah, it's an exception to hearsay because of that.
With what Mr. Balch had said previously, essentially
sir.
the way that these self-proclaimed militia members were conducting themselves.
Objection, hearsay.
Gunshots,
Yeah, they gotta
you.
stop this militia
Paramedic.
shit. They gotta cut that.
Self-proclaimed
interaction with the
militia. They
or,
said they were
my
militia. That's
interaction with the
hearsay.
defendant, and really the lack of information that I had gotten from him, and specifically what I had thought I had heard.
Richards is really weak on
Then
objections.
coupled with
He might be saving it all for Cross.
people, running northbound,
Maybe I would still break his
I
flow.
had
He's gone too long.
essentially made an inference or an assumption that there could be potential for somebody getting injured. And anytime you bring a firearm into that equation, the stakes are much higher.
Didn't he have a handgun?
Both
Like you did.
serious injury-
That's
I
on
was
Cross.
thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Based on all the factors
Yeah,
that
write
you
that
just
down, Richards,
outlined
please.
for us, did you feel like
He's a
your
bright crayon.
services might, as a medic, might be more needed in the direction?
What about your services as a quick draw? I heard they're
Correct.
not great.
What did you do after that?
After I had turned around and started running in the same direction as the defendant, again, this I wouldn't say that there was more people joining, but more people were then pointing out the defendant, saying that he had just shot somebody, that he's trying to get away, get him, things of that nature. And then so again, further inferencing from the things I heard and experienced, witnessed earlier in the night, I thought that the defendant was an active shooter. And like
So
I mentioned
you-
earlier,
hang
anytime
on.
you had a firearm.
You thought he was an active shooter, and you thought the best thing to do was to chase him down. Additionally, someone else yelling out, "Cranium that kid." Yeah, no, that doesn't compute, mate. Like, my brain is slowly booting into process. What the hell is wrong with this guy? So he jogs next to him, exactly. And the other thing is, he's already stated that he's going to the police. He's heading in the direction of the police. and it did not occur to this guy that if he was surrounded by people who thought he just shot somebody, that they may injure the kid. Yeah, this guy's a dick.
Into the equation, like I said, the stakes are so much higher for somebody potentially.
They can nail him on cross on this
seriously
statement
injured,
over and over.
Or being killed.
So you added a firearm to the equation. You got
Can we
shot.
please pull up exhibit number 5? Exhibit 5. This is the BG on the scene video.
I'm live tweeting as well.
Let's go ahead and play that. I'll be pausing here in a little bit. We just saw you come running into the screen from the right. You're just behind that figure in the white shirt. Before this moment, had you drawn your firearm?
No.
Where was it?
Like I mentioned at the beginning, I keep my pistol holstered in the small of my back.
But don't you have it in your hand at this point?
Oh, objection leading?
Can't see from this video.
Did there come a time when you were running that
He just
you
impeached
did
his
pull
own
your gun
witness's
out?
testimony again?
Why?
Seems to be what he's good at.
Again, in the moment, I thought that the defendant was an active shooter. Having been
Do most
not
active
too far
shooters
behind,
run away
you
not
could mention
shooting?
him just about to come
In your
into
experience?
the frame here.
On cross again?
I had heard several more gunshots. And again, making inferences, the defendant was the only one with a large caliber rifle.
Yeah, so you made an
He
assumption.
actually
I'd seen an
doesn't have a
individual,
large caliber rifle. He has a small
jump
caliber
over the
rifle.
defendant. And then the defendant heard 2 shots. And then from there, I saw another individual use his skateboard to hit the defendant. Or
Okay.
So I decided to
either
team
way,
up.
Or hold the
individual
defendant. He
had
just
made
realized he
contact with
fucked
the
up.
defendant with his skateboard. And then from there, I heard another shot. And then as you can see in this still, an individual. Oh, yeah. Okay.
You're a
I
medic.
wanna
Why
back
didn't you
up for
save
a
him?
second, Mr. Grosskreutz, because we have other video that shows you pulling your gun out before those shots are fired. So do you remember specifically, were you intending when you pulled your gun out, were you intending to use it?
That's why you handle a gun. You don't point it at someone you don't intend to shoot.
If I had to, I didn't draw my firearm with
Oh, they're going to hit him on
intent
cross with this
of using it,
because of his post
but also
statements.
being ready if I had to use it.
Holy shit, they're going to nail him on that. I hope.
Let's continue the
Fucking
video
better.
for a little bit, and I'm going to pause here. Pause right there. We've already seen this video. There's an individual on the left who had been shot at twice by the defendant. Then the defendant is there on the ground, and there's another individual between the defendant and you, Anthony Huber, who has been shot in the chest at this point. And that individual to the right of Mr. Huber that's sort of crouched over, that's you, correct?
Correct.
Did you witness the defendant fire 2 shots at that man on the left?
I did.
Did you witness him fire a shot into Mr. Huber's chest?
I did.
Did you know it
So
was
when
into
you
his
come
chest at
upon the
time?
defendant at this point, do you recall what you were holding in your hands?
I do.
What were you holding?
I'm In my right hand, I had my Glock pistol, and in my left hand, I had my cell phone.
That looks bad because
What
he
was
didn't
going
remember
through your
literally
mind
1 second
at this
ago.
particular moment?
Mm-hmm.
That I was going to die.
Oh.
Oh, here it comes.
Continue the video for just a second, please.
Please start crying so I can make fun of you. Please start crying.
Pause. There's a time in this video when you appear to hold your hands up. Do you know about that? Do you recall that?
I do.
Don't say he was holding his hands up.
Why did you do that?
After Anthony Huber was shot, you can see in the video I'm not too far behind him. And the defendant had, after murdering Anthony Huber...
Objection!
Ooh, yes.
Whether
Yeah, they did.
the death of Anthony Huber was caused by murder or not is for you jurors to decide and not for the witness.
Exactly.
So please keep that in mind, that people, when they're in the court and they're testifying, they can be affected by their emotions, sometimes by their jobs, and they will, someone
What
who
a
comes into a
fucker.
physician, for
That was
example,
intentional.
gunshot
That was absolutely intentional.
may be identified as a victim, and that's the language that they speak in the hospital because the person comes in with a gunshot wound. Here in the court, where the issue is yet to be determined whether someone's a victim or not, and it's to be based on the evidence presented in court, and it's a decision to
What
be
a
made
fucker.
by you jurors, not by a witness, not by the judge, not by the prosecutor or the defense attorney.
And now we get a 10-minute speech on...
So I'm going to ask you to strike the comment, which was this witness's view of the subject, and because it carries no weight, it's for you folks to decide. Any question about that? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So you had just seen Mr. Huber get shot.
Correct.
And so what was going on in your mind?
I was very close to the defendant.
Richards did object to that, by the way.
And
Okay. If he had been really slimy, using that question, I'm pretty sure this is why Binger would have asked it the way that he just did. Grosskreutz could have picked up on the fact that he could have said, I thought Kyle had just murdered somebody. And got it in that way. But that was slimy as anything, honestly. Bloody hell.
Just so the chat knows. It was quiet.
I thought there was
very
a
soft-spoken.
that I would be shot
I think
myself.
the mic has a delay, too.
Can we back up and play 10 seconds? Go back 10 seconds, please. Please continue. Pause. At this point in the video, is the defendant pointing his AR-15 at you?
Yes, he is.
And you have
really?
your hands raised in the air
Okay.
at this point?
I do.
Continue the video, please. Pause. Did you see the defendant do anything with
Notice
his
his gun
gun
is
after you put
lowered
your hands up?
because he wasn't actually pointing it at him. He was
What
just
did you see him
after
do?
shooting, bringing it down.
It's an action that's typically referred to as re-racking. A firearm.
Oh, here we go.
So after
he-
the defendant had pointed his rifle at me and put my hands up, and then the defendant, like I said, did this motion. It's called re-racking, and that's
This is
essentially where you
bullshit.
take the slide, which on a AR-15 like that would be on the top, and you pull back. You pull
Sure, he's about to blow off Gaige's
That
other
does
bicep
is-
later.
Depending on if there was already a
They're saying he
bullet
actually
around
tried to shoot Gaige
in the chamber,
earlier, is what they're
It
saying.
jammed.
to fire, so you can put in a magazine, which where the bullets are held, and the firearm won't be able to fire. But as soon as you then pull the slide back, like on a pistol or on an AR-15 on the top, that then
Objection. He's not a witness on
Fire.
guns. Expert on guns.
loads the rifle or the firearm for it to be ready to fire, or if there was already a round previously in the chamber, that then ejects that round or casing if that round had been spent, and then reloads the next bullet.
This mystery round that was not fired has never been
barrel.
found, never been introduced into evidence,
So
doesn't
after
exist
you
before
raised
now.
your hands like this, you saw the defendant re-rack the weapon?
Correct.
What did you think was going to happen?
That I'd be
In my
lying through my teeth in front of a jury.
And in my inference, in that moment, for the defendant had pointed his weapon at me and I had put my hands in the air. Re-racking the weapon, in my mind, meant that the defendant pulled the trigger while my hands were in the air,
Objection calls for speculation.
but the gun didn't fire.
He's got
So then
no
by
idea.
re-racking the weapon, I inferred that the defendant wasn't accepting my surrender.
Did you
Oh,
feel
piss
that he
off.
was going to point the gun and shoot at you again?
Yes.
What did you do then?
So after the defendant had re-racked his weapon with the rifle still aimed at me, in that moment, I felt that I had to do something to try and prevent myself from being killed or being
The
shot
gun was
or
already out.
killed. And so I decided that the best course of action would be to close the distance between the defendant and I, and then from there, I don't know. I mean, it meant
You don't know? What
trying
you're going
with
to do with the pistol in your hand?
Anthony had just tried wrestling the gun,
Sure, humanize the other guy by
detaining
calling him by the
the
first name.
defendants. I don't know, because I never had an opportunity. I do know, though, I was never trying to kill the defendant. It was never
Okay.
something that I was trying to do. In that moment, I was trying to preserve my own life. But doing so while also taking the life of another is not something that I'm capable or comfortable in doing. That goes against
Then why do you
have
carry a gun
lifelong
illegally?
ethical code that I've lived by in regards to medicine.
Can we back the video up 10 seconds, please?
You're going to show him shoot Huber again and again and again. Good job, Binger. It's a good move by Binger. Got to give him credit. This guy is a weaselly dick, but he's good at it.
Go ahead.
I mean, that's the job he's supposed to do, right?
Pause.
Gosh, it's so fast.
It is.
Mr. Grosskreutz, after seeing the defendant shoot at one person at close range twice,
Why did you run
shoot at
towards
Mr.
him?
Huber in the chest once, and having already been told by others in the crowd that he'd previously already shot someone else, and having him point the gun at you, and you're holding your
No,
own
some
pistol
dude. That's why I'm going back and watching this. I've never
in your
seen any of
hand.
it.
Why don't you just
Why didn't
point
you
it at him and
take
shoot him?
your own gun and shoot the defendant first?
I don't believe in shooting.
That's why I had it in my hand.
Like I said, that's not the kind of person that I am. That's not why I was out there. That's not why I was out there for 75 days prior to that. Why I spent
Comes the alligator tears.
up until that point.
You're crying like a bitch on stand.
Soy is the
spent my
weakest
time, my
protein.
money, my education, providing care for people. It's not who I am, and definitely not somebody that I would want to become. And in that moment, I thought it would. I tried to attempt a non-lethal way to end that interaction.
I hope they just demolish him on cross. Why did you have a
When the
concealed carry
defendant
permit if you
shot
never
you,
intended to defend yourself with a gun
where
because
were
you
you
don't
hit?
believe in it?
Why did you bring a gun to the protest? in the first place?
My right bicep.
Why did you have the gun in your hand?
Right.
What kind of damage
Aren't you worried
did
that if
do?
you don't use the gun, someone else will take it from you?
I effectively lost a large majority
Of my
of
bicep.
My right bicep.
Sorry.
Can we please play Exhibit 58?
i.e. screaming like a bitch.
Kyle drinks water when Gaige brazenly and bravely describes how he lost his bicep. I'm on drink 3.
Before we
You
do
guys are
this,
liking
I
the
do
stream
wanna
way
let
too
everyone
much.
know that this is going to be very graphic. Exhibit.
We're gonna see the Oh no!
What does Exhibit 58 show?
Spicy.
Myself,
Wow.
after being shot by the defendant.
Are you still
In the
holding your
gallery.
Glock in this picture?
I am.
Had you fired your Glock at all that night? At any point?
No.
I shot my own bicep to frame Kyle.
Can we please
Rittenhouse.
show exhibit number 59?
Love some pulled pork. Okay, it's very clear that he had the Glock in his hand, and I can very easily see where this is going.
I sent to my dad how many viewers we have on the stream, and he sent back, "That's why they need to find him guilty so we can have a retrial, and you can cover that as well."
Can you describe what this picture shows, Mr. Grosskreutz?
More content.
This is
Thanks, Dad. I appreciate it.
me probably 30 seconds after I was shot by the defendant. See who I believe to be Mr. Lukowski on the right of the screen. Me in the center with the blue paramedic hat.
Is that Balch right behind
above
him?
my hat is Mr. Balch, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Interesting.
Bulge, yeah.
to the left of me, unfortunately, I don't know who the two individuals who you can't see their faces are. Then that is a person I came to know as CJ Halliburton, who was also live streaming that night. And him, myself, and Mr. Lukowski are. Mr. Halliburton is applying a tourniquet to my right bicep while Mr. Lukowski and myself are trying to instruct Mr. Halliburton on the use and application.
That bicep was way undercooked, by the way. You
Can
gotta
we please play exhibit
you gotta
60?
cook that longer. Too much blood coming out.
His arm locked up and he
That was
couldn't
not
drop
a
the
medium
gun.
rare.
Excellent. Means it's in the exact position that it would have been at the time that he was shot.
Wolfgang Deo says, having been both tear gassed, I love my gas mask, and OC sprayed in the military, the silliness of needing medics for pepper spray is astounding. Really? That is the only thing they needed a medic for? Ugh, Zoomers.
What the fuck?
Oh,
Whoa!
That was not me. I just said, hey, come on. Hey, look at me. Shit.
Did he say that was not me? I just saved him?
We're coming out to you.
Put some gauze on it, he's fine. Oh, I'm not worried, Brenico. I forgot to turn monetization on anyway. Which reminds me, guys, if anyone wants to send the super chat,
Your Honor, I would move
seen it.
exhibits 58, 59, and
Winter Soldier
60.
says Chewy.
Let me see. Would this be a good time for a break, Your Honor?
Please don't talk about the cases during the break. Read, watch, and listen to any of the counter
All
the
right.
trial. We'll see.
I am going to listen to this
Interesting how Binger
commentary
asked
because
for
this
the
is going to be
break,
interesting
then
between
doesn't,
these
wait
three.
for the judge to give it. Yeah.
Yeah, I want them to go on a break, seeing
Thinking about this, yeah.
a meat sep on screen.
Let that linger a little bit.
It's a scratch.
Okay, what's going on with you guys? What's your analysis so far? Legal Bites, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, so I think that the prosecution is actually doing a fairly decent job of not testifying for him for the most part. I mean, there are some parts where he's, definitely describing for him, and then you did this, and then you did this, and then you did this. But he's I think doing it within, mostly for the most part, within a permissible range in order to set up the why that he's looking for. So there's I mean, for the most part, you see Grosskreutz testifying, giving the whole storyline of everything that happened, and so he's really the one that is taking the central attention here.
Kind of forgot about a certain stream. I hope you're not talking about me.
So that is the prosecution being pretty effective.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I would have been uncomfortable if this was day one and I didn't know that like the pattern here is to let the prosecution set themselves up for a prosecution, right? To absolutely come out and get slaughtered on cross, because he's just gone so many directions that if they've been taking notes with those crayons, they can come and just rip him to pieces.
We put
they
that
can
bicep
absolutely
on the
demolish
barbie.
him because absolutely. Time and time again, he's made inconsistent statements, and he's absolutely going to prove an
Thank you for
unreliable
the super
witness.
chat,
Once
do
they
what, but I ain't
actually
putting
dig
that up.
into
That
him,
no,
Karen.
I don't do the other
and
white meat.
real quick, someone in the chat, and I'm not calling you out. I'm really not. Said that it
thank
was
you,
not
AP.
cool
Much
joking
appreciated.
about the
Just
wounds or
clocked off
whatever.
work?
Look, I
Excellent.
joke about everything. I don't apologize for comedy. That's how I deal with a lot of things is through comedy. And if you're uncomfortable with the jokes, I would encourage you to go watch just on Law and Crime or wherever. This is who I am. I will never apologize for it, and I'm not going to change. So like,
Pretty well
your
covers
friendly
it.
advice will be taken as friendly, but it will not be heated.
Let's just clarify for that as well, people. Working in law, you see some shit. And you either laugh, or you cry, or you turn to drinking. That's just the long and the short of it. So, yeah.
And I also am fully biased in this. Don't ever get into this weird like media trap to think that lawyers are unbiased commentators. We're trained to be biased commentators by trade.
Of course we are.
And I am 100% on Team Kyle on this. So I don't trust most of the things that Gaige is saying. And I have a
Most
lot of
cases, all
problems
three.
with what he's saying. Very inconsistent statements. Legal Mindset was just talking about the fact that cross-examination on this can be absolutely brutal if they're taking notes. And so far, one thing I got to give credit to the defense for sure, even though I may have problems with some missed objections, Richards and Sherfasi, however you pronounce his name, they're both really good on cross. They're both really good at fact recall. They tend to be on the ball on actually taking notes and recalling actual statements that these guys have made. And I think Gaige has opened him up for some big missteps and some big wins on cross here. I really do wish they would have objected to some of the hearsay, not so much because it matters, because it really, like, at the end of the day, this is all kind of going in to frame the whole picture. And without those statements, it's not going to be much better or worse, but just to break up the flow. Because on Thursday and Friday, I think, and maybe you guys will agree or disagree, but I think we saw Binger and his co-counsel wilt under objections really quickly once their flow was broken up. They did not do very well with their examination.
It seems like with some of the witnesses, like the ones, especially the ones who were there that night and actually involved, like very, very close up. Like I'm thinking back to McGinnis, right? And then reflecting over to this, like they're going light on the objections, it seems like. And it seems like maybe they're just waiting to bring all that out on cross. They're like, look, we can just demolish this all on cross. And that's part of our strategy, that sort of like nothing to hide strategy. You know, we'll just go with that, let that run, and, we'll get them on cross.
Yeah. And I think that the fact that they did timely object to his use of the word murder indicates that they are paying attention. It's not like they're just sitting back snoozing. They definitely are paying attention. That was a very good objection. Very, very, very proper. And so yeah, I'm that leads me to suggest that they are in fact using that as a strategy to just say just as Legal Mindset said, we're going to let everything in. We've got nothing to hide, and we'll just we'll just take our battle to cross-examination.
Right. And one thing to be very clear on, none of us have asserted that we are correct, that the other people are not correct. We are not saying that we are better lawyers or have a better strategy in any way. What we're saying is, what we would do or what we notice, so that people know where part of this is education. Here, there could be an objection for this thing. Personally, I would object more often, and because I have a different strategic and tactical approach than they do. I think I noticed them getting a little bit agitated from objections the other day. I would play on that, especially with how favorable the judge has been towards Kyle's teams objecting. That's why I would do it. They have a different strategy. It doesn't mean it's a worse strategy. It's just different. These are different lawyers.
Yeah.
And that is fine. So, and the last disclaimer on this is, it's easy for us to Monday morning quarterback all of these things.
Completely.
We know that. We're under no illusions. We're not in the hot seat. We're not, we don't have any duty to Kyle, and we don't have any, it's not our asses that are going to get grilled by the media and have the fallout from how we conduct ourselves in this case. So we're fully aware of that. We're just trying to provide commentary and add in some education as we go based on our training and experience. So just hope people understand that. MNSISU says, do you think his turning to look to the jury every 3 seconds is doing him favors with them? Seems forced to me. We talked about this a little bit earlier. To me, I think he's overdoing it.
Yes.
I think maybe what he should do is position himself at a neutral angle between Binger and the jury.
I've been thinking about this, John.
The shift.
I'll probably do a poll when we get to the end of it, just so I can find out how people want to sit on things. But, I mean, I'm more than happy just to watch it in my own personal time. And the other thing is, let's face it, this the watch party's gone on a little bit longer than I intended it to, and it's now getting in the way of other trials. So I do want to get through this. Whilst sitting back and enjoying the hell out of it, I also do want to keep it timely. So if there's nothing specifically interesting in the deliberations, then I probably will just jump forward to the actual verdict and go from there. Guess who had a hearing? I missed it, but should be interesting to check out. Hint, Grounds. Oh god, of course he did. The thing that bothers me about law is the ambiguity of English language. Well, that's sort of what we make our case on, really. Just like AH, not a good move. Yeah.
They're so dramatic, and it adds a lot of dynamic movement into his testimony. It feels weird after a minute. Sorry.
I would agree. I would prefer, if I were his attorney or the attorney that was calling him, I would have preferred for him to be angled between me doing the direct examination and the jury, so that he can just very easily look there, without having to turn his whole body. It'll be interesting to see if he changes after the break, because he may get some feedback on that.
It'll also be interesting. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was saying that's why we have the confrontation clause. That's why you're allowed to confront your, accusers, is because you look at their body language, and, as humans, a lot of this is just intuitive. We see a guy like that, a shifty soy motherfucker like that, shifting back and forth, kind of, twitching a little bit, and you're like, okay, I don't trust this guy. And you just have that gut feeling, and that's part of what the jury is supposed to be reading, and I guarantee you they can read it even better than we can. If we're feeling it like this on TV, in person, they're feeling that at least 2x.
Yeah, and one thing I think will also be interesting, if he does or doesn't shift here, I think we're going to see a definite shift on cross. I would be surprised to see, with the nature of cross-examination tending to be closed-ended questions, yes, no, truncated answers, I think we're going to see him focus a lot more on Richards and a lot less on the jury. And that might actually be to his detriment. But it's a natural response.
I wanted to hear what they had to say on this, though.
When he's just saying yes, no, and the questions keep coming, he doesn't have as much time to shift over here and tell his story and elaborate. And the jury may feel like he's trying to disconnect from them at that time. So I don't know if that's how it's going to play out in their heads, but it's certainly a possibility. And it'll be a marked difference in his demeanor. And it could look like he's uncomfortable. That's, again, why I think that his overly dramatic shifting is so perceptible that it may end up doing him harm over the length of this questioning. If he's going to be questioned for 10 minutes. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say either that or it'll just look really awkward for him. You know, if the question is like, you know, and then you had the gun in your hand. Yes. You know, like just turning just for a quick response. Yes. No. You know, like that can be really, really awkward, and the jury might be like, what are you doing?
Yeah. It looks like an affectation. If it looks like an affectation, then they'll see it as an affectation. And one thing to remember, I should have said this on the other days, but I thought about it more last night, getting some feedback on people on how they were perceiving some of the witnesses, particularly with the two Carsource brothers. If you feel like they're lying, like,
hopefully the jury saw that they were lying.
A lot of people here are going to be biased towards Kyle because of the nature of the channel and who is coming to watch. I got that. But even so, if you feel like someone's lying, try and take your bias out of a little bit and just get kind of the gut feel on the people. The jury feels that, as Legal Mindset said, at least as much as you do, if not more. They're there in court. They're seeing their full body language. They don't have any commentary. They're just watching this person shift around or sink into their chair or kind of give these weird head movements that disagree with their answers. All of that stuff. They have nothing else to do but watch this person.
Yes.
And
they're going to be scrutinizing every single.
If you're bored, they're bored. If you're engaged, they're engaged. I mean, it's the same sort of thing going on in you, in them. And that's the value of the jury system, is they are the every person. Like, that's the whole point of how it works out.
Yeah.
So let me see. Kevin, I got a couple chats here. Kevin Coburn says ACLU legal observer just means that he downloaded the app on his phone.
I mean, I was thinking that I'd do one of the other trials.
Setting the bar high.
Greg UW says just tuned in. Catching up on 2x speed. Thank you for your service, casting and commentating on the case. Can you comment on whether you consider yourselves libertarians, hoppy monarchists, or Rothbardian anarchists? Elaborate. Thanks from one of the few based Canadians out there. I can start on this. I consider myself a small L libertarian. I think the Libertarian Party is the worst thing that can happen to libertarian principles. I don't think libertarianism is a platform, so to speak, but rather a mindset on how to approach issues. You approach it from a zero of absolute freedom, and then you go in from there, rather than having your zero at, well, we have a Second Amendment that's been commentated on by the Supreme Court, so that's our zero. No, I say the zero is literally nukes for everybody, and then we start there and decide where in our society we need to be. So that's my perspective.
I'd say I tend to be moderately center-right with a flavor of libertarianism, if that makes any sense.
That definitely does. And Alita, you're probably the most center of all of us. But yeah, no, I'm definitely with Nick. I'm the small L libertarian. The Libertarian Party is absolute trash. And like last election cycle was indistinguishable from like the Green Party or the Democrats. So
it was embarrassing.
Yeah, so I would say that, or a classic liberal. That's the other definition that tends to fit. But of course, there's no political party for that, no political movement, you know.
Legal Mindset, would you force them to bake the Nazi cake?
Yes, bake the fucking cake.
Bake the cake, you bigot! Visidia says, Gaige was arrested for a DUI on 10/6/2020 in Kenosha. Blood test showed a .212, which is maybe about where I was on Friday. Just kidding.
Yeah, that was a little rough at the end.
And you were still driving this live stream, you know?
Judge dismissed the case 6 days before trial started. Will this be able to be brought up? Kenosha County, I posted the court documents. If it's a dismissed case, no, they've stipulated to his one conviction. I think that the stipulation shows that one conviction is coming in. The prosecution tried to get out ahead of it immediately by just saying, hey, you've had a criminal conviction. Yes, but he didn't describe it, which leaves him on cross to run the entire narrative on the criminal conviction, which, as reported in the chat,
Max, that's sort of what we're looking at with the
possession of a firearm while intoxicated.
With the one that he did this morning.
Again, this is
more or less. I'm just waiting to catch up so that I can start taking the afternoon
shift. They're able to go after that. I mean, the main question that they're going to have for this guy is: you believe in the Second Amendment and the right to defend yourself, but
does anyone know if that's been of
never
interest,
do it because it's not the
how
person
people
you are.
feeling about it?
Yet you brought a gun, You conceal carried the gun. You drew the gun. You were pointing it towards the defendant. How on earth can you say that? And then after the fact, you allegedly stated that you wish you would have emptied your entire magazine into Kyle Rittenhouse. All of this stuff is on the table for the defense if they just want to grab it. And it will, that type of stuff will shred the credibility of the character that he has set up on stand so far. For me, it's a very weird tactic to say, I would never shoot someone with a gun because it's not who I am. And it's like, you had it in your hand while running at him, and you have it in general. If I'm never going to, like, for me, I don't carry a lot for two reasons. One, I don't want to shoot someone. And two, my gun is huge. I have a 45. But I actually would defend myself if necessary and to the death for sure. I would never be, I feel like it'd be really weird to carry a gun if you don't intend to use it. And all of your concealed carry training says never pull a gun unless you intend to kill or destroy your target.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on the same way. I rarely ever, I have a concealed in Florida. I rarely ever carry, except for when I know it might be a situation when I actually need it. But the whole thing is that evidence is going to come out, and there's got to be. If he was live streaming that entire night, you're telling me there's nothing he said that was questionable or aggressive or offensive on the rest of that live stream? I don't fucking believe that. I don't believe that for a goddamn second. That there's nothing else that he said on that live stream that everything else was kosher. There's no way.
Well,
By the way,
recent trials, I don't
there
have a
are
solid
over
opinion of
14,000
guilt
people
yet.
watching right
Okay.
now. How crazy is that?
There are.
I just want to point that out.
That's a great moment for me to take a pause and talk to you about our sponsor. Just kidding. Not actually a sponsor. Guys, in the description, my guests here, Legal Bites and Legal Mindset, are both approaching rapidly 10,000 subscribers on their YouTube channels. It's a huge milestone for YouTubers. It changes the way, and from experience, it changes the way YouTube views your channel. Guys, go in the description, click on their names during one of these breaks, hit the subscribe button, check out their legal commentary. There's so many of us law tubers, and there's so much law that we're all covering different things. We all have different perspectives. Give these guys some consideration and check out their channels because, first of all, they're on the cusp, and that's awesome. Second of all, I know there's a bunch of you in here who are not subscribed to them, so go get it, and I've made it easy for you. It's in the description.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just hit over 9,000. That's awesome. Oh my God, awesome. 9,100. You guys, this is awesome.
Perfect. I think I just hit one.
Hey guys, I'm going to take this opportunity as well to show myself. If you're enjoying watching this along with me, and if you haven't already seen that we do usual content, then please feel free to hit the like button, double check whether or not you're still subscribed, and maybe just tap that bell and make sure you actually are getting notifications. Because let's face it, you actually have to do that yourself now. YouTube aren't doing it for you.
10K here, so I do appreciate that, guys.
Awesome! Yay!
A whole lot. Thank you so much. And Nick, I definitely want to be back on to talk about more questionable things because I don't know how you were able to talk about Little Space without me. Because I mean, literally, I consider that a professional niche for me, really.
We will definitely do that. We will definitely do that. And for those of you who are new here, hi, I'm Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law. I do these streams, but typically I do a very late night radio show, 11 p.m. Central Time. The topics are sometimes legal, they're sometimes bizarre, they're sometimes sexual, and the jokes are much freer than they are here. So if you like that sort of content, check out the late night live streams as well. If you don't like
no shit, Brad, awesome.
If you don't like controversial topics and subjects,
head to my channel.
Do not watch it. You will not offend me. It's not for you. It is for me having a good time doing the best job in the world. So
you guys, so Mr. Bice is dancing around in my office. He's so excited that I'm less than 500 away from 10,000.
Oh, less than 500. Come on, guys, get out there. We're like Ron Popeil here. Like, listen. You've got to see this. It's easy. You set it and forget it. You turn on a Legal Bites live stream, you're going to get legal education coming right into your brain. Nothing you can do. You don't even need to stop it. Tons of it. Get out there. You got to get out there. You got to subscribe. It's the only way you're going to get this content.
Always a consummate professional.
Oh my God, thank you so. You're the best salesman. You're the best. You are the grifting king. Let's be real about that.
It's great seeing where people are coming from.
I have been
I assume most of you
indicated
would have
I
been
would
from
be fired
Vices
from
or
every
from...
sales job I've ever. I'm the worst salesman on the planet.
Mr. Rekieta, you gotta stop drinking the whiskey we give you to sell. It's a real problem. It's a big problem.
I'm selling Jack Daniels.
Yeah, Jeff and I were actually talking about that the other day. We're at this point, Jeff and I are both waiting for our Rittenhouse and Depp, basically. So the day that Gaige got wrecked, yep.
I'm less than 500 or less than 50 away.
Actually, you know what? Let's do that as a poll.
Vicidius says Gaige was arrested for. I was reading this one. Blood test show 212. Yes! Awesome. Yay! Thank you guys.
All right.
Blood test showed a 212. Judge dismissed the case 6 days before trial started. Will this be able to be brought up? Kenosha County I posted. What I was saying about that, no, you're not going to be able to bring up a non-conviction. Was that Mr. Bites yelling in the background?
That was, yeah. He was like slowly, or very quietly shouting. He's so excited. He wants to throw me a party.
Excellent, excellent. You should take him up on that.
Yeah, I think so. But actually, so well, really, I have a thing going on my channel. For every 5,000 subscribers, I'm going to add on another 5K onto a run. So I did a 5K for 5,000. So now I've got to do a 10K.
That's a terrible plan.
No, it's going up to 50K.
50K. That's basically a marathon, right?
Well, it's 31.
It's a little longer. Yeah. It's hard for me to believe.
I would consider doing
to
a
put up a poll
75K and a 100K.
I'm curious.
I would consider.
What is it?
But I'm locked in for 50K.
I put down other, which is specifically if you found me through just YouTube scrolling or whatever else.
It's more food, so it's going to be.
I didn't have enough space.
That's going to be.
So there's no offense to Joe or anyone else.
An hour.
Just have at it, guys. I'm curious.
So let's hope for the best.
We have a 12 to 1 break today. There's some additional issues that I made you aware of earlier that may require some extra time.
I will, as much as I can, I will accommodate that. But as I say, if the food comes warm, I'm not going to make the jurors wait for more than 10 or 15 minutes max. Just so you know.
At the mercy of the
later
lunch
law
break.
news and laughter.
Chris
Yeah,
Holman says
so
after the prosecutors.
one thing I'll clarify, peeps, is that obviously for those that have been watching my normal show, Law News and Laughter, which I think is actually going out at about 5 now. So let's be back to normal. Fair. I'm still messing around because of daylight savings time changing both overseas and here. Haven't actually worked out how to change the timing, because if I start an hour earlier where I am, it means that I have to stop halfway through the show every day to help get the little lady Overlaw'd ready for daycare. So that doesn't gel with the family, shall we say. I'm considering whether or not to go back to my late night streaming, which would be like 8 a.m. in the US, but still planning things out, basically. It's going to be epic. Don't rush through the cross.
Starting out with the medical background, Gaige. Richards needs to open cross with, did you know feigning surrender and pulling a gun like you did is a war crime? That would be good. So, Alita.
Yes.
It's hard for me. Like, I hear you talking about the adding 5K and 5K. I did a marathon, I think we're coming either 6 or 7 years ago.
Okay.
And I guess I guess it's 6 years ago. Yeah, I was 34. I did a marathon. And the next year I got a heat allergy and literally can't do it anymore.
Thank you.
Nice.
So
what a bro. Good job, Mr. Bites.
Nick says, what a bro. Good job, Mr. Bites. Yay. So you were saying you got a heat allergy?
Yeah, I now am allergic to increases in internal body temperature. So when I do exercise, when I get mad, or when I sit in like a hot tub or a hot shower or a sauna for more than 30, 40 minutes, I break out into hives and get really itchy for like the next 2 hours. It's horrible. So like long runs for me are done.
Yeah.
And I loved it.
That sucks.
Yeah, I've done a half, and I was like, after that, I was like, you know what?
I love half marathons. Half marathons are great because you don't have to like actually change your you don't have to sort of like change your social life around it. Marathons you kind of do. Ultra marathons for sure. I've never done anything above a 26.2, a full marathon.
When have I been on Mercator?
Mr. Grosskreutz, the last video we watched had some police individuals with
I've been meaning to go back.
Vehicles,
it's more been that
they appear to be escorting you.
Defund them.
Would that be fair to say?
Like, I don't want to show up just for
What
the sake of
happened
it.
after that?
Actually, I was on one of his prior streams like 2 weeks ago.
Officers that responded in the Bearcatter, that armored personnel carrier. They assisted me getting into the back of it. The inside, from what I remember, is designed. There's 2 benches on either side with a pretty narrow walkway. From here, I had officers on either side of me. I had been seated on the floor in between the two bench seats. And then from there,
I'm sure the heat allergy is the reason for the shoulders.
Conversation with what I'm going to assume was the medic on that. I don't know if that was a SWAT team or what the organization of that unit was, but it appeared to me that whoever I was having this interaction with, this conversation with, was the medic, for lack of a more specific term. From there, from what I remember, this SWAT medic was attempting to start an IV on me. We then had a conversation regarding whether or not, well, let me back that up. While this medic was trying to start an IV on me,
wait, I'm not done making shit up. Let me back up.
Because my arm was still bleeding. So as far as medical practices can go, if whatever wound is still bleeding with a single tourniquet, the idea is you want this thing to be very, very tight to stop all blood flow. The idea is life over limb. But you can't.
We saw it on the video. You were shot. You were on your own without
assist
proper medical attention.
Bleeding
for what? 5 minutes tops before the cops surrounded you.
We arrived.
AP, thank you for the membership.
Hospital, and the SWAT members, the police officers, opened the back of the door, or the back of the.
That's not just you, Bip.
Back door of the Bearcat. A few of them got out first and essentially provided a perimeter, and then another 1 or 2 officers helped me get up from. So to clarify, I was sitting down in between the 2 benches. 1 officer helped me up, and then from there, I walked myself into the emergency room.
I tell you what, if people want to go and troll his social media, not troll, TRAWL, if you guys can find a photo, a legitimate photo, not a doctored one, of him drinking a Bud Light, I will put up a $50 ransom, okay? And we can work something else out. This is the best witness? Yeah. I don't want to make... I really want to make fun of him, so if anyone manages to find that.
When you say you were at the hospital, is that KMH, Freighted South, down here on just off of Sheridan?
That is correct, yes.
And what sort of medical treatment did you receive either at that hospital or at subsequent facilities?
Upon arriving at the first hospital in the emergency room, the tourniquets were left in place. Once you put those on, you want to be very sure before you take them off. There's issues with blood clots and that sort of thing. From there, I remember having my vitals taken. So that includes like pulse, blood pressure, EKGs, which is heart rhythms, the pretty general stuff when anybody goes to the hospital. But then
that's awesome.
To,
yeah, I get an EKG every time I go to the hospital. You're right.
Injury, they being the hospital staff, the ER doctor, who had been working that shift, determined that they were not able to
during your right got shot. It's documented.
Provide adequate treatment for me.
Cross is the best part of the trial.
So for a little bit of clarification, hospitals, at least in Wisconsin, are on a tier system.
I tell you what, I will equally pay the ransom for a Bud Light or him drinking his own piss.
Sure. So
he objected, irrelevant.
First
Good.
hospital, KMH,
I think they talked about breaking up the flow here.
To send you someplace else. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Where did you go from there?
I don't recall the name of the hospital. I do know that I was transported by ambulance to an additional hospital. I remember the ambulance ride only being about 5 minutes.
And then at that hospital, did they treat you or did you have to go someplace else after that?
Originally, I was supposed to be treated at that hospital, but given the severity of my injury, it was determined that I was going to be transported by flight for life to freighter in Milwaukee.
Really?
And once you
Okay.
got up to
No.
Frederick, Milwaukee,
Unicep.
did you
Unicep
have to go
porcelain.
undergo any
Unicep.
surgical procedures or anything?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes.
Would you ask on Cross who
when I
paid his
first
medical
arrived,
bills?
To
Yes.
Frederick in Milwaukee.
Why would you
was
not
brought
ask
into the
that?
trauma
That
room.
would be interesting.
Essentially, from there,
Could potentially be relevant for coloring his testimony.
Yeah.
I
Huh?
was stripped naked, getting prepped for surgery.
Oh,
And that
ain't no one
surgery,
want to
from
see
my
that.
understanding, is the
Where do
first
you
one,
get
is
surgery
what's
that
called
you're
a
stripped
debridement.
naked?
Essentially, what that is it's a very deep cleaning of a
Hang
woman.
on. I got stripped naked. Are you fucking kidding me? Unless they were putting him into a gown for surgery. If they were rushing him in my experience, what they would have done is cut off his shirt. Maybe the pants. Can you really see a reason why they would have taken off the underpants? God, I hope not.
To stave off infection. Essentially, it's scraping away the dead tissue.
Now,
His wife's
heard other
boyfriend
testimony
helped him
that
with the trauma.
when you were shot, it was shortly before midnight on August 25th. Were you eventually
Good God, I
taken
love
up
this
to
chat.
Frederick, Milwaukee sometime overnight?
In the early morning, yes.
And the surgery, would that have occurred shortly after you got to that hospital?
Almost
No.
immediately.
I was transferred to the hospital for little bitches before they'd
Do
operate.
you recall if there were any other surgical procedures done on you while you were at Frederick that early morning?
The early morning, I don't believe I had any surgeries. I was in the ICU, a few rooms over from Jacob Blake, and that, like I said, it's an intensive care unit, so it's for serious traumatic injuries or medical ailments. But then from there, I was moved to what would essentially be
crap,
a
what's happened to my
tier
camera
down
again?
from that. So it's like the long-term ICU, if that makes sense.
I'm going to have to uninstall Logic Capture.
And then from there, I had,
Alright, there we go.
I don't recall if it was 2 or 3, but I do know I had at least 2 more of these.
Second
debridement
place
surgeries.
finisher in the quick draw competition.
Again, that's where it cleans off the tissue.
I take it that Kyle took out
Was
first
there
place.
eventually surgical procedures done to try and repair the damage to your arm?
Yes.
When was that?
I'm surprised they haven't had
That
him
would
show
have
the
been
arm.
Can you
Can you
flex
show us
for
what
me?
your,
Monday.
can you show us what your arm looks like now?
The following.
I would be curious.
Have you undergone more than
Big
one of
like
those types of
divot
procedures?
would be really helpful
That
for
specific
him.
procedure, no.
Or you could have some like Bucky shit going on.
Overall, how much treatment have you
Sweet
received
droid arm.
shooting to
Yeah.
try and repair the damage?
Anakin.
Simple level Anakin.
I would say about a week in the hospital for emergency care.
I think Binger likes episodes 1 through 3.
There,
I think he's a Raylo.
it's a physical therapy.
Ooh.
I think he likes episode 6 through 9 the most.
Yep.
Or 7 through 9.
Now, when you got to the hospital, one of the hospitals, you said they took everything off of you. Did you have anything with you that you had picked up on the street while you were out around that night?
Yes, I did.
What did you have?
I had a spent tear gas canister.
I have a exhibit here which has been marked as exhibit number 61, I believe. Is that what the sticker says on there? Okay. I'm going to have Detective Antaramian remove this item and hold it up for the jury. Mr. Grosskreutz, is the detective holding up the item that you're referring to?
Yes, yes.
I would
To
move
those
exhibit
objecting
61
to
into
or
evidence.
saying relevance on this, a
Where
purported
did you find that?
victim's injuries are always going to be relevant,
That would have
and the
been
extent of the injuries and the medical care they
maybe
receive.
50 feet south on Sheridan from Car Source.
From that 59th Street
Or,
car
I'm,
source?
I'm sorry. Yes, 59th Street Car Source.
Okay. And you said it was spent, meaning whatever originally was there, all the gas had come out.
Correct.
Is that right? So it wasn't capable of doing any further damage or harm to anyone.
Correct.
Why did you pick it up?
I don't know.
Souvenir?
I don't have an answer for that.
Weird.
So
I asked a question.
did there come a time in which law enforcement officers came to speak to you at the hospital?
That's correct.
Did they ask you to sign
The answer is because
a
he's an
release
activist and wanted to post
for
it on
them to
Facebook.
obtain
I
your
mean, let's
medical
be
records?
honest.
They did.
And did you in fact do so?
I did.
Did you sign a release to have your phone gone through? Oh, you didn't? That's weird.
Did you also provide the officers with a statement about what had happened to you?
Yes, I did.
And did you describe to them the fact that you had been recording the night's events on a Facebook live stream?
Yes, I did.
When you say a Facebook live stream, is that something that if someone's on Facebook, they could possibly see that if they wanted to?
That is correct.
Did you also have a copy of that video on your phone?
No, not a physical copy.
Where was the actual file itself in the world, if you will?
In the computer.
When you record something on Facebook Live, it gets stored in your profile photos. So while I didn't have a physical copy of it on my phone, I was able to access the recording via my Facebook.
It's actually really interesting because they had a search warrant for the phone, and the entire purpose that they didn't execute the search warrant was because he gave him the video from his phone,
Were the
which
police- did
actually
you make them
wasn't
aware of the
necessary
fact
to
that
go
there
through
was
his
that
phone
video
to
out
get
there?
it. It's a
Yes,
public
I did.
thing. I don't know that the defense will hit on that, but it's interesting
Around the
contradiction to the
time
police
that
officer's testimony.
you were in the hospital that night after the shooting, in the early morning hours, etc. Did you become concerned about your own personal safety?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
After the events of August 25th, it was made known to me pretty quickly that people online and in
Objection
person,
relevance on this.
were
And hearsay,
It
good.
goes to his state of mind, Your Honor. There's
State of mind about what?
cooperating.
Thank you.
Um,
Cooperating?
This is intimidation.
Very nice.
Again, object more. This judge loves the objections from the defense. He's trying to figure out what cooperating is part of a hearsay objection. It's not a listed exception to the hearsay objection, so it's a very weird state of mind can be, but it's not a present state of mind to
See,
the
the rule
actual
is you can't buttress credibility unless it's attacked.
It has been with the detective's testimony, Your Honor.
The detective that you brought on.
Over
Yeah,
his
your own witness.
cooperation level already.
You can see it in his eyes that he's pleading.
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the evidence.
Okay.
But
All right.
and we're working again with the hearsay rule. So I'm not going to permit the evidence to be considered as proof of what he may have seen or heard about what was on the internet.
The first
but
one
rather
I'm
as proof
surprised about.
of circumstances operating on his mind. Does that make sense? So it isn't to be taken as true. If let's, for example,
Instructions like this are hard for a jury to understand often.
Yeah,
potential harm.
this was a bad
Good job,
call.
Bing.
It's not being offered to prove that there was in fact a true risk from any particular source of any harm, but rather what he concluded based upon the information that he heard. Make sense?
No,
Okay.
it's clear as mud.
Thank you.
Please continue telling us about your concerns for your safety.
So like I had just said, it had be made aware to me that people online were making threats, going above just personal opinion, as well as people coming outside my place of residence, family members, including my mother, my grandmother, an aunt that I had hardly talked to. And that became very concerning. for me.
No, Paulson, I just hear it as Canadian.
Did there come a time in which the investigating officers asked you for access to everything on your cell phone?
Through my attorney, yes, I did.
Was that something that you were interested in turning over to law enforcement?
No,
At
not
the
really.
time, I was under the impression that I was fully cooperating, and so yes, that is something that I was willing to do.
Did that actually happen?
No, that did not.
Do you know why not?
I was willing to do it, but I didn't. Weird.
At the time, no. I didn't know.
Did you personally ever make a decision to refuse to give over all of the contents of your cell phone to law enforcement? Did you personally?
I never personally refused that. No.
But you didn't do it, so you
for
actually
sure.
did. Like, that's a weird one because he didn't actually turn it over. I totally meant to turn it over, but you
Just
didn't
didn't get
turn
around
over,
to it.
Yeah.
No, he was. To be fair, he could have been
Grosskreutz
considered
had
fully
something else.
cooperating,
document which has been marked as exhibit.
but was never
I had
asked
to
for.
return some
Do you
videotape.
recognize that document?
But I don't think that's the case.
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Essentially, this
Like
document
instead of
that I'm
Binger
looking
shaking
at
his head
is
no
an official
while asking a
form,
question as coaching a witness.
for
It's straddling the
informed
line.
consent to
Sitting on the
disclose
fence enough that he'll have splinters in his
evidence,
ass.
personal property, personal records.
Do you know whose form that is?
My form.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
which agency or entity created that form, if you know?
It's interesting because he's rehabilitating
marked
Gaige,
by,
but impeaching his own
the Kenosha Police
detective.
Department and the Kenosha
Yeah.
County
Yeah,
District
well, the
Attorney.
detective wasn't good for his case.
And is this a form that was
He's trying to
presented you
rehabilitate.
by a law enforcement officer so that they could get access to your medical records?
Yes,
Did you sign that form?
yes, I did.
What day did
Damn,
you
I
sign
gotta
it?
get some painkillers. I'll be right back.
August 26th, 2020.
I'd move Exhibit 68 into evidence.
Objection? No. Proceed.
After everything that you've been through, Mr. Grosskreutz, do you still have any physical issues with your arm?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Jokes. So many funny jokes. I'll tell him tonight.
Apart from the obvious
Jerky off.
issue, muscle doesn't grow back. Aside from that,
Unless you lift. Sorry.
Perhaps things being difficult, like larger, heavier things being difficult to lift. I do have a neurological deficit on my arm.
This is going to the harm that was created by the
So
gunshot.
I'd say about
This is all fully relevant,
here,
and he can
where the injury is.
admit all of this. This is not a problem.
essentially all of this, and through my thumb, I'm not able to feel. I am able to move it, but there is no sensation in that area.
Prove it. Break it right
And I
now,
just
you
want to, for
coward.
the record, demonstrate you held up your right arm. You indicated that the wound was near.
He's
the
doing this
crux
for
of
the
your elbow,
the testimony. The
Correct. And you indicated that there was no
stenographer.
feeling in an area of the arm, which, if I'm characterizing this correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong.
so obviously any kind of like
Describing the top
motions
of
that are
your
being done in the
forearm,
courtroom have to be
elbow
described
down
with
to your right
words
thumb.
so that the
Yes,
stenographer can write them down and put that into the
In
record.
the area where that
Yep.
wound was, did you have a tattoo?
I did.
Is that tat?
I'm sorry, I still do.
And what does that tattoo say?
Tattoo is a
No,
image.
all good.
of
Complete other side of the country.
pretty prominent symbol in the healthcare field. It's the snake
Caduceus?
wrapped around the cross.
It's called a
Or,
caduceus.
sorry, around the staff. On the top, there is a banner that says "Do no harm."
Do you
meaning
wrap your snake
do
around the staff
they're gonna
at other
arm.
they're gonna try to make this
Banner on the
into
top
like
here.
a
Well, Sean, I know that
Uh,
people have been gifting
meaningful
memberships today,
metaphorical,
so
you
I don't know if that's
image.
the case.
There was
Maybe
Not
it's just a
bad.
glitch.
I would do the same. Highlight this.
no harm, KNOW harm. Yes.
And that's one of the
T-N-O-W. Oh my god.
He
ma-
said
mantras of the medical industry is first, do no harm.
no, he had a
Correct.
banner that said do KNOW harm.
He altered it.
Yeah. So literally misinformation. I hope they take note of that. I would hit on that a little bit. You had a tattoo that
All
said
right,
"Do no harm as in
cross-examine.
knowledge," correct? Oh, they're done.
Wait, what?
I
Okay.
figured he would keep. I would have kept this guy on the stand for hours.
No, I think
Oh,
it's
sure,
smarter
please
to
take it
keep
now.
it shorter so that they
Hold
can
on.
remember
Oh,
what he's
shit.
saying.
Okay,
shit,
here we
we
go.
see. Holy shit!
Oh.
Oh, let's do a shot for that one.
No, this is a great move. He's been way
right.
better. Sorry guys for the low
right.
volume in advance. Sharfisi has never heard of a microphone his entire life.
He's also a caged tiger. We like to call that where
Look at how far
Uh,
away he gets.
Mr. Grosskreutz.
Yeah. a caged tiger is, and he's like a tiger in a cage going back and forth.
You remember telling the officer who interviewed you, sometime during the incident, my Gen 4 Glock 27 that has a belt clip attached fell off my waist. Remember that?
I don't recall saying that, no.
I think he's about to know some
Turn
harm.
up your volume, guys.
ASMR.
Explaining the interwebs after dark.
Real quick, I want to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 69 for identification. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And that's, if I could be fair, I'm not going to stand by you the whole time, so I'm sorry, but is that your signature?
That is.
Okay. And it appears that that is, it says on 8/25/20 at 11:30 p.m. at 6300 Sheridan Road, and then it goes on a narrative version of your statement. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
They should have dragged
And
us out
if I
through
could,
lunch,
toward the end of that
in my opinion.
large paragraph, you'd agree it says, sometime during the incident, my Gen 4 Glock 27 that had a belt clip attached fell off my waist. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's a lie, right?
I wouldn't say that's a lie now.
You just said it was a lie.
Wrap your back here and run with it?
I did.
So it didn't fall off your waist. It was in your hand.
That's correct.
So you would say that's not a lie?
Holy
No,
shit.
I would say it isn't.
Okay, and you
He's
told
caught
that.
him
That's a good
first off the
impeachment right
bat.
there.
Is that true?
I don't know.
Damn.
He just looks like an idiot now.
Same exhibit, sir.
Oh my god. To
next
my
sentence.
editor, please clip
I
this.
told multiple
What a fucking disaster that was.
officers that I dropped my firearm. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now,
Create a new post for this.
Hey,
you were chasing Mr. Rittenhouse with your gun, right?
You are.
You were chasing him with your gun? Yes?
No.
You had your gun in your hand. You were chasing
following
him.
You didn't chase him down Sheridan Road, pulling your gun, chasing after him. That's a lie. You're saying that didn't happen.
I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but I wasn't chasing the defendant.
You were running after him?
No.
No.
I thought he was Forrest Gump and he was running across America and I wanted to join him.
Did you ever get charged for not telling the truth to the police about dropping your gun?
No.
Did you ever tell the police in here on this statement that you actually had a firearm in your hand and pointed it at the defendant?
No, I did not.
You never told them you had a gun at all.
He's doing
in
it
terms of, as you had an interaction with Mr. Rittenhouse. True?
That is correct.
Yeah,
Sure Feces eviscerating this guy.
And I know you said you don't know, but Jason Lekowski testified that he picked up that firearm that he believes belonged to you, and there was one in the chamber. Do you dispute that that could be true?
No, I do not.
Now, you had talked about your purpose of being there that evening. You're a member of our Wisconsin Revolution, are you not?
No, I'm not.
You're a member of the People's Revolution?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken at their rallies?
I haven't won.
And during that rally, have you made statements such as "Long live the revolution"?
I have.
And you have no affiliation with them, though.
You clearly
Affiliation,
sympathize with them.
Some of those people in the crowd.
affiliation but not a member.
Yes.
Now, your first statement to Officer, I think it's Birch, on the morning of
Get him.
26th. When he's asking you about what happened,
Someone
I
said,
have
"Look,
this
he
right.
is
You
card
don't
carrying,
explain
but."
at all to him
I don't know how the card got in my pocket.
as to how
Probably the same way the gun came off my back.
Mr. Rittenhouse with your gun, correct?
Can am I able to, I don't know.
You
I
don't
don't,
know?
I don't remember specifically. on that
Good
topic.
answer. Like
In
good
fact,
answer for
6
sure.
hours
Fifi.
after you had
You don't
been
even remember?
shot, you had a lawyer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you wanted to stop the interview with the police because you had a lawyer, right?
That is correct.
And this is a civil lawyer, right?
That is one thing that she represents, yes.
Okay.
So she's in
And
criminal law.
she's in court today, right?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's been coached.
And I know this wasn't addressed.
Or
but
prepped.
think?
I should
You
say
have-
prepped.
Yeah, prepped, fully prepped,
Yes.
wonderfully prepped, beautiful with a little basil.
Tremendous preparation.
All the prep in the world.
It's got a nice spice rub, a little bit of glaze. I mean,
a little bit of that Mao Zedong zest.
I'm going to reiterate while they're on downtime, Binger should have dragged this out to lunch. These guys are going to go to lunch having this guy's credibility shredded right before their break. I mean,
Yeah.
and they only had an hour between now and lunch. It's not like
Oh,
the jury's
Binger
going
could
to
have
be
played some
fatigued.
fucking video.
Notice-
Yeah, I mean he's a pro at that.
That is correct.
Filed on your behalf by your lawyer.
Excuse me.
Right?
That is correct, yes.
Making a notice or telling, among others, the city and county of Kenosha that you would like $10 million.
Oh boy, here it goes. Okay.
That is correct.
Huh.
This is his civil lawsuit against the police.
I did.
Yeah.
Coming out against the citizens that are now
So
sitting
this
in the
is
jury box. That are gonna
this
have
is
to pay for
also
You
and
never
this is also
mentioned that you
showing
actually
up.
possessed a firearm. You know that?
That is correct.
You left that part out.
Holy
That
shit!
is correct.
Judge, I would move to you.
He left that out of his complaint?
Holy
You then had-
shit!
Shortly thereafter, I want to say.
Oh,
October.
oh,
And he
damn
just
wrong.
admitted to it
I'm gonna show
under
you
oath.
others.
Yep.
Civil lawsuit tanked.
You have now
Yep.
filed a lawsuit
Stupid foot.
in federal court. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you read that?
Yes, I did.
In that document, you again failed to mention that you possessed a firearm. Is that right?
That is correct.
So in these documents that you are filing with courts, you are leaving out the fact that you had possessed a firearm when you were shot, right?
Holy fuck.
That is correct.
Oh my god!
And this is, so to be fair, this is your testimony today. And how this case turns out has an impact on your ability to try to collect your.
Going right to his motivations.
Yeah.
That is
He has
correct.
a financial interest in this testimony.
If Rittenhouse is convicted, your chance of getting $10 million is better, right?
I'm not entirely sure how that plays out.
It
Haven't
doesn't
had
play
any
out well
conversation
now.
with your lawyer.
Yeah, no.
Oh boy.
With his lawyer.
Okay, fair enough. You're aware that if Mr. Rittenhouse is convicted, your chances of getting the $10 million are better?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's an ask and answer, and I don't think he's got it.
No, he didn't answer.
He didn't answer it.
Judge,
It was
I
not
would-
responsive.
Sustained on the first ground.
I would move-
Oh, come on.
Yeah, nice
Okay.
try by Binger.
Receive.
Good objection, but good to get that in front of the jury.
Lee just smiled when he lied there.
Yep.
Yeah, Tom, I'm pretty sure Nick's talking about the
Now
civil
he
case
doesn't
today
look
on the
quite
show.
so honorable and clean.
I may or may
So
not have
you,
tried to get
no,
on,
it's
but
not done yet.
I don't think he saw the message.
He may have
About a live stream,
may have
that you had
demolished
been
his
running
civil
that
suits
right?
out of
You
hand.
think?
That is correct.
All right. And there are, as far as I can tell, 3 instances in which you see, at least on that live stream, you see Mr. Rittenhouse. You agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Do you have them?
You spell his name, by the way, Chirafisi. Shirafisi.
Is he ever going to
And
pronounce that guy's
Rittenhouse-
name right?
Rittenhouse spelling bee.
During that first contact, which we'll see,
The prosecutioner.
you're filming. You had talked a little bit about this. You were filming him. 23:45.
Oh, it was video. Okay.
I
Oh,
feel
they're
like the
getting so
defense
dirty.
played the long game and sunk everything they had into discrediting this guy because this is the main witness. I feel that's why there weren't objections. I feel that's why there wasn't anything else. They were waiting for this.
Oh, so he filmed him earlier in the evening. Now we got Kyle's statement's going to come in. They're going to object to hearsay on this one again. That'll be funny. I mean, this guy is just. I mean, he's just picking him apart.
Mm-hmm.
This is phenomenal. It's
Yeah.
way better than I expected to happen.
So officer. Okay.
No, I don't defund the police because I ain't doing none of that shit. Sit down. I don't think you understand what defund means. We're not asking for abolition yet. We're asking for social programs to be funded. So we don't end up with more redneck asses like you. Yeah, but I see on the screen,
That looks good for him.
This is my fifth time tonight. They don't like getting tear gas. Nobody likes being tear gas.
I understand what you guys are out here.
There's a lot of fucking people from out of town last night. I'm not seeing as many people from out of town this night. I don't think it's
No, and like our whole goal here last night, they were gonna push y'all to us, have y'all get pissed off at us, and then wrap you guys the fuck up.
right.
So that's
Time that you saw him have contact with people who were carrying the woman, you had said.
Yes.
And now, to be fair, you didn't think he was doing work as an EMT properly, right?
In that instance?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that you thought he was doing it? How did you think he was doing it?
I hadn't even observed the defendant administer anything, so at that point,
You didn't see him threaten anybody, right?
no, I did not.
You didn't see him point his gun at anyone?
No, I did not.
Didn't see him raising his voice in an agitated manner or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And I know you said that you heard people say something along the lines of "Don't go to them." Do you help her out?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now later on, 31.
Whoops.
3100. Later on, you see him walking. Would that be fair? Right? You can play it from right there.
Big hero helping, but doesn't help the person that he knows is going to refuse medical help.
Looks like the Boogaloo boys, the good old boys rolling up. Two right there. Two right there.
You fucking laughing? Fuck you!
Yeah.
So you hear him say, "Anybody need a medic?" Right?
Correct.
Natalie, go ahead.
General medics, you're good. You can go home. Fucking stupid.
And that's you, right?
Speaking?
Yeah.
That is correct.
So you say you can go home, you fucking stooge. Right?
Correct.
He didn't do anything.
Interesting.
No.
They don't need medics. You can go home, you stooge.
No, I did not.
You didn't see him act aggressive toward anyone, did you?
No, I did not.
Wow.
Again, whether you agree that he's a medic or not.
Like
he's
you said,
asking
legal
if they
mindset.
need help. Agreed?
Yep.
That is correct.
His own fucking
And-
video.
Mm-hmm.
Because these woke people have gotten way too comfortable.
Mr. Binger had asked you about this one, and this is the time that Mr. Rittenhouse is, you videotaped him. That's not right there. Go ahead.
Hey, your job isn't to be in the streets. You guys stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people.
So you see him pulling a dumpster out of the road, right?
Correct.
And you'd agree on normal situation, a dumpster's not supposed to be in the road?
In normal situations, yes.
And you hear somebody telling him, hey, that's not your job. You're not to do that, right?
That is correct.
He doesn't react to that person at all, does he?
No, he does not.
He doesn't threaten that person in any way?
This is smart because he's showing he's dealing with all kinds of people shouting at him, and he's being calm and he's being.
To be fair, he ignores that person, doesn't
I think that's a fair way of putting it.
he? Okay. And in terms of the next time you really see him
He's nervous.
is your contact with him on Sheridan Road after the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, right?
That's correct.
This should have come with a
Now-
graphic content warning.
You were asked, were you armed with a firearm? And you said that you were.
Oh shit! I should have
One
played that at the
Said,
start.
what do you bring? And you said keys, wallet, whatever else, and a gun, right?
I did say that, yeah.
Kind of standard operating procedure
Just
for
now.
people in the summer of 2020.
Yeah.
Not just the summer of 2020.
Oh, so you had carried your firearm at times previous to that.
That's correct.
Illegally.
And you're doing that for personal protection, correct?
Correct.
Okay, here we go.
You're carrying it concealed, are you not?
That is correct.
It's unlawful for you to carry it concealed. Is that not true?
Unlawful?
Yeah, you can't carry a concealed
Objection
weapon
calls for
without
legal
a
conclusion.
CCW permit.
Except that he already kind of admitted to that earlier.
I know,
That
but
is
he doesn't
correct,
know the
yes.
legality
You
of
have
it.
to open carry. You have to have, been talking about people with their guns out. You have to
That's
carry
what you were saying earlier, Nick.
out if you don't have a CCW permit, right?
That is correct.
And you didn't have a CCW permit, did you?
I did have a CCW permit.
It wasn't valid, correct?
After the fact, yes, I found out that it was not.
So
Bullshit.
have you been charged for
Yeah.
unlawfully carrying a firearm?
No, I have not.
Nailed it.
So you're carrying a gun for protection in your, if I have it right, back here, right?
That is correct.
And I'm motioning into my, kind of my belt area.
Correct.
Now, your first contact with Mr. Rittenhouse, I think you had testified that you believed that he said to you that he was going to the police, or that he was working with the
If you want to teach a
right?
class on how to
That is
cross a key witness, I mean, sure, Fisi is doing a
Right here.
magnificent
Well,
job.
This is a master class right here.
which is the first statement you gave to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
I like the class.
You told law enforcement, I heard the guy say, quote, that he pulled the gun on me first, unquote. Right?
That is correct.
So you never say to the police during your interview, he told me he was working with you guys.
Mm.
Do you?
That is correct.
Oops.
Oh, man.
So when you make contact with Mr. Rittenhouse,
He's looking slimy.
tell me if this is fair. And I'm not, Mr. Binger's asked witnesses to do this, so I'm going to ask you to do the same. Probably watched videos, you've probably seen all this. I'm asking you to put yourself back there at that time, okay?
That was nice.
You know shots are fired, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the only information that you have is Mr. Rittenhouse saying, according to you, he pulled the gun on me first, right?
Correct.
Ooh.
And based on that, you believe there's an active shooter.
Not solely on that, but yes.
You don't have any information, correct?
I had minimal information.
And in fact, what he says to you was, I'm going to the police, correct?
That is correct.
And he's running toward the police, isn't he?
That is correct.
Okay. So what you, and tell me if this is right. You have no idea what happened with Mr. Rosenbaum, do you?
I'm apart from, no,
I'm just
no,
on that day.
correct.
And
You just transitioned from today in hindsight to on that day very seamlessly.
he
That was
tells
good.
you he's running. And he tells you whatever he tells you. I'm going to the police or what you think is, he pulled the gun first. And he's running away from you, right? He's running north on Sheridan Road. Yes?
Correct.
And he's running away from where you're standing. True?
Correct.
You at that
He's
point
retreating.
He's got him into a good
pull
rhythm.
a firearm out from your belt and begin to chase him. True?
That is not true.
I didn't chase him. I was running in the same direction.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna fight on the word chase.
He wants him to say it's not true over and over. By the
I'm
way,
gonna
he
show you
wants
what has
him.
been marked as Exhibit 35.
He wants him to lie.
I'm not going to lie.
About what
I
he's
think that
doing.
was one misstep.
Then
I
he
personally would
was
have said you pulled out the gun
Jury
and then you
sees-
followed
got
him
it.
because he
You're
couldn't have
clearly
argued with
going
that.
after
That's a
this guy.
picture of you, is that right?
On the right-hand side with the blue cap and yeah.
You can look there where this is you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're digging into your waistband in the back, are you not?
Yes,
Ooh.
That's where your gun is located,
Ooh.
is it not?
that is correct.
Okay. Do you
Kyle's
see
not even
Kyle
on the
Rittenhouse
ground
in
yet.
picture?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. So if we can be fair here, this isn't him, right? And
No, it is not.
you don't believe that's him.
I don't believe so, no.
And you'd agree none of these other people are him either.
I think that's a fair thing to say, yes.
Not even in the frame.
What do you think,
Damn.
to the best of your ability, how far that guy's ahead of you?
Oh, this is good.
It'd be hard to tell, but based
20,
on
30
what I can
feet?
see here, maybe 30 feet.
Okay. So
Called it.
you believe, based on this, Mr. Rittenhouse is more than 30 feet ahead of you because he's not behind that guy, right?
Yes,
So he's 30 feet, at least 30 feet ahead of you. You look like at that point you're moving. Is that right?
that is correct.
Okay. So with him 30 feet ahead of you, running away from you, at that point you pull your firearm and begin to chase him, correct?
No,
You don't begin to chase him?
It's the word chase that he doesn't like.
I do not.
You head in the direction that he's running. Yes?
Correct.
But you just happen to be running in that direction? It has nothing to do with Kyle Rittenhouse running in that direction?
No, it does have to do with the defendant running in that direction.
So you just
I was
don't want to
running
agree
after
that
him. I
it's
wasn't
chase.
chasing him. I was just running after him. He
Let him
looks
say it.
evasive.
Well, yeah, let him
Yeah.
look ridiculous. Let him,
And
let him
notice,
do it.
Yeah.
Sure VC will not
You can
ask
hear
him
people
why were
yelling
you
at
going.
that point. Get him,
That's a terrible question.
Get
He's
his
doing
ass, things
amazing.
like that, right?
That is correct, yes.
Did you hear, there's one that I've heard on this, and I don't know if you've heard it. Cranium that boy. Did you hear that?
I've heard it after
The
fact.
smile.
In that moment, I do not
Play
recall.
it one more time.
Okay. But you acknowledge you hear get him and get his ass.
Correct, I do.
So fair at that point, you believe those people are chasing him down.
Yes, I do.
And
Oh, those people are.
I'm going to
I'm
use
not,
the
but
word
those
not,
people.
use whatever word you want. It's getting bigger as they're running, isn't it? More people are joining this.
I think that's a fair thing to
The
say.
herd was chasing him. I was just
And-
running with the herd, but I wasn't chasing him.
Get that butt.
This is way better than I even
You
hoped
believe,
for.
well, tell me if this is true.
He's just
You
walking
are
into it.
concerned for Kyle Rittenhouse's safety.
Yes, I
I
was.
just kept running.
You were concerned because you saw, and I'm going to refer to him as the only way we refer to him, jump kick man. So you see this guy kick him in the face. True?
I do not see Jump Kick Man kick him in the face.
I can't take that name
See
seriously.
him
Sorry.
attempt to kick him in the face?
From my perspective, I didn't see any specific motion regarding kicking.
Jesus Christ, Amber, just answer the goddamn
It is fair
question.
to say that I did observe Jump Kick Man going over the defendant.
Okay. And he's going, if you remember, he's going over the defendant with his foot in the air.
What might be called a jump kick.
No, this is great.
I just saw him put his foot up into the air, but it was not a jump kick. At least I would not define it as a jump kick.
And
Move
before
a
I
skip.
bring it up, to be fair, you're making up ground on Mr. Rittenhouse, correct? As you're running in his direction.
Correct.
Okay, you eventually catch him.
Correct.
Come up to him, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Pizza attorney is dead right now.
Look at Big Boy.
He is dying. He is dying.
They know they're getting. This is their star witness, and they're getting
Eviscerated.
just picked apart like crows feasting on the dead.
Better have those Subway coupons ready.
Oh boy.
That was such a great shot of the co-counsel just.
And the man still doesn't know
God,
how
I
to
hope
sit
that
properly,
hot
so his
lunch gets
jacket
here
doesn't do
soon.
that. That's what it is. When he sits,
They're
the back of his jacket's
like,
popping
Where's the
up.
hot lunch? Every day it's been early. They did not want to give this guy an hour.
Oh boy.
You can turn around, whichever you want to do. You see that going on, correct?
Correct.
So, if we're being honest with one another, he appears to be trying to kick him in the face, right?
In this photograph, yes.
Okay. How far away from this when it's going on are you?
I don't recall how far away I was exactly.
Captain
when
Bipto,
this
you have no idea how fat I am, thank you.
action occurred.
You're a matter of feet, right?
I think that's a fair thing to say.
Okay.
Close.
Huber's got
All
his
right, and
skateboard in
you-
the background.
You're seeing this, so you are having some concern, maybe as a medic or while you're training.
For Kyle's
that
safety.
Kyle Rittenhouse is in physical danger. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So
Wow.
He's
I
setting him
believe
up.
he's in physical danger because he's being attacked, right? That's fair.
It's a fair thing to say, yes.
Wow.
So
They
you
got him
see
to admit it.
Then you see, can you bring up?
Bing is not happy.
Then you see Mr.
Excuse me.
Then you know that you didn't know it then, but you know now that's Anthony Huber, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you saw this happening, right?
Correct.
And it was
Hey, P.
no
Skateboard
more
on the head.
than a meter you away probably at that point. So
Jesus.
I don't recall, but that's probably fair. Yes.
And in fact, you had mentioned to the officers that you even recalled Mr. Huber holding onto the trucks of that skateboard when he was striking him, right?
Correct.
And that, to be fair, as a medic, that concerned you, did it not?
I think anytime that there's a risk of head trauma, it's a risk.
Yeah, no, fair enough. So
He got him to say head trauma.
you believe in
Oh
this
my
picture,
God, that
one of the reasons
head
you
trauma
wanted to
is
intervene
quintessential serious
was you
bodily
believe
harm.
that Mr. Rittenhouse was,
But he's stroking his ego
I
as
hope-
an EMT.
right?
In part, yes.
I hope they use his use of
And-
head trauma in closing.
You had
I
mentioned
really hope so.
police
That's huge.
that evening that you tried telling Mr. Huber, you just said the guy, but you tried telling the guy to stop hitting him with the skateboard. Is that right?
That is what I put in my statement, yes.
Is that true?
Say it
With the
isn't.
benefit of hindsight, I don't believe that to be true, no.
Okay, so when you told that to the police that you told the guy with the skateboard to stop
Now
hitting
that I've had time to financially motivate myself, I don't think that's true
That is
anymore.
correct.
Again, Big Boy has the worst poker face ever. Every time it cuts to him, look at Big Boy. It's phenomenal.
He's like this.
he is the buffet today
Yes.
of
Now,
great
your
reaction.
original statement then
Buffet of sadness.
the police
Binger's like,
was
God damn
I
it.
tried telling the guy to stop hitting him with the skateboard. The guy on the ground then turned over, racked the weapon, and pointed his gun at me and shot me. Right?
That is correct, yes.
You omitted the fact that you ran up on him and had a Glock pistol in your hand. Right? You left that out.
Whoa!
Would you think in a case where you are shot, that providing the police information that you were actually possessing a firearm at the time would be relevant?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh.
But you didn't think it was
Binger,
relevant to tell them that
object.
day, correct?
We got to be fair. Binger needs to object.
It's not that I didn't think it wasn't relevant.
Binger's a deer in the headlights right now, and
After
he's
the
not objecting to
defendant
shit.
had shot me, I had just gotten out of surgery when the Kenosha police officers had arrived and just gone through one of the most traumatic experiences in my life. both
I'll ham it up
emotionally and
more.
physically. I just
So your
gotten out of
entire
surgery.
testimony's unreliable now?
I had just been sedated. I was on
Think-
pain meds. So
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and how many statements have
You
you
think
given
Binger's
since
going
then?
to try and discredit this
it
witness
wouldn't
next?
have been.
Wouldn't put it
And
past
he's
him.
got no more witnesses left.
You were
This
asked
is their last witness
that,
for
that
sure.
same statement, what you
Not
did
for
for
sure,
work,
but
and you
I
refused
think so.
to answer that, right?
That is correct.
So you made a conscious decision to not answer that.
That is correct.
You weren't so drugged that you couldn't answer that question, right?
I refused because I was worried for my safety.
My point is that you had a thoughtful
Your
process
safety.
not to answer that. True.
That is correct.
You told this officer specifically what Mr. Rittenhouse was wearing, correct?
That is correct.
You had a thoughtful process, even though you just got out of surgery and were drugged and whatever else was going on, which I understand. You were still able to answer all those questions to the best of your ability, and they were accurate, right?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Okay. So the fact that you
Thing is
failed
just sitting
to
there at the
mention
moment
that you
like,
possessed a
God
firearm
damn it! God
when you were
damn it!
shot,
God
and
damn it!
that you dropped it, were those things that you forgot because of your medication?
I would say not only the medication, but also the traumatic experience that I'd just gone through.
And your
And you
fear for your
understand it's
safety.
the only information that you appeared to have forgotten that puts you with a gun directly in front of him, right?
That is correct.
Oh, so do I. If it ever makes it that far.
Keep going.
Child friend.
Keep going to lunch, at least, please.
You got a request for it in the chat, guys.
Yeah.
You are also then interviewed again by law enforcement in September.
Please
right?
bring up the media interviews.
That is
too.
correct.
Oh, there's no way they're not. He's gonna
You bring your lawyer,
fatality this.
Correct.
Mr. Binger's there?
Not in person.
Okay, but he's present in the,
He was attending the meeting, yes.
and there were three,
Sorry, he was present via Zoom.
okay, and there were a total, if you remember, 3 prosecutors present, right?
Way to roll your eyes.
The only 2 people who I were aware were their official capacity was the lead detective, Ben Antaramian, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, and then Mr. Binger.
Okay.
But as for the other people, I'm sure they mentioned their names, but those are the 2 people that stuck out, I guess I should say.
Fair.
So the people that you recall, Detective Antaramian, Mr. Binger, your lawyer, and you.
Correct.
And you were asked on that day, which would be, now that would be your second statement. You were asked about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Did you mention the gun in your second statement?
And
I'm going to go with no.
Had you viewed some of the video between the shooting and the interview that you gave on, I think it was the 24th of September?
I can't say for sure, but I would say it's a very fair guess that I had at
Yeah,
least seen
you
something at that
you
point,
did.
or by that point.
And in that interview,
And anytime a witness changes their story over time, it just opens
Fair.
the door for funny business.
about the shooting, do you?
No, I do not.
They didn't even ask about the shooting?
This lead detective on a homicide case, where you are also shot, is trying to gather information to figure out exactly what went on, and you refuse to answer questions about that, right?
That works.
Specifically about the shooting?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Was that your decision or your lawyer's decision?
That was the advice that my counsel gave me.
So
Oh,
your
Binger should have objected to
counsel
that.
wouldn't let you
Yeah.
answer questions about your involvement. True?
I wouldn't say that she wouldn't let me, but she advised
No
me.
objections still. These
So,
are conversations
your
between him and his
statement
attorney.
about
That,
the
that's
Clearly
confidential.
privileged.
He's waiving them.
first
Yeah.
time that we're getting an
I'm not
insight
sure
on
why.
what actually happened is today, right?
Because Binger's not objecting.
I don't think
I
that's
mean, that's
accurate.
why.
Yeah.
Well, on the
Right, but I'm not
24th,
sure why he's not
he
objecting.
Answer questions, right?
The 24th of.
Because he has a 1,000-yard stare right now.
And
That's
the
why.
day after the incident, you acknowledge you left out the fact that you even had a gun, right?
That is correct.
On September 24th, he left out the gun fact. After
You-
watching video.
Mr. Binger asked you about this.
After he was
You
no
were
longer
asked for
medicated.
permission to look through your phone, right?
I do recall that, yes.
Marcy's Law.
You never actually gave your phone to Detective Antaramian to look through, did you?
My phone was picked up off the street the night of the 25th. So no, I didn't give my phone to anybody. Somebody, and I'm assuming a police officer had picked it up.
No,
My
Sovereign, that's not
question to
me.
you- That wasn't my question. My question to you was, Detective Antaramian asked you for permission to look through your phone, and you never gave him your phone. True?
I never gave him permission to look through my phone, no.
You just answered the wrong question, but in the best way.
Are you aware that he had a search warrant for your phone?
No, I was not.
So much
You
for
weren't
fully
even
cooperating.
served with the search warrant.
Yeah, I want to ask about service. Ask about service.
So
Did he sign an admission of service when the search warrant was given to him, an acknowledgement? That'd be even funnier.
is he?
Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to walk you through a little bit of the video.
Where is lunch? I have to go to the bathroom so bad.
You can't
Pinch
miss
it
this,
off,
though.
Nick.
You can't miss this.
You heard what?
15, 20 minutes. I sent you.
From now?
Yes, the new.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's up to
15,
you.
20 minutes. Get a rubber band, Nick.
You would ask for 12 to 1. You were in the middle of an examination.
Yeah, no,
so
Sovereign, I'm
I
hearing it
will,
too.
You're not
I'm
using
assuming that
diapers
it
right
was
now? You guys
someone
as to what you
on
wanna do.
stream.
I don't want to disclose my fetishes.
Okay. I'll give you an hour whenever we stop. Okay.
I might have to step away. Oh, I don't want to miss this. It's so good.
Stop it.
Okay, go ahead. Now,
I'll be right back, guys. I can't take it. I'll die.
Okay. Go quick.
His glands. are
Quick.
weak.
Let's steal his channel.
Welcome to the illegal mindset.
Rusty and Splitter.
Illegal
You,
mindset
I don't.
bites.
Bites. There you go. The illegal mindset bites. Or the illegal bites.
Oh, he's got.
Oh.
I like that.
I do.
okay, now you agree he advanced on what ran after came
Just to remind everybody, welcome to the Aussie Overlaw'd rewatch party of the Rittenhouse trial.
Can you rewind just slightly?
You just go,
Just the tip of the rewind.
So, you agree that he runs up to Mr. Rittenhouse and then applies the brakes, right?
Oh, good bulldozer.
I do.
Okay, and you'd agree that he's feet, me to you away,
And that's a fair assessment, yes.
2-3 feet. He's advancing on Mr. Rittenhouse, and you'd agree he puts his hands up, and Mr. Rittenhouse never fires his gun. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Good.
Now,
That's good for Kyle.
you're off screen here at this point, right? You haven't come into the frame yet?
No, I have not.
Okay. That is, for lack of a better term, this gentleman right here. This is Jump Man, right?
I believe so, yes.
So
If you guys have played Marvel versus Capcom, he's like the character that comes in, hits, and then goes off screen.
So you now see that Jump Kick Man kicked Mr. Rittenhouse in the face, and 2 shots are fired, correct?
With this video, yes.
Okay.
Shit, I'm in the way.
You hear it, right?
In the moment, yes, I did hear it.
Okay.
He's
Now-
trying to distinguish between in this video and in the moment.
Yeah.
This is Mr.
It just makes it look like he's trying to weasel out of answering.
It is hard to see with whatever is blocking.
We just stole your whole channel, but it's okay. Don't worry about
That's
it.
fine. How bad has this been?
That is correct, yes.
No, we're just talking about the Marvel vs. Capcom assist fighter that came in with the jump kick man, and then he comes off screen, you know.
Yeah.
That is correct, yes.
And you are running
Yes, I was.
Thank you for that.
Now, you had originally.
You're welcome.
You wanted, you were going to tell Mr. Hewitt to stop hitting him, but now you understand that you didn't say anything. You were just running, whatever word you want. You're moving towards Mr. Rittenhouse, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. We just heard a shot, yes?
Correct.
Okay. And to be fair, that you put on the brakes, right? You were running, you then almost stop in your tracks. Fair enough?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know if your arms are up at that point, but it looks like you're kind of protecting your head at that point. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. How far do you think you are away from him at that point, to the best of your ability?
8 feet.
I would say about there, between
Me and you?
you and I. Correct.
So 3 feet?
That's
3 to
not
5.
3 feet. That's easily more than 3 feet, and I'd say more than 5.
Now, at that point, you have your hands up, right?
Yes, I do.
Now, you probably don't notice him at the time. This guy's holding up what looks like a wooden
Club.
club of some type.
Some sort of wooden object. Yes.
Okay. So your hands are up, and at that point, he has not fired at you, correct?
No, he is not.
He's not even pointing it actually at him at the moment, unless he's shooting him
You
in the
would agree
knees.
At this point, you are dropping your hands, you are loading your front foot, and you are moving toward Mr. Rittenhouse at that point. True?
Yes.
Okay. So
Oh boy. Here it comes.
when you
Wait, what am I doing? Bigger screen.
Is he reenacting this in the courtroom?
Can you bring up the photo? You'd agree. And now wait, how close do you think you are to him at that point?
Closer.
3 feet. If it was 5 feet before, it would. So
He's
So
still
tell me
not
if I've
3
got
feet away.
the lay of the land. At this point, you're holding a loaded, chambered Glock 27 in your right hand. Yes?
that is correct. Yes.
Which has an advantage over an AR at that range.
Advancing on Mr. Rittenhouse, who is seated on his butt, right?
That is correct.
Oh,
You're moving forward, and your right hand drops down with your gun. Your hands are no longer up, and now the gun is pointed in the direction of Mr. Rittenhouse. Agree? I'll give you a picture. Maybe that'll help.
oh no!
Because he's not going to be able to weasel out. He's not going to be able to weasel out with a photo. Because then he just looks like an idiot. Or maybe not an idiot, but a weasel.
Yep.
What's the next one?
You should turn off your share screen while you search for your picture, just in case there's porn. Professional advice.
Yeah, professional advice that you haven't always followed, Nick.
And by the way, if your law firm has sufficient resources, you should have a laptop exclusively for evidence that you will use in the courtroom that has nothing else on it.
Yes,
In all
agreed.
honesty.
So, Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 67. That's a photo of you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. That's Mr. Rittenhouse. Now,
I love that he did this before he answered.
pointed at Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
Yes.
Oh shit! He should have said no. It's pointed off to the side. I was dropping it down.
Oh.
That's when he fires his gun. Yes?
No.
Sir, look, I don't want to. Does this look like right now your arm is being shot?
That looks like my bicep being vaporized. Yes.
Okay. And it's being vaporized as you're pointing your gun directly at him. Yes?
Tell me that there's a
Yes.
shot like a split second before.
Wow.
When you
TKO.
fight
Victory.
with your arms up in the air, he never fired, right?
Correct.
Correct.
It wasn't until you pointed your gun at him, advanced on him, with your gun, now your hands down, pointed at him, that he fired, right?
Correct.
Oh shit! That's it.
That's it.
There it is.
Directed
That's
verdict. Directed verdict on all the murder charges. Kyle knows.
There it is.
Yeah.
Directed verdict on
Oh.
murder charges.
He just exhaled.
Yeah.
Kyle just,
He's
he
just
looks like he's gonna
relieved.
cry.
How do you not?
Oh.
How do you not? How do you not acquit after that?
Binger looks. Look at the lunchbox.
Oh, big boy! No donuts today, buddy.
Oh, the re-racking.
Yes.
That is correct. Yes.
Now, this is your, wait, this is right. This is your tweet from November 5th. So during this trial, you're tweeting out, yes?
Yes.
And you tell
dumbass.
whoever these people are, make sure you look and listen for the defendant's firearm malfunction, and then you have a winky emoji face. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So this is, the 5th was yesterday?
That would have been Friday.
Oh, no. He should not have been tweeting about this at all.
No.
And what's the winky emoji?
I believe that was in response to whoever the original poster is on there. I don't know
You don't want
what
to.
the
Don't
original
use
post
emojis.
was, but it was
No.
more than likely in response
After
to
you
this person's
fucking
opinion. that
Tried
they
to
posted.
murder someone.
It looks
Now,
so
you-
slick.
You had
Like he's
said
trying to be slick with that tweet.
you were looking for a non-lethal way to end this interaction.
That is correct. Yes.
Yet you pulled your gun out and began.
Oh
I'm gonna
God,
use the
lunch
word.
can't
You've been-
get here
you've been
fast enough.
Chasing or running after a man who is running away from you, correct?
That is correct.
Now you
He's
had
gonna
said
shoot him in the leg.
you were asked about the do no harm and the tattoo on your arm and things like
This
that.
is gonna be
doing it.
good.
Binger's face.
You have some regrets from that evening.
It's over and he knows it. Oh.
Regrets.
No.
I need a
No
cigarette.
regrets.
Regrets.
Jacob Marshall's your roommate, isn't he?
No, he's not.
He was your roommate, correct?
He was. Yes.
And Jacob Marshall came to visit you in the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
And I know he's taken it down, but not before we saw it. He posted something on either Twitter or Facebook,
Oh my.
right?
Correct.
This is him regretting not mag dumping Kyle. Holy God.
Remember what?
Picture that you guys took in the hospital together.
Oh man. Get ready
Yes.
for this, guys.
You're admitting to the picture. He's not going to admit to the tweet, but the picture is with the tweet.
We haven't gotten to it yet, Your Honor, but I'm going to break out your state grounds here.
He admitted to the picture.
Richards is just so smug.
This is Gaige's statement.
Yeah. That would be an exception to hearsay
Oh.
because
Party
it's being
statements.
offered against him. It's an admission that he made against his own interests.
And in criminal cases, complaining witnesses are distinct because they are then parties to for the that the state are advocating on behalf of. So they become parties to the suit. A complaining witness is effectively an adverse party to the defense.
Oh man.
Don't smile, Kyle. Just give it to him straight.
He's trying so hard.
You had
not
no
to-
regrets that night, right? Oh, except you regretted not mag dumping
Um,
into Kyle Rittenhouse. Binger objects. He knows this as if he's not already hollowed out and laying on
We
the
need to
ground
talk about
quivering.
this.
Uh-huh.
So maybe we should.
Do a recess.
I assume you have more questions beyond this.
Not a ton, but we should probably get this cleared up.
Yeah, we might as well.
Because
Let's take a break. Please
this
don't
will
talk about
All
the
right.
case during
bury
the break.
their
I
witness.
assume your
Frankly, Your
lunch will
Honor.
be here shortly.
Okay.
Don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Holy crap.
Still leaves them on
That
a
was
high
awesome.
point, but This
That
guy
was
is
about
just
150.
riddled.
That's
The
a
argument's next.
cliffhanger for the
This
jury.
is the worst nightmare scenario going into lunch after a break an hour ago for the state. So they normally I would say you want a fresh jury, but they had a fresh jury going into this cross. They had a 1 hour, they had a 15-minute break. Jury comes back. They're attentive again. You get 1 hour of cross-examination, and they went straight for the throat. Absolutely demolished Gaige.
It was very streamlined. He had no extra fluff. Like, he didn't have anything extra in there that he didn't need. It just was direct.
There are
straight to
CPD
the
courses
point.
on how to
This
act
has been
in court.
a
Let's put it
very
that way.
effective cross. That he's just like piece by piece, just completely dismantling this whole image that the prosecution just spent so much time building up with the whole do no harm and I could never shoot someone, and yeah. This has been a very effective cross.
For once, it was the prosecution that was not objecting when they could have objected. That's something that's relatively rare throughout this case, and we saw it. And maybe it's because they're so demoralized.
They look horrible.
They've also lost a lot of objections.
We'll start there.
Why isn't this hearsay?
I believe I can ask Mr. Grosskreutz if he said it. That's not hearsay. Did you say this to Mr. Marshall?
It's an adverse party statement.
I'm not asking.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Not offering it to prove the truth.
He can deny it, right? And then I can call Mr. Marshall, which he was in court. Now he's under subpoena.
Oh, he's here.
He got
Where is
served.
Oh, he's smiling. Look at him.
He got
He's so
served.
excited. He's so excited.
He got served with a subpoena, and he is gone.
Well, let's find out right now whether he's here, because if he isn't here and he was served with a subpoena to appear when?
We need a bailiff to go get him.
Yeah, not till Wednesday.
Okay.
He's going to be in our case in chief.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I believe I can.
But if we could get him today, that'd be better.
made a statement. If that witness denies it, then I would call somebody to impeach that witness.
Argument.
I agree with everything, but what was being marked there was a Facebook post from Jacob Marshall.
That's my objection. Jacob Marshall's Facebook post is hearsay. They can call him to testify.
He's not asking to offer the exhibit, I don't think, not yet anyway. He wants to ask him about the content.
That, as far as that goes, Your Honor, that's fine. I anticipated the exhibit was about to be used since it was in the process of being marked. And that's why I said, Your Honor, I'm going to be objecting on hearsay grounds, because the exhibit is hearsay.
So I'm going to ask him if he's in this picture, which he is.
Sorry about the clicking.
And if that's Mr. Marshall in the picture, which I believe
Which he is.
I'm not going to, at this point, I'm not going to ask that the jury see it.
damn it.
But I'm going to ask him.
Okay, guys, 2 questions. 1, I've just had the lady Overlaw'd walk in, so I need to know, should I be pausing the video here or should I be letting it run? Because I'm going to have to go and get her ready for daycare. I don't want to bore you guys to tears and just leave the screen blank, but at the same time, I don't want to miss this. Judge always goes with whoever has the last word. Don't you sit there and smile and poke your tongue out at me. Pause, probably? Okay, alright. I'll be back in 10. Tops. No. Not funny, not funny. You know you're not allowed on camera. Yeah. Thank you all for bitching and moaning because I have to go and do adult stuff. My apologies. Let's get back into it.
About the content of it. And then based on his answer, I'm going to call Mr. Marshall to testify.
And then admit it through him.
Holy shit.
Well, certainly the inquiring about a statement allegedly made by the witness would not be hearsay.
It falls under an exception.
There certainly is a
social media is
coiled
weird, bro.
Snake of hearsay, potential hearsay. So we have to be careful.
I'm not going to. I think it's appropriate that he acknowledges that he's in the picture. And then I'm not going to do anything else with it other than to ask him the question.
Excellent.
I'm a good boy, Your Honor. I'm a good boy.
I'm not bigger.
My concern. That's your thing.
Okay.
Look at how scared of Binger is terrified of this.
115, please.
Oh my!
They'll get it in once
God.
Marshall's on the stand.
This is definitely coming in. There's no way you get around an adverse party statement like this. And you say, oh well, Judge, they can't do that because he's just quoting the adverse party. That is still an exception to the hearsay rule. That is the fact that it's posted with the picture, maybe the picture is hearsay. The statement is not.
The picture's coming otherwise anyway.
Statement. It's an exception to the hearsay rule. It's clearly probative. It's clearly relevant. All of this matters. Gaige testified that he had no regrets. Now you get to impeach his testimony that he had no regrets, because I believe the statement is specifically, I regret not killing Kyle Rittenhouse, or something to that effect. So, I mean, whoo.
Oh,
wow.
Boy.
Now,
spicy meatball.
Alita, I got to call you out.
Okay.
Call you out.
Uh-oh. What did I do?
When I said I thought they were going to go the full day on this witness, you said I thought shorter was better. Do you stand by that statement?
Shorter is better for the prosecution. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they still have, are going to come out of this doing very well.
Yeah, this is a weird.
I don't see where they go.
I'm calling you out, but I think I agree with your overall assessment. But man, this has been surgical.
Yeah. Well, so, and for anybody that wasn't there when I said that earlier, my reason for why I think it's better for the prosecution to not do a direct examination of this particular witness all day long is because, I mean, number one, it's gonna bore the jury, and the jury can only pay attention for so long. So if they have to spend an entire day with one witness getting a particular style of examination, like doing a direct examination,
Grandpa's Joe, Saba Joe,
hearing between the prosecution and this witness all day long, that's a lot. And there, at some point, there's only so much information that they can retain from one person, and at some point they start to kind of check out. So I think, and that would have given a strategic advantage, I think, to the defense, that they could come up the next day for their cross-examination while they're fresh, while the jury has, like they just got up, they had their morning coffee, they had breakfast, they're ready to sit down and pay attention. But people get very squirrely after a certain amount of time. I mean, especially in today's day and age where we have social media to occupy us, and we have, multiple, like I've got multiple screens and like 5 windows up, all at the same time. That's just like our normal daily life. But when you're sitting in the juror's seat, you are
all right, Uncle
you
Jeff.
have
Sorry,
nothing. You have nothing. You are the definition of a captive audience, because there's nothing else to capture your attention. It's just the person that is sitting on the witness stand and the lawyer that is asking him or her questions.
No, Steve Flanders.
So yeah, but I think in this particular
the awesome
case,
neighbor next door.
I mean, defense is doing a great job, even with that being a shorter testimony that I think kind of would help the prosecution. I don't think it makes a difference at the end of the day.
And I'm joking, of course. Your overall assessment is right. It's just that the defense was prepared 100%.
Oh my God, yeah.
The prosecution,
that was beautifully prepared.
to be fair, they made a very clean direct examination. They skipped the
Yes.
frivolity and they went right for your medical training and all that, and then went into the meat of it. The problem was, I mean, the meat of it leaves so much on the table.
Well,
legal
and here's the
minds-
thing: is where
There's a lot
are
of-
we going to go?
There's a lot
Where
of
are we
fat on
gonna-
that meat.
Yeah, exactly. And it's already been cooked. It's already been cooked by Sharfisi. Like, where are they going to go? This is I'm thinking here, like,
There's
how
nowhere
are they
for them
gonna
to go
deal
on
with- Binger
redirect.
Cannot deal with all of this on redirect.
No.
I mean, he may be able to come in and massage 1 or 2 points, but there's so much in here that some of it you've just got to move past. It's done. It's out there, and you just move past it because it is what it is, and there's no way you can spin it. Even Littlefinger can't spin that web.
And look, Binger has been through 13 jury trials, and because he's a prosecutor, he's won most of them. Prosecutions tend to win jury trials in the majority of cases, because let's be honest, most people going through the criminal justice system have some level of guilt, so they win jury trials with relative
They
frequency.
may be especially
He's
heinous.
done 13 of them. I don't know how many Big Boy has done, because he has been a district attorney in Kenosha quite a bit longer than Binger has. Between them, you
Speaking of, someone brought it up the other day, but I was listening to Nick, one of his older streams yesterday in the car, and it occurred to me, because he was talking about Binger going in front of Schroeder, and he checked at the time, and apparently Binger had only ever had one other appearance in front of Schroeder, and that was in relation to Zeminski. And apparently what he basically did was got up there, said, "We agree with everything that the defense has said, can I leave now?" And apparently Bruce said, "Your wish is my command," effectively telling him to piss off. So I think there legitimately was there was something on letterhead, I think, from the office of Judge Bruce Schroeder to the DA's department. Like that was a masterful dissection of the witness. Slightly annoyed because I probably could have just kept this playing while I went and did what I had to. It was the bail hearing. Yes, it was. The one thing that I did want to have a look at is because someone said that it was terrible that Schroeder didn't dismiss the entire case then and there. Well, let's just clarify and quickly go through, because the criminal complaint, so he had first-degree murder, first-degree reckless endangerment, first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide. Now, possession of a dangerous weapon under 18. Here's the reason why the trial didn't end then and there. Because obviously, if it had just been the homicide charges, directed verdict. Could have been over and done with. Bruce could have turned to the jury and said, legally, he has self-defense to this. We're done here. But it's still going because of the first-degree reckless endangerment and the possession of a dangerous weapon charges. So those are that's really the only reason. So I just wanted to oh shit, I'm in front of it. Fuck, I wasn't even looking at the page. Sorry, guys. That'll do. So yeah. Binger claimed in an interview he knew Schroeder was all bark and no bite. Binger may not have known Schroeder as well as he thought. Nope. And he was a dumbass and went on someone else's podcast as well, which I thought was hilarious. Entire case was being a triumph to social climate. He's an awful human being. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. So, but anyway, let's get back to the video, and I might actually skip ahead because I think that goes for another. Oh, hang on. Oh, Runkle comes in. How long until we... Oh, never mind. There's like a whole panel. Okay.
You are trained and
Oh,
practice
yeah.
or whatever.
By that
at
point,
jury
3
trial
of the
to
5
keep a
charges, I
poker
think, would have
face.
been
You
got
do
out
not
the window.
want the jury looking at you and drunk. Look at their reactions. They are devastated by what's going on. They
Let's jump
see their case
across.
on fire harder than a
I'm
Kenosha
curious to get
business
Runkle's
right
opinions
now.
on it. And of course, now it's going to be a little bitch. What are we, 346.27?
You are trained and practice a Canadian attorney, but also a firearms attorney, if I'm not mistaken. He can correct me on that. Up in Kanukistan, and I'm happy to welcome to the show Runkle of the Bailey. He's also another YouTuber, and you should check out his channel. Hey, welcome to the show.
I have to go.
Hey, nice to meet you all. I'm
Okay,
really
that works.
sorry to
I
hear
gotta
that your
turn you-
chat. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I got to turn you down a bit because I have us all turned down for the video, but you're
sure.
good. Sorry. There
I
we
gotta
go.
say,
Sorry.
I'm sorry to see that your channel is going to get demonetized because I don't think you could play somebody getting F that hard on a live stream. That was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, it was an expert cross. That's the only way to say it. It was an expert cross.
I think that's going to show up in law school classes.
Easily.
If you want to see how to do a cross, that was.
If it's
exactly
not, someone
what
needs
they
to do it as
needed
part
to
of
do. Just
continuing
came in
professional
fast
development.
and hard. And I don't think there was any wasted questions there. I was sort of watching to see if you've got those questions where you're trying to get to the point and losing the jury. It seemed like everything he asked, he either landed a really good admission or caught him in a lie or got him to lie further, which was then lining up for something else. It was
beautiful. It really
was. It
was
was crisp. I liked it.
How about those admissions on the civil lawsuits? So you omitted a material.
What?
What is that?
I don't know.
That's not me.
That's
don't
not
me
me.
either.
I don't think that's me. I'm on a.
That's literally on the Law and Crime live stream.
They're playing like old show tunes. Like, what are we doing right now?
They were playing Bing Her Off. It was like the Oscars.
Like, are they trying?
I mean, at this point, really, what they should be playing is Sarah McLachlan for the prosecution.
They should be. Look, I've heard. We've got some prominent people. Jack Posobiec and Cat Turd are tweeting out clips of the stream and stuff like that. Actually, courtesy of Viva Fry, who tweeted it out originally. They're retweeting him. So maybe Law and Crime saw it and they're doing something about the dead air. But I don't know. Like I'm joking. It sounds like they just they're gonna have an hour of nothing, so they want to make sure people know that the video is going. I think. But man. Whew. Sorry, that was so disruptive. I forgot where we were.
Yeah, I just don't know what to expect like coming off of that. Like it's almost like we hit a high, and I'm like, I don't know where we go from here. But
It's a little bit like that. The adrenaline sort of peaked, and it just sort of.
Yeah, I'm confused. He did say he only has a couple questions, but I mean, you can tell. So you tier your questions in order of importance. He got the most critical things ever out of this. I asked about the civil suit. Runkle, I was curious of your opinions on how he basically impeached the complaint section of his civil suit.
I think his civil lawyer's probably just sitting there very unhappy going,
oh, you think?
Okay, well, not only did he get slaughtered in this cross-examination and, his claim is going to be undermined by all of the admissions that have been dragged out of him here. But also the suggestion here that's been made that I don't think he's going to be able to escape is that this is, that he's tailoring his evidence for profit. That's going to be what's with the jury. And when he gets to a civil suit, he's going to have a real hard time escaping this notion of, listen, you were willing to tell all sorts of, false statements. And there's how much money on the line? What are you willing to do for $1?
And when you submit a complaint, that complaint is effectively under oath. Now, you get some privilege to kind of tweak your story
you don't have to
your
watch.
own benefit, but omiting a material fact in that complaint of I had a gun and was running towards him. I mean, you're talking. So his civil suits are blaming the city of Kenosha for a failure of the duty to protect, which is a long shot suit already. And if the city of Kenosha is smart, they will not settle with this guy.
No, absolutely not.
But
now.
Yeah.
Right.
Now after
He
today's testimony.
He had a chance before, and I would say even
He's actually under oath specifying that he left things out of those pleadings. If anything, if I was a civil lawyer, I'd be more concerned about the fact that, oh shit, I now need to go and amend those pleadings. But from the sounds of it, that hasn't happened. Like, knowing that is coming up, how the hell did he ever think that was going to fly?
even, politically, perhaps, depending on the climate. I know certain jurisdictions, because I work with a lot of governments that just settle it quietly and make it go away, right? It's a political issue. They settle it quietly, make it go away, right? There's certain thresholds. The insurance will pay it out. It's totally settle it, let it go away. But now, I mean, they can't, because it's out there. It's out there that it's a BS complaint. So now if they settle it, the political fallback will be on Kenosha. So they have impetus to not settle it.
It's out there under oath and recorded, and one of the most broadcasted trials of recent memory. I mean, Chauvin was a highly publicized trial. This is a highly publicized. I mean, for reference, by the way, shout out to the chat. We've got over 19,000 people watching on my channel, which is I've worked hard on it, but it is still a humble channel. And we're not talking that this is Crowder or Shapiro or something streaming this. This is just little old me. We've got 19,000 people out there watching. That should tell you how many people are actually watching this trial. It is a very big deal right now.
There's a lot of interest on this.
I think at this point he'll be lucky if he even gets a nuisance offer. Even just like the standard, here's $1,000, go away. I don't think they're even going to do that just for the optics of it. I think they're just going to say, listen, you get nothing, go away. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah. And
enjoy the fabulous prizes you won at this particular event.
And really, here's the other thing that they'll say in that offer. And if you proceed in this course of actions, we'll introduce his statements under oath and show the judge in the federal case that he omitted material facts. We'll ask to dismiss under Iqbal versus Twombly.
Crowder was watching Extreme.
Iqbal and Twombly, and we'll then move for sanctions. So
otherwise known as Quickball.
Yeah. Just so you know, I mean, we will. If you go on, you can, but we will move for sanctions for misrepresentations to the court. And if you want to ask how that's going, ask Sidney Powell. Things did not work out well when your complaint involves misrepresentations of material fact. These are not minor mistakes. You had a gun, it's on video, and you omitted that.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the thing too, is that in a case where there's so much video and so many photos, it's like you have to know that that's going to come out at trial. You have to know it's going to be used. So you would think that they would play it much more safely than that.
Unless you're moving for a media strong arm push.
Yeah, and ain't that just what we're all aiming for?
Look, they knew, like I was saying, they knew as soon as he brought up that footage. Oh, I had the footage the entire time. You knew there was something in there. You knew he was.
I'm happy when I get 100 people a day.
What name did he call him?
Boogaloo Boys.
Boogaloo Boys called him a stooge. Yeah, he was already in that, attacking Kyle verbally before the incident even happened, right? So you knew there was stuff like that in the video. It's inevitable, right? These people get worked up. They're the ones who are the agitators, and that's the whole narrative that we've been lied to by the mainstream media. We've been gaslit throughout this, that it was the Boogaloo Boys and the far right that have been going crazy and pushing this. But you see the people that are trying to escalate it, and it's the Rosenbaums of the world, right? It's not the Kyle Rittenhouses.
Exactly, and they excellently managed that. So you.
Mads, I'm not complaining.
Right? At that point, you hadn't seen him threaten anyone. You hadn't seen him confront anyone. You hadn't seen him do anything. He hadn't raised his gun. He hadn't raised his voice. Like, no. It's like, and it just tells the jury, this guy was immediately hostile to this person, and he has no credibility on these issues.
Yeah, and that's actually something that I just thought of as you were talking, is the fact that he initially was trying to struggle against Sheriff Easy, that he was trying to fight him on, especially on the word chase. That was one thing that he really did not want to admit to. But then over time, it's like you could see that he kind of just like.
Well, that's just it. I mean, Gaige was arguing semantics. And that's what I said. There was the one criticism that I had of God, how do you pronounce it? Sheriff Faces. You know who I'm talking about. Agent 47. One complaint that I had was when he phrased it. I mean, he was pushing for the word chase. I get that, and I get that he had following as a backup. I personally would have started with following and probably cut off 2 or 3 of those questions that seemed unnecessary to me. But the way that he still got there in the end was masterful. I'm extraordinarily impressed by that. What's that? Numbers increasing exponentially on YouTube. Yeah, we'll see. But yes, it's going to be. This is sort of why I want to talk to Nick about the civil case, because I want to see how the hell UNICEF's going to try and wriggle out of that. Wants him to lie because the jury can see you're obviously chasing him. Yeah, no, I get that, Shauna, and it very well might have been a tactic. And that probably comes down to different litigation styles between me and Sheriff Easy. Because obviously you're trying for a gotcha moment, particularly when it's a star witness of the case, and particularly when you want to effectively eviscerate the opposing case. And he backed him into the corner so beautifully that it was just... It was a train wreck. I was seeing where it was going with the questions, and I knew there was next to nothing that Bingo could have done. There were a couple of times in there that he could have tried to object. Hell, if in doubt, if the other side is on a roll, they're in a good rhythm, you object for the sake of it, even if you know that it's going to get overridden, to break that rhythm. Because once he was in that rhythm, and once he was having to agree and say, yes, that's a fair representation. Yes, yes, yes. And that's when he backed him into the corner. And I don't think that there was a single open-ended question there. It was all yes-no questions, which is exactly what you want when you're trying to nail a guy like that. I thought it was beautiful. It was like watching a car wreck, except it was a bicep entering orbit. Yes. The chase follow moment was like Camille's annihilation of AH during Johnny Depp. Yes. Bingo was a certified D-bag. Can't stand looking at him or hearing his voice. He's a piece of shit. Well, so I wonder if Carl's going to go away with shooting all those black people. Oh, Jesus. I still can't believe there's people that think that. Oh, Christ. Okay.
Like whipped him into submission.
I might just speed this up a little bit.
Yep.
Because we've still got...
That's what it was. Yep.
How long
you
before
see my
we get
gun
to-
pointed at him. Yep. You see the pink mist coming from my arm as my gun is pointed at him.
Still got
You know
40
where
minutes.
he had an opportunity to actually
Hopefully
kind of
1.5
say, well,
isn't gonna be
from that
too
angle,
bad.
it kind of looks like it, but actually it was, to the right. I didn't have it pointed directly at him. He could have tried to fight on that, but he was already like whipped into submission and just saying he kind of just gave up. He realized that the goose was cooked.
And that's important to breaking up the flow. That's why we talk about objecting to break up the flow, because there's a human lizard brain thing. When we start saying yes, we are more likely to say yes, right?
Yes.
So you get somebody saying yes, yes, yes. They're just going to keep saying yes, right?
And
he ended up saying yes, and it screwed his entire case over.
And what you're talking about there is we commented trying to be as fair as possible. Binger needs to be objecting to some of these questions. I mean,
The
he's
one's
objected...
asking about his conversations with his attorney. I was surprised that he didn't object to those.
Yeah, these are clearly
I think
privileged
Bingo was just
conversations,
caught in the
and
headlights,
the
huh?
funny thing is, the way that privilege works, you can actually forfeit it forever based on any conversation around those issues. So we know that he's been talking about civil issues. It seems like his refusal to provide information was in consideration of a potential civil suit.
Mm-hmm.
And now he may have, again, this is going back to what the civil lawyers on the other side of these cases are thinking. They may have opened the door to the disclosure of any text messages on the day, or any text messages or communications he had with his attorney on this day or that day, because he's effectively disclosed that they had communication specifically about this consideration, and that can.
That civil lawyer
that
is
doesn't
sitting there
defeat all
going,
of the privilege ever.
"Holy
If it's a
shit."
week later, maybe not, but they can push the bounds of it.
Yeah.
But does it defeat white privilege, Nick?
Nothing defeats white privilege.
My take on this witness is that he's one of these guys who thinks he's smarter than he is and really feels that that's important, that people see that.
Mhm.
And so what he's running into is a lawyer who's really well prepared and is not letting him get away with any of these
Right.
lies and is embarrassing him each time. And so once he's been embarrassed like that a few times, he doesn't want that to happen again. And
That's a good
so
point.
he knows he can't lie anymore, or he's
Honestly, Half Irish, I think the reason that he's suing is that he's seen that there are still morons in the general vicinity of the area that still consider that Kyle was a hashtag murderer. And he's probably hanging his hat on that and expecting that, because it's a significantly lower threshold, that he might just win over enough. I know the speed's hilarious. I'm sorry, guys, but let's face it, we are on a time crunch. I still want to hear it, but
he's going to get humiliated. And at this point, he's just getting steamrolled. And it's a beautiful thing to watch when you see that, the defense lawyers managed to put him in that box. And it's right where he needs him to be.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
The law and crime coverage of this just ended. They're going to start a new live stream. I hate that they do that. Just leave it running.
No, Sovereign.
Whatever. Maybe they're smarter than I am. And so they cut them down into segments. I do not. We run the duration here.
The full marathon.
We're doing it live. Doing it live. No, it's so today I expected to not again, the way Binger has been conducting this case, the way he's been dragging out witnesses that are basically irrelevant. I mean, he had Corey Washington on the stand for something like 3 to 4 hours. When you really get down to it, he had Corey Washington, who had almost nothing relevant to say, on the stand for I think it was 3, and it may have been 4 hours. He had Gaige Grosskreutz on the stand for 2 hours. This is their star witness. Now, I know they wanted to focus in on it, but based on how their trial has been going, I expected a drawn out several hour testimony. I didn't think we would even get to cross today with objections and other things. I thought they would inflate it out and just give the jury their entire first day of red meat for the state. That was my thought on it. They didn't do it. But so I expected kind of a hard day for the defense where they're fighting an uphill battle of the state's narrative. Turns out the state has gifted them pre-lunchtime of victory. They're going to come back from lunch. They're going to continue cross-examining this guy. Someone brought up that there may actually be another state witness. They may, and we may not hear it, they may recall the FBI agent back into the courtroom because now they suddenly have the mystery HD footage that they definitely had deleted. So we may actually see that guy come in to add that HD footage to the record.
I think cynically speaking, your approach is a much better one because this witness has so many bad things about them. It would almost be better to just drag him out until the jury is just tired of hearing him. Like do a full day and a half of just this guy until they're so bored of his existence that you might mute across just because they're like, we don't care what he has to say anymore. He's at the end of the day, he's just toxic.
And let the jury forget that the guy said that he said these specific things the day before. If they would
half an hour ago,
right? If they would have known, and they should have known, because again, we got to go back to the beginning of this. This case is built on bad facts and a legal uphill battle for the state. They've got bad facts and they've got bad laws. So all they've got is pound emotions, pound the table, so to speak. Make a big show. That's why they brought in Corey Washington. That's why they brought in all of the cops that they brought in. That's why they brought in a DNA expert who's not necessary for any factual statement on the record. They
actually ended up helping. She actually ended up helping.
They want the bloat. They want the bloat. That's what they've been going for. So if you're going to have a guy, Gaige, you have to know Gaige is going to be a disaster on stand. If anything goes wrong with, maybe in a perfect world, he's great. And his opening probably 30, 40 minutes of testimony is very good about him being a medic and all of that stuff. He looks very, he looks a little manic, but he looks professional. He's calm and collected about his experience. He's able to recall it very quickly. So he's doing well. And he's humanizing with the jury at first. He's doing this number and it looks okay. Once he gets to cross, you have to know if anything goes wrong, this guy's going to break apart. This is a revolutionary. This is someone who has spoken. How many communist rallies have you guys spoken at this month? I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10,
negative 20.
Like, are we on May Day level here? Like, where are we at?
No.
This guy is reactionary. Hell, how many? And if you guys don't want to answer this, I'll answer first. My answer is 0. How many rallies and protests have you ever attended in your entire life?
I mean, I don't really know, to be fair, because my parents took me to a lot of Bring Down the Soviet Union protests when I was a kid. So
that makes a little more sense. Those are based in Red Bull, Iron
Curtain,
the
Soviets from the LA Olympics. Actually, no, that was I think before I was born. Anyway, but those kinds of protests.
Yeah, if you count going to church when I was a kid as literally a rally, because it's obviously the cause. But other than that, I've never been to a political rally. Anyway.
Yeah, Runkle, you any?
I think there was something around firearm issues.
Fabulous! It is making the rounds.
Not a whole lot of protests. I mean.
Right. So again, you've got someone who is willing to not only attend a protest at night after 2 nights of looting and burning. No, and he's already testified that he came from the Milwaukee George Floyd protest, which involved looting, burning an injured police officer by gunfire. I mean, these are not like peaceful white bread American people running around like, oh, I go to the grocery store, I pick my kids up from their soccer practice, and then I go protest police violence with fire and Antifa masks.
If you haven't
That's
already,
not
people,
your average experience.
If you don't know who the green fellas are, I do suggest you go and give them a like.
And so you have to know as a prosecutor, you got this guy on stand. He is a hot button. He's a reactionary. He is an outrage pornographer in his own right. And that's fine, but that's who you've got on the stand. If he breaks down, if he gets emotional, your whole case could go up, and that's what happened. It's exactly what happened.
You're kind of using his own ego and his own beliefs against him, right? Because the whole thing with the head trauma, like it's playing into the EMT thing, right? He's asserted himself as a bit of an expert there, so he's like, I've got to show my expertise. I've got to talk about head trauma, and he seems like a guy who's like, oh, well, I stand for my beliefs. So yeah, I'll admit I went to a rally, and I said, long live the revolution or whatever the hell commie other.
I'm not a member, but I am affiliated.
Yes, I'm a card-carrying member, but I only go on Tuesdays.
I can't believe he said he was affiliated. Why would you say you're not a member? You're affiliated though. Just like, no, not really. I was
asked to speak at a thing. And I did, and that was the one time I did it, and I'll never do it again. I don't know.
Yeah, you could say literally anything. No, I spoke at a thing. If you're speaking in court, are you affiliated with the state? Are you people speak at things that they're not affiliated with because that's how speaking engagements go. Hey, we like what you say. You want to come to our thing? Sure. You don't have to be affiliated with them. And the fact that he said affiliated, I think right after saying he wasn't a member, again, it goes right to his credibility in a way that it's just a pointless concession for the state side on this.
You can watch all these times where he's sort of trying to think his way out of things, and he's not as smart as he thinks he is, over and over, where he comes up with this flimsy lie and then it falls apart on him so fast. And always, like that example of him bringing up the head trauma, it's all part of that. He thinks he's super smart, and he's in a room full of people who are smarter than he is and have had nothing but time to prepare.
Yeah. Oh, and I just remembered. Thank you. You reminded me of my previous monologue about why the head trauma was important. I never finished that thought, and I'll make it brief. We're talking about directed verdicts and how facts and law apply. Head trauma, as a matter of law, is serious bodily injury. It meets the standard for a justification for self-defense. If you have any level of significant head trauma, because head trauma can be a permanent brain injury very easily. It can also mean death if things go just a little bit off. So if someone takes, if someone punches you in the face, typically you're not in danger of death, although you could be if you have like a glass skull sort of idea. But if someone is inflicting trauma through like a glass bottle, a baseball bat, a drinking glass, you hit someone with a drinking glass in the head, something like that, you're talking about a potential skull fracture, a brain injury.
That aged well. Nick being prophetic again about the Depp trial. Holy crap.
Injury, and that is self-defense justified as a matter of law. That's why that is such a critical fact that the EMT, the only certified medical expert that we've had so far, brought by the state and is a complaining witness, just admitted that, I was afraid for a traumatic head injury to Kyle Rittenhouse. You couldn't have asked for a better answer.
Right.
No. Other than he was literally trying to murder him. Maybe that.
Which they've literally almost gotten, that multiple people were coming after him. Even the fact that when he was resisting the chasing, he admitted that other people were chasing him and he was following them. So it's like, okay, from an outside perspective, if you were an objective person looking at this crowd, would you say that everybody looks like they're chasing? Okay, yeah, thank you. We're done here. Like, it's just, this guy, thing after thing, line after line, he doesn't realize it. That's exactly what Ian said. He thinks he's smart, but other people are smarter than him.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, even if you think you're smarter than all the lawyers in the room, remember that this is what they've been paid thousands of dollars to do for the last several months. I mean, if you're following this case at all, you know that Kyle Rittenhouse has raised a $2 million bail. Free Kyle, that was first, and then I believe Free Kyle USA Barnes, before he was disassociated with them, had reported they've raised over $650,000 for their defense. This defense is operating on golden skates. They know they can expend any amount of time, and you have to assume that they've expended at least a good portion of it, literally just preparing to ask you a question. And the one thing that is from one of the best videos out there, it's the Rutgers University lecture of Don't Talk to the Police. The second lecturer was a police officer, and he said, I have given hundreds, if not thousands, of these types of interviews. You have never sat through one once. I'm better at it than you. Yep. And Gaige Grosskreutz, he may have been on the stand for his previous conviction or whatever. He has not done as many cross-examinations or even as many interviews as Shirafisi or Richards. These guys have both been lawyers for a long time. And someone said Shirafisi used to be an ADA prior to this, which means he
seems like it.
Ooh.
Yeah, and which it means these guys have done this hundreds and hundreds of times, and Gaige maybe has done it once. You may be smarter than them. You're not more prepared than them.
The thing I wonder is EMTs do end up sometimes as complaining witnesses. So that may have happened before. Somebody made a spit on him or something like that, and they get charged. He comes in as a witness. But he's not going to ever face this kind of cross. Because if somebody, spits on you in an ambulance ride, it's going to be like, okay, was it intentional? Was it, it's not going to be this sort of, you are the bad guy here kind of cross.
Right. Yeah, you're the medic, and someone spit on you because they're having an episode or something.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be a gentle cross just by nature, because the medic in that situation is coming off as a hero, and you're not going to be able to displace that. You can't make that person into the villain in that case. So really what you have to do is you are mistaken, right? I mean, this guy was, he's coughing, maybe some spittle landed on you, but it wasn't intentional, right? But this is just, you are here to do wrong. You're here to do ill, to cause problems. You armed yourself for that purpose, and you are a liar because everything you've told us is BS. That's a whole different kind of cross.
Yeah.
And there's no way he's faced that before.
Yeah, and the second, I mean, his
and he
biggest
definitely didn't
mistake
expect to
was saying,
face that
I
either.
would never. Actually, I don't know if it's his biggest mistake, but it's a huge one. I would never shoot someone, even in self-defense, because all of the jury asked exactly what you just asked, Rocco.
Then why are you carrying a gun?
Why on earth did you have a gun?
Exactly.
And then why did you draw it? Like, I guess maybe, and it's concealed. So it's not like he's open carrying as a general deterrent. I could actually see someone saying, yeah, I open carry as a general deterrent, but I don't keep my gun loaded, or I don't keep the round chambered, because I really don't want to end up in a situation where I shoot someone. That would go against my core beliefs. And so, I just do it so that people know, hey, someone here is armed, and I feel like it calms people down. You could reasonably make that claim. You've got a chambered round, you drew the gun, and you're drawing it on the person, and you're saying, oh, I would have never shot him. And they're about to really kill him on this next statement where he said, you wish you would have shot him a whole lot.
Yeah, and in the interim, showing that not only did he have the gun in his hand, but he had it pointed right at him as he was getting shot himself. I mean, it just right and right after he had this whole like emotional display about like, well, I would never do that because it's against my core beliefs. I mean, the jury, it's so close together. Like the jury doesn't have much time to forget what he previously said because it was very emotional, right? So how could they not have that in their head when they're seeing this image that shows exactly the opposite? It was so effective.
I might actually start taking him into whether he's ever had any gun safety courses, because either he says no, in which case he looks maybe a little unhinged, or he says yes, and then you can say, isn't one of the important rules of gun safety that you never point a gun at something you're not about to destroy?
Right.
And so, so either are you behaving unsafely with this gun, or were you about to shoot Kyle?
Right.
And either, I mean, it's one of those.
Either way, it's a bad look.
I don't know if he needs to, because everything else he's got is just gold, and this might be fishing in sort of a less interesting pond. But it's one of those questions that I kind of like, because either way they answer it, they're unhappy.
Right now, Sherfisi and Richards are literally at Wonka factory, and they say, "Okay, you've taken the full tour, you've seen everything. What do you want to go eat now?" Yeah. And they're like, "God, I don't know." Right? Like,
but Nick, do you think the everlasting gobstopper is the defamation cases that are going to roll after this? All those people who spread those false facts. All those people who spread those false facts. In fact, I was talking to Nate about this. The Young Turks rolled back their statement about crossing state lines and made a very explicit statement about it, because I think they fear those defamation lawsuits that are rolling out after Kyle is innocent.
They may have gotten a retraction demand. They may have literally gotten a retraction demand by email or by mail from whoever's going to head up the civil case. And yeah, they rolled back that. Although Anna Kasparian, in rolling back her statement, makes a subsequent false statement, which was hilarious. That made me happy. Ian, you were about to say something?
Is that the clip where she says, "Listen, I didn't know that Rittenhouse was being chased by Rosenbaum"?
Yes.
That just astounded me, because it's like you've been coming out there with all these like real strong takes on this, and this was known from like a week after this. The video clips of Rittenhouse running as fast as he could were out there. So coming out and saying I didn't know that he was running out there was just like, then why should anybody listen to any of your opinions?
Exactly. What's up, Emily Baker?
Not much. I see Legal Bites getting like food from heaven happening over there. It's like food from above.
I know it's been wine, it's been beer, it's been Oreos now.
I love all of that.
So that everyone that's watching right now, I am not some weird alcoholic. It's much later where I am.
I take offense.
I am not like Nick Ricada, you guys.
What are you talking about?
She's like, it's nighttime where I am. It's nighttime where I am.
It is. It is.
I've got water because I have like multiple podcast interviews to do today, and so it's a busy day. But it was lunch break, so I figured I could come in and say hello without
which is complete not a bullshit as well.
I have figured out the sweet spot on balancing the audience.
That really does give me the shits. They're more than happy to take his money to eventually give him the degree, but they won't let him on campus to study. Oh, and saying that it's for his own safety and well-being. Fucking bullshit. If you cannot make your own campus safe for a student that is well known or that may be controversial, that's your problem, not his.
Now that I've had time to do it, not live, and you came in a little hot, but I've adjusted you down, so you're all good.
I always come a little hot.
Frankly, the only one who did I didn't. Legal Bites didn't, because I had her pre-adjusted. Legal Mindset did. Runkle the Bailey did. You did, and it's not y'all's fault. It's how low. I have to bring our levels so far down to compensate for how low the streams are
for the video. Runkle, do we go with Runkle, or is it Mr. the Bailey? Like what?
Well, it's a reference to the old British BBC series, so just Runkle works.
Perfect. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I've watched your channel. I subscribed, so
thank
lots
you.
of people here that I've sort of seen faces, and nice to actually sort of put a voice to and have a chat with.
It's nice to get to have a chat. It's been a very busy, like Astro World kind of a 24 hours in my world, because my coverage is mostly pop culture and kind of news of the moment. And while this is news of the moment, it's not as immediate as the stuff that I normally.
As the 15 dead at Astro World? Is it 15?
I saw 8, but the numbers could have changed today. There were still numerous in critical care. 17 went to the hospital, 11 in cardiac distress. In my wanderings as a human, I actually worked as an EMT for a little bit. My husband's a doctor, so it's interesting looking at both the medical stuff coming out, the liability stuff coming out. Attorney Tom has filed the first lawsuit with his firm
I saw that.
And another firm that I don't know if it's his father's firm, but they both have the last name Kirker. I don't know how common that last name is. So they are filed the first lawsuit, and I think had a TRO hearing today. And I'm now seeing reports that all the deconstruction and the breakdown at Astro World has stopped, and that's what they were asking for in their TRO. So I'm guessing
I don't know that'd be much better for him outside of America.
And all the surveillance video and stuff's going to be turned over. So
because at least in America he's got a strong base of people that support the Second Amendment.
I saw what he posted on Twitter. It seemed like boom goes the dynamite on cross-examination is what happened today.
No, it was a 1 hour masterclass. So here's what happened.
The
Today's
defense
Gaige-
just wanted to start slow. They were pacing themselves. They're like, go ahead and underestimate us. We're going to sit back for a day and let you all think we're bumbling. Get comfortable, because then we're going to come in and smash you later on in trial.
They were
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah. So the short summary is today's Gaige Grosskreutz, who seems to be the star witness for the prosecution. They opened up immediately with his medical expertise as a trained EMT. They went through that he was a concealed carry holder. They tried to mitigate the fact that he does have a prior conviction for what appears to be a misdemeanor, and I think they tried to mitigate that his concealed carry was expired at the time that he was concealed carrying.
Everyone was Kenosha shooting, so we knew that.
And there's Viva.
One more, people? Oh, God, I got to turn you down just a second, Viva. Sorry, I really don't want to hear you talking. There we go. Sorry about that.
Just mute him.
No, it's all on my end. I've got us all turned down to keep the video balanced, but so I just had to level you out. But yeah, so first, he does a pretty decent direct examination. There's some spots where we're like, okay, this could be marked for cross. And then the crazy thing is they go to break. He says no further questions, and they go to break. They have a 15-minute. They come back, and the judge basically says you have 1 hour before lunch, and they spend an hour devastating the entire direct with a phenomenal cross. I mean,
sometimes that's all you need.
Yep, they go straight for the throat on the whole thing, because one of the things he said is, I would never draw my gun.
Hang on. Dirk Diggler, if Kyle would have listened to me, he'd be a millionaire YouTube personality and be selling the Kyle Rittenhouse signature AR-15 series. Oh, that's funny. Think Kyle's working on lawsuits himself? Yes, that's my understanding. Pre-Florida Viva. Yeah, no, they're all fantastic. I really do wish that I could collab more with them. As bad as it sounds, the time zones are a real bitch for working on collabs, and it's also about having the right topics as well. So, but anyway.
And actually shoot someone that goes against my core principles.
So
I
why
would
do you have a
never
concealed carry permit? Like, why bother?
Thank you.
Exactly.
We've asked the obvious questions already.
Yes.
I mean, but I'm also from LA, where getting a concealed carry involves like donating a kidney and having retina scans. But why have a concealed carry if you're not going to use it? The point of having a concealed carry is to be able to use it if need
exactly.
be.
It's like all the accused who are like, listen, I don't use heroin. I just happen to have some on me.
These aren't my pants. Maybe did he say these aren't my pants? These aren't my pants that the gun was in?
They got him to admit that he lied about that he omitted having a gun to the police. More importantly, they got him to admit lying to some interview where he said he dropped the gun. He dropped his gun at some point in the evening. He says, yeah, that was not true. And then the extra, the gravy for me was he has filed 2 civil suits, one in state court, one in federal court.
Here we go.
And in both civil suits, he has omitted the fact that he had a gun and was advancing. And he admitted today under oath that he omitted those facts from those 2 suits.
Suits that were signed under penalty of perjury?
Well,
Yes.
That would have come out of the civil suit. The gravy on the gravy was when he admitted to being not a member, but rather affiliated with this whatever group.
Yes.
So he shows up. At first, they paint him as being, the guy there to help administer first aid, which they even had me on their side at the beginning. And then it gets to the fact that he pulls out the gun. He admits that he pulled it out and only got shot when he pointed it at the guy. He lied to the cops about it.
Could you imagine Kyle going to criminal law? I mean, he would have to specialize in gun crimes, wouldn't he? Or litigation around it. And being the person that he gets off during an attempt to, love you so much. Love when you pop up on next streams. Yeah, again, something I need to try and work through. Your streams at this time work better for me than Nick's streams. Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Fever is like the Canadian version of the Ancient Aliens guy. Longer his hair gets, the more based he gets. Oh, absolutely. She specializes in self-defense. Kyle's going to the next Bronco. We can only hope. Is this one that I wanted to look at? He actually went on Brandon Herrera's channel and shot on range with him. I think he said he wants to be a lawyer, but he's also looking into doing a YouTube channel. Well, I think we can be fairly confident that he'll do well on YouTube. I mean, obviously there's going to be a shit ton of trolls, but I'd expect his channel to be fairly well received.
And he happens to be a member of whatever group that they were referring to. I don't know what
Well, no,
it was.
he's not a member, but he is affiliated.
And he showed him
That's
this
the part that he
there.
volunteered. He volunteered affiliation. No one asked if he was affiliated.
But he left it out of his civil, perjury is still a thing, people. It's a crime.
Mm-hmm.
I did a perjury trial once. It was the most fun I've ever had in court because it was a lot of, wait, show me again in the video where you fell. Because you said in your depositions that you fell on this city bus that you're suing the city for. And then it was like, well, you just didn't see it. Okay, good. Let's rewind it and keep going. And then when he got handcuffed to go to custody at the end of trial and was screaming obscenities at me, I was like, I've done my job today.
He didn't want to kill him. He feared for his life, took out his gun because he was going to protect his life. it didn't get to that point, but he was not going to kill him because it's not in his, what did he say? Not his DNA, but rather his composition. It was as bad as a cross-examination as it could have possibly gone. I mean, he effectively admitted to only being shot when he was.
Tell you what, guys, you pick a stream of Nick from the last, let's say 2 years. You find the funniest one or the one that's going to cause me the most problems, and I'll do it over on Rumble, okay? I don't think Nick's never going to care anyway. He's given me carte blanche to do what I need to for certain things anyway, so I think that could be quite funny.
Was posing an imminent threat to Kyle Rittenhouse's life.
So I was only shot when I pulled out the gun and threatened the life of the person who then shot me because they shot first, just like Han Solo.
While I was also advancing, Emily, please don't leave out the part where I admitted that I did actually advance on him right before he shot me as well.
And he was only going to do a light mag dump. We're going to get to that when it comes back.
I haven't seen the Jack Murphy stream, actually. That might be a good one.
He said, that evening, I don't recall. There was a wording that he used which indicated the scene. He qualified his answer, that evening, I don't recall. And then he knew damn well he had a bullet in the chamber.
Well, his later testimony fully admitted to having a bullet in the chamber when he drew the gun.
And Viva made an excellent point about him coming on really good, like coming on as I am this. And it was to the point where I actually thought maybe the cross-examination is going to be something like, listen, you were also a hero here. It just was this confused scenario. But I actually think the prosecution did themselves a great disservice by letting him come on as such a hero, because it means that there's been such a fall. I think the prosecution would have done much better here if it actually brought out a lot of this dirt and said, listen, this witness is grimy. He's ugly. He's got all sorts of problems with it. There's all sorts of dirt on this guy. But you still got to believe what he says here, right? He's fessing up to things now. But because they come on with this guy as like, this halo, now it's not just, okay, he's a bad witness. That halo's turned into horns.
Well, no, you lose faith with the jury as the prosecution because it looks like you're hiding things in your direct when so much comes out on cross. You've got to bring the good and the bad with your witnesses out on direct because it mitigates the damage. Otherwise, as the government, you look like you're hiding things. And the more it looks like the prosecution's hiding things, the more they lose a jury. The jury
do the Jack Murphy stream if you don't mind seeing Jack with a dildo over his ass. Oh, dear God.
This is their job. But when you bring the weight of the government and then you look like you're hiding things, the jury...
Hang on. Sorry, Tweety, I saw you post this earlier. Where was Aussie during the Rittenhouse stuff? Jesus. During the Rittenhouse stuff, I was just working. I was just being a lawyer, running my own cases, running my own files. I was nowhere near YouTube at that stage, so I was just living my life, being a dad, running a law firm, and getting through things.
Jury will turn on you really fast, and that's something that seasoned prosecutors who have done lots of trials know, that you burn your witness before you burn the jury. And there's lots of witnesses who don't look great. It doesn't mean they're liars. They have the past they've done the things they've done, and hey, who hasn't? And you just present it that way, and it goes much more smoothly.
And I would like to welcome to the stream my friend Mr. Ty Beard, an attorney down in Texas. I think we're officially at a retainer of lawyers at this point.
This is a fleet of lawyers, a gaggle of lawyers.
Yeah, is this a flock or a gaggle?
A quorum?
A murder of lawyers.
A gulag of lawyers.
How about this most people's worst nightmare? I mean, that's what this is basically. 7 lawyers in one chat room.
The billable hours on this stream alone are off the charts.
Can we call it a whiskey of lawyers? Like, we just make up the name, a barrel of lawyers.
A barrel of lawyers or a cask of lawyers, because cask
of lawyers.
Oh, that predated
That's too fancy Quebecois for us.
I'm with Viva. I'm bougie as fuck.
Ty, have you had an opportunity to follow much of this case? I mean, you're a lawyer who works.
Yeah, that's the problem. I actually had a conference call canceled for the afternoon, so I thought I would check in, and then, one thing led to another, and here I am. It sounds like the prosecutors are doing a great job, right?
I want to be an equal-handed critic.
Oh yeah, actually around that time I probably was watching a heck of a lot of Paw Patrol
today, and I was like, oh, their direct is going pretty well for a while. And if the defense were sleeping, their direct would have gone really well the whole time. The defense just happened to be paying attention, taking notes, and fully prepared to come in today.
Wow.
And Ty, you gasped, but on day 2 of this trial,
it was not do so great.
It was not fully apparent that the defense was going to be fully prepared today.
Even on day 1, that opening statement was not pretty.
It was not a great opening statement, but
they also don't understand the power of foundation. We had those moments of like, well, foundation's a thing, I guess, not in this trial. But
to my people who may not have been able to watch all day, Emily, Viva, and Ty, I don't know how much you guys have seen, but the mystery HD drone footage will be entered into evidence. The FBI happened to find it.
Just heard they realized it was still in their trash bin after they deleted it.
Yeah. These stupid IMAPs, I got to pull it out.
I give the prosecution credit. The story they were telling at the beginning of the day about what's his face, Grosskreutz, being there as much of a medic to help as Rittenhouse. They had me, and I was a little nervous. I had never seen that angle of that witness. I never even thought of it. But then The war went on. Turns out he was there as a medic, maybe, to administer aids to his friends, as a revolutionary who was there to take down the system, carrying a loaded bullet in the chamber, unlawful concealed carry, because he didn't renew his license, and then he chased him down. When he was saying I wasn't chasing him, he was running in the other direction. I went back at one point to see, about the people who were shot. Then I decided to go back after him, pulled the weapon, and it wasn't until the guy started off as a saint, really, and then it quickly became clear that
Then it
that
got
was
to the
just
whole
a veneer.
video game gun pulling spin move that got his arm blown off, kind of thing.
I had never seen the footage
Oh,
that
and
close,
the
actually.
prosecution, though, because
There we
the
go. That works a
prosecution
bit
set
better.
up. They chose to paint him that way, knowing
Yes.
his full story. It sounds like they were well aware that this was going to be his testimony and that these were the facts. They did not do their job then in showing all of their witness, and that's on them.
They've
So
been
is
told
it
that
like
they
defense
cancel the whole thing.
intelligence? Is that a thing? I mean, is that like a good thing? I don't do criminal law if I can avoid it. So
Yeah. You want a guy who seems educated and composed to talk to the jury and talk intelligibly, right? Which tends to come with intelligence. So I think it's helpful to establish that this is a reasonable person who's up there in front of you. You can kind of trust him. This is a person you would talk to, not a person you would avoid on the street because he sounds crazy. That blew up. Viva, how about the moment where they asked him? They said, "So wait, you saw them bringing someone in for medical care, and then you heard people from the crowd screaming, 'Don't let them treat you,' and then you saw the person walking away. So did you treat them?" No.
What was amazing there, and you made the quip also in real time. He knew Rittenhouse was there administering aid, and they said, "Well, did you see him administer aid?" No, I didn't see what happened after that, but I knew he was there to administer aid. And then you make a joke like, "Well, what happened afterwards?" I don't know. He shot him. It really was as disastrous as it could possibly get. In part because the way it started, it's true. I mean, he comes off suing for $10 million, lying in his civil suit so that he has a greater chance of getting those $10 million. Comes out and prosecutes here. Will getting a conviction against Rittenhouse help you in your case? I don't know how that works. And he smirks like a little devious individual.
Yeah.
He knows damn well how that works, and that's how it works.
And Binger immediately should have objected. Objection, Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion. And then he should have objected. Objection, Your Honor. They're asking for privileged conversations between him and his attorney. And Binger is asleep. And his white boy co-counsel is making the most memeable faces. There's one point where the camera pans over and he's sitting there like this, and you're like,
the screenshots are on Twitter.
Was that Penn guy who was playing with his pen?
No, Lordship is not a myth. It is a concept. It is a genre.
Yeah, the guy
You
who's
see
suit is
the
attacking him like a
tapes.
tidal wave when he's sitting down. This guy.
Yeah. He said, he had a worse case of resting bitch face than.
I literally cannot learn his name.
Boy,
Last night, Robert Gruller told me his name like 4 times, and I still can't remember because I just keep thinking
You're
him
mentally
as
blocked.
Angry Giant Man. That's all I got.
He froze up while the judge is talking to him, and he starts twitching that pen and going, "Oh man!" And it just gets up.
I just wonder
were
how
talking
much
about
they
the
talked to the prosecutors. about
Mustang
the fact that
depends on the version of Lordship you're
This
talking
office
about.
should
As a
have
concept, it's fine.
reminded their
As a
prosecutors,
group,
at least over the weekend.
No
remember,
face.
They panned off the big guy as he had his hand in his hands after that
Like
massive
that,
admission.
I've
I
done
don't know if
that.
you saw. I tweeted out that clip from the stream.
Yeah. Oh, it's great.
300,000 views already. That's the moment. It can't get any worse than that. And Binger not objecting. I do think at some point when it goes so badly, if you object, it's just going to make it look worse. So maybe silence is the best option. But
At some point, the prosecutors start objecting to each other's questions. That's a stupid question.
I think they're going to be sent for education of a poker.
Oh,
match,
you're quoting
of
Nick.
just learn a poker face, guys. Come on.
Okay, here we go. We're back.
okay, I'm going to duck out. I just wanted to say hi to everybody, and I'm going to continue watching with my kid who's home from school today.
See you, Viva. Thank you, Viva. Peace, mother.
I got a little bit on my lunch break here, and then I got to jump back into court myself.
Yeah, and you guys are welcome to come back, stay as you wish. Emily, have you ever had to conduct trial on camera?
I have not, and I'm very thankful for it. I almost got sanctioned by a judge once for making a jury laugh with my faces, and he was not thrilled at all. I don't know how. I'll tell you that story another time, but I don't know how I would have done in trial on camera. We had the LA County DA's office has a unit that does a lot with the high-profile cases and goes for media training.
The hilarious thing is that's very true, Tweety, and that is actually part of the genesis of how I even became associated with any of this. There was I think I've told this story before, but there was a group stream. I can't remember whose stream it was on, but there was 5 or 6 people, and Sean was there, and they were all discussing, well, do we want to come up with a different name other than LawTube, because LawTube is a channel? And Sean was like, what about the Law Patrol? And I was like, don't you fucking dare! And then after that, Sean had me on, and basically the rest is history.
And that really started with more media training after the OJ case.
The allowed has been discussed.
I just had my most recent hearing was on camera because only the parties and a couple of their associates were allowed in the courtroom, and everything else was by Zoom. We had like 17 Zoom people because this is not a public thing like Rittenhouse, and so I'm very cognizant that there's a camera on me the entire time. And
that works.
I mentioned this last night with Robert Gruller. Even when there's not a camera on me in court, I sit at the table, my hands folded in front of me, and my face neutral. I laugh at the judge's jokes.
You always laugh at the judge's jokes. I was always very mindful that the jury was always watching me, and I learned that in my first trial when a juror came up to me after trial and was like, "What were those shoes you were wearing on day 3?" I'm like, "Oh my God, they're paying that close of attention to what you're doing." And I learned that very early on, that the jury is paying attention and interpreting meaning into everything you're doing. And a fidgety DA looks like things aren't going well, and that perception carries a lot of weight with a jury. Like, oh, if you hear testimony and go like this, the jury's like, oh, that's super important. That mattered to them. That hurt them. Even if they didn't pick up the meaning themselves, your face gives it away.
Sometimes it's important to smile when you're getting slaughtered.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you don't want them to know that you know you're getting slaughtered. Because if you look like you are, then they go, oh, maybe they are. Maybe they missed it because they zoned out during a bad thing. That's why your face should be neutral. One quick housekeeping thing, guys. We're almost at 10,000 likes, which is insane.
All drink more if you like more.
Stop it. Stop it. All super chats will be addressed either on this stream or on tonight's stream.
Okay, let's proceed.
I like this judge so much.
Mr. Grosskreutz,
Oh my God, he's the best.
For a second, if I can.
He's base.com.
Oh,
Mine
how
bet
that
he has great
changed.
dad jokes.
Oh my God.
Granddad
yes.
jokes.
I want to spend Thanksgiving with him.
Yep.
Look at the
And
face
hear about the
on
Roman Empire.
Grosskreutz.
Talk about the Roman Empire.
Yeah, so on this document, it's marked 2520. I don't know if that's reference to the time of the incident, but
Right.
this statement was given. It looks like 0900. I'm sorry, 9:46 a.m. of the following day.
So just so we're clear,
He's
it
not
says
looking as
on
smooth
this
as he did
on
before.
8:25.
No, he's having a bad day.
You think he realized over lunch the oh fuckness of it all?
So the only thing
think
Oh, I think he
someone
knew
told
almost
him.
immediately.
I'm betting his civil lawyer basically said, "Hey, you know that 10 million?
Killing me.
You're not
ya.
getting $10."
on this paper. Is
Hey,
that right?
Nate.
That's
Yes,
nice.
And it,
Yo.
this 2 pages. would
You been watching this Insanity?
Yes, I would.
Oh,
Can you tell me what those marks are on the left-hand side of that document?
What is being referred to? There are circles. It looks like 2 on the first page, 2 on the second page. And these are on the left-hand indent. And in those circles are my initials.
Okay. So you had at various points during that statement put your initials on it?
Correct. I wasn't able to.
Has he even
I'm
stopped
right-hand
yet?
Dominant, so
Do
I
we
wasn't
know?
able to write. So the officer that. I'm not sure which officer that was, but the officer was taking my verbal statement, transcribing it, and then throughout, I would initial either. So you can see here, there's the word approximately was crossed off. I signed that there's a correction there made.
Okay, so can I ask you this? Where it says, I told multiple officers that I had dropped my firearm, right next to that, you put your initials, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And to be fair, on the bottom of each one of these pages, it says, I have made the above statement without any threats or promises. It is my desire to state the true facts as to this incident. I have read the above statement and find it true and correct. Is that what it
Oh
says?
boy.
That is what it says.
Tightening the screws.
Left
Todd's got it
jury
right.
is that, correct?
Correct.
So my last, where we left off, I just have a couple questions for you. I had asked you if you had any
You might
regrets
cry.
about that evening and that you had said that you correct?
Correct.
No regrets.
I had asked you,
comes.
person, Jacob Marshall, correct?
Yes.
Oh, this is
And
gonna be
Jacob
good.
Marshall may not be today, but he was.
Yes.
And you had said that he had visited you in the hospital.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 70.
Feel him like pulling the pin out.
Yeah.
Is that the kind of
Facebook
remark
is
he was
public,
making?
people.
I'm not interested in the
pulse of
stuff
hell.
on the right now. I'm just interested in the photograph. Okay.
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it, makes me laugh.
Ooh, look, foundation.
That appear to be taken after you had suffered the injury to your arm.
Yes.
Okay. And that's at a hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
This is going to be brutal.
Looks like you didn't have
Yeah,
any
it's
regrets.
been brutal.
Did you tell
It's been
Mr.
very excited.
Marshall that you're only
Jury's well rested. They're paying attention.
and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag into him?
No, I never said that.
You didn't tell that to your roommate.
That's not hearsay.
You didn't tell that to Mr. Marshall?
No, I did not.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
And now he's looking to the jury. He hasn't been doing that in a while.
Yep.
Now it's but now they get them to call the roommate on.
Impeachment time.
Yep.
Yes.
Here we go.
Who's the prosecutor looking at?
God for help.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's going to help him.
Credibility.
Yes.
Hey, I'm about to
I-
shred
I-
your witness. This is what I'm using.
And now I'm going to call the other guy and make him lie under oath.
Afterwards, I do have objection to both. of them.
Have fun with trying to fix this. I'm going to fuck him more later.
You're
welcome.
Okay, Mr. Grosskreutz, I just have a few follow-up questions here.
Oh, just a few. None of which are going to do
At one
it.
point in the video that was played for you by the defense, you referred to the defendant as a boogaloo boy. What did you mean by that?
I don't recall if I
guess-
was referring specifically to the defendant. I think a more accurate statement would be the group of armed individuals.
Again, playing
predominantly white
semantics, trying to
males
twist it.
with AR-15s, and generally speaking, some sort of, we'll say, paramilitary attire. And what I mean by that is camel clothes, body armor, chest rigs, helmets, things of that nature.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Grosskreutz, that no matter
You lost
what
your arm?
you tell us or remember, everything you did that night's on video or photographed, correct?
That is true.
I want to
That doesn't
play
help you.
a little bit of Exhibit 57. Can we go to the 31-minute mark, please? 31 minute.
Is there anything on the
This is
video
a
that helps
portion
these
of the
guys?
exhibit that was played for you on cross-examination, and I just want to go back to that for a moment.
Whew. Not liking his chances on redirect here, frankly.
It just looks like he's trying to distract from the massacre.
He's got to
Yeah.
put something out there to sort of subdue that sting from the cross
It's
examination.
lipstick. It's lipstick on a dumpster fire at this point.
It's lipstick on a dead
that was started
pedophile.
by whom?
What a good thing about- This is not going to survive a motion for a directed verdict after closing the case. This is not going to survive that.
Looks like the Boogaloo boys, the good old boys rolling up. Two right there. Two right there.
Like, don't ruin it for me, guys, but I'm assuming that they tried for a directed verdict. You fucking laughing? Fuck you.
Yeah, we got our own medics. You're good. You can go home.
Oh, they
Hang on.
stopped it before you fucking stooge this.
More to the point, that's the second time hearing that. We got our own medics. Oh yeah, he wasn't associated with the group at all, but we got our own medics. You can go home. Gaige is suing Kyle for emotional damage. No joke. Jesus Christ. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi!
They're saying, we got our own medics. You can go home. That's your voice, right?
Yes, it is.
Why did you say that?
It was my interpretation throughout the events of August 25th that these armed individuals, whether they were...
Damn it, Thomas specifically said don't tell me.
Boys, etc.,
Oh my God! Object to that.
had a, we'll say, a homogeneous appearance. Again, meaning the rifle,
Homogeneous?
the body armor.
Objection. There's no evidence the Proud Boys were even present that
And
day.
what I had inferred throughout the events
They could do a
of
recross.
these groups of people.
Let it go, yeah.
I'd chop this guy all day
very
long if I were the defense.
friendly towards
Yep.
Other demonstrators, and in specifically to reference the defendant, it was also my interpretation that the defendant lacked the necessary experience, potentially the necessary knowledge to adequately fulfill
Objection.
his
Speculation.
self-proclaimed role as
How
a-
on
Total
earth would he?
speculation. How would he know that?
Can we now go to the 57
Apparently
minute
he's
and
psychic.
36-second mark in this video, please?
No, I like that for requests. I would leave that in and say, so you
Yeah,
believed that they were inadequate.
That's
So
been their
you
strategy.
decided to take it into your own hands because you thought you knew better.
That's been
Yeah.
a strategy. Emily. That's what they've been doing.
Yeah, their
That would be funny.
legal mindset called it a recrosecution later.
And Sheriffisi is the recrosecution.
Well played.
Well played.
So when the defense stands up and cracks their knuckles, you know you're.
Stand your property. That's why you got problems already with people.
He's gotten camo. Is this hat camera?
That's his Facebook live feed.
Their big thing here is that Kyle went into the street to grab a dumpster that was taken off this specific property and return it. That's their gotcha. He left the property. It's weird.
Question about the defendant's reaction at that very moment in time when he was told by someone, "Don't go out in the street."
Don't
stay on your
understand
property."
how it's an
And
issue
you
if he's
were asked
retrieving
if he-
property that
if the
belongs to the
defendant
property he's
reacted in a
protecting.
certain way. Do you know if he came and spoke with anyone about that comment at that moment in time?
No, I do not.
Okay.
What a weird question.
Yeah, it's just like he's just throwing things out there.
What a waste.
I think he's just trying to
confuse the jury.
Now, can we go to
I agree,
the
Nate.
Just put some distance.
1
between
hour,
the murder that just
17
happened.
minute, and 10-second mark in this exhibit, please?
I think he's just trying to bore everybody to get this thing out. Right? Let's just ask some meaningless questions to get this thing out.
Before the roommate comes in and is
And blows
And
it
just
all
blows
up.
it all up again.
blows it all up.
Then we got Katy Perry's fireworks going on.
I think we also came in like a wrecking ball moment as I was listening to you guys talk earlier about the cross-examination. It was
Yes.
just brought the relevant questions first, which you always want to do.
That sounded like gunshots. Sounds like multiple gunshots.
Excuse me.
No, this is southbound on Sheridan.
Whose phone is that?
Ty.
This is.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought that was in the courtroom.
See it? Looks like they even set up a recliner. Oh, 110%, bro. Yeah, dude. 100.
Do you hear what the crowd is saying at that point?
I do.
And what were they saying?
Sounds like they're yelling medic.
Is
repeatedly.
that what caused you to start running?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought this was a direct, not a cross.
They're trying to reestablish that he ran towards the situation until the intervening act of he met Kyle on the road. I mean, okay.
But a lot of this is asked and answered, though, right? We're going through this literally the same testimony as before.
Does any of this address what was said on cross? Because otherwise it's not the proper for a redirect, because you're only
This is
supposed to
just
address
a
what's on
new
cross.
direct.
It's a complete waste of time.
Yeah,
This
it
is
is
good
outside the
direct.
scope of cross-examination.
Kyle just said, "I'm going to please." Oh, sorry.
Although that was part of the cross-examination, that exchange was. So
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Is he saying who shot or who
What
is
was
shot?
just played on the screen
Think
is the
number two.
only words exchanged between you and the defendant after the defendant killed Joseph Rosenbaum.
Yes.
And you've already explained what you heard at that time. We've already heard the video. Was there ever a time in which the defendant said someone pulled a gun on him?
In hindsight, no.
In your statement the next morning, you told the police you'd heard the words, something to the effect of, he pulled a gun on me, from the defendant.
Damn,
Is
he's
that right?
lying on direct.
With the benefit of hindsight, we can see that never happened, correct?
Correct.
With the
Why would you
benefit of
do
hindsight.
this?
At the time you gave the statement to the police the following morning, how long had you been awake?
Is that what you said to the police?
It's not what you said 20 minutes ago
Couple hours.
or 2 hours ago.
After surgery.
After surgery, yes.
And before surgery, you'd been awake all day Tuesday, right?
Yes.
And in the
So he can't
time
remember anything
period
that happened because he was too
between
tired. So why is he testifying?
you were
So
shot
his
by the
testimony
defendant
is completely
and the time you spoke to
imaginary.
the police officers,
That
did you even
doesn't
have possession of your phone?
No, I did not.
Had you watched this Facebook live stream?
No, I had not.
but you took it.
You
So
were
you didn't
there.
have.
Can we
Existed in the moment.
His live stream.
Like,
I don't know that I will be in there on that.
he didn't know what he could lie about.
That'd mean doing 2 streams a day, and that's a bit rough. I think the wife would kill me as well.
Not good.
Is he yelling, "You're fucked"?
He's the guy screaming medic because his bicep just got
Evaporated.
turned into atmosphere is what I was going to say. But yeah.
I think the word the witness used was vaporized.
Kyle is writing, well, next Saturday, I'm going to be chilling at home, relax.
We can still hear audio, but there's no video coming from your live stream. Do you know why that is at this particular moment in time?
I believe it's because I dropped my phone after being shot by the defendant.
To the best of your knowledge, did the audio that we just capture or watch rather, did that capture everything that you said when you are, after you talked to the defendant and had that little exchange until you got shot?
Yes.
At any point in there, did you say anything about you're going to kill the defendant, you're going to shoot the defendant, make any threats to the defendant of any kind?
No.
I mean, besides wave a
He
gun.
didn't need to.
Yeah.
He held a gun towards him.
While advancing on
Pointing it
him.
to his forehead, right?
Doing that video game spin move from having your hands up to, yeah.
Who gives a shit what he said?
Rittenhouse should request.
You point a gun at someone, you don't need to give me the words, I'm going to kill you. That was really lazy, Binger.
What's interesting that I don't know if the media has commented on, and I'm going to guess they haven't, is that whatever people think about Kyle, he went through a really traumatic event. Like listening to that night is horrifying, and he's sitting there with a straight
Reliving
face,
it.
reliving it again and again and
He was
again
amazingly
without a
cool.
reaction.
He was
But he
amazingly
yawned.
cool that night.
There's
He
moments
yawned
that
during
he,
jury selection, you racists.
there's moments that they've cut to him when he seems to be sort of having that 1,000-yard stare, and I
is entirely
bet he's
understandable.
pretty damaged. At this
I would
point.
imagine.
Barnes suggested on a stream I did with him. By the way, over 25,000 viewers. Thank you, guys.
Holy cow.
Barnes
Holy
suggested
shit.
Like it,
he,
guys. Like the
Y'all
video.
Subscribe and get Nick over
While we're
200,000 so we can make him drink on the live stream.
Let me just
some more.
ask Mr. Grosskreutz, the defense has shown you a photograph which has been marked as exhibit number 65. I'm just going to hold that for you.
Thing you're talking
Does
to the
this
mic.
show you with your hands raised before the defendant shoots you?
Yes.
Oh no, they're gonna go down that path.
Oh, we're going
They're going to open it
We've
up
got
for a
the photo.
reread, for a recross? Are you
No, I'm
serious?
Is this right before
Yet.
he does
Benny,
the
you dickhead.
tracking of the gun?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I see what the argument
This
is.
isn't going to help.
This is the photograph that shows you moving towards the defendant after
He shouldn't have had to re-rack a semi-automatic rifle.
Now you were asked
If he
you
had
would
a,
have
some sort of failure.
in this picture and
The
also
poll strategy cutting.
number 67.
Yeah.
Do you
Didn't
remember
see
being
it in the
asked this
video.
question?
I do.
At any point during that encounter, did you intentionally point your firearm at the defendant?
No, I did not.
It was after that
Can
happened.
we play Exhibit 5, please?
You know, when TYT says Rittenhouse has a good case, you know it's going bad for the prosecution.
Yep. True, Nate.
When you impeach your star witness's truthfulness, you know it's going bad.
Yeah.
At this point in the video, there are people that are running in the same direction as the defendant. Are you even on screen yet?
I don't
Is there
see
a pause
myself
in
on
the
screen, no.
stream? Okay.
Keep going. The person that attempts to kick the defendant has flown over the defendant. Mr. Huber is approaching the defendant. Are you even on screen yet?
No, I'm not.
All right, let's continue.
Why does it matter if he's not on screen?
Right. They already went over his
there.
there.
On the
Yeah,
screen.
on
Here's
cross,
the sort of
his exact distance
crouching,
was from Kyle.
Like crouching down as if what? What were you thinking at that moment? Why were you doing that?
Hidden tiger, crouching dragon.
First, yes,
Hidden
it was
tiger, crouching
on the
tiger.
screen crouching, and it was reactionary instinct, I guess is a good way to put it, and the best way that I could.
Kind of looks like Mr. Huber is grabbing
Describe
his gun
that
in
as
this frame.
one
Is
of
that
the-
true?
No DNA was on it,
Very
Nick.
large
Don't do that.
firearm, and I think that in itself probably started me. But then,
Even though the
my
whole gun
hand
wasn't swabbed, but that's fine.
I could be shot next.
Just a tip.
If your intent was to shoot the defendant with your Glock pistol, would you have
Yes.
gotten that close to him?
That was my intent. No.
If that was your intent, you would.
What? Okay.
Exactly. Right, correct.
That's weird.
That's very weird.
The jury all just went, what? At the same time, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm accurate to
Okay.
600 yards.
Would you
mind?
With a handgun.
If you can.
Yeah, rifle versus handgun.
Yeah, don't get close.
The jury, how your
You wouldn't want to be accurate.
position in this still.
In this still.
Right now.
Why do you need your water bottle for this exercise?
So
He's
something out?
flustered. He's flustered.
Yeah, he's showing his ass to the jury too.
It's a stand-in for his bicep.
Put your...
Hope we didn't
Just
bust
by
the
the
seam in
way,
his pants. That'd be fun.
often doesn't go well as a prosecutor when you're asking somebody to act something out if you have not had them do it before. They often don't get it right. It's very interesting that that's what they're trying to do.
Why is he...
They might
This,
have taken lunch.
this doesn't make any sense. Like,
Are
the
they going to
jury's
try to
not
have him
gonna have
point stuff out?
The
and
jury's not
narrate
going to
it?
have the perspective of Kyle
No.
Rittenhouse on the ground from this. There's no way you can pull this off and make it convincing in the way
This isn't
that he
going to go
thinks.
well.
Really close.
These are the kind of moments where you get the glove doesn't fit because nobody thought it through and they're like, it seems like a good idea to ask for this. It's not.
This is my
This is a
pistol
bad idea.
that I had in my hand. Myself. My body is bladed towards the defendant.
I think they had a long talk.
I'd ask
Well,
you to show off the
his
spin
civil
move.
attorney had a long talk with him during lunch.
My left hand.
The
I think
defense
so.
attorney should ask it on recross.
Towards the
Did you
defendant's
talk to the
firearm.
DA during lunch?
And then my pistol.
All right, folks, I got to slip out, but I might be back later if I can. Cheers.
Peace, brother.
See ya.
Welcome.
Bye.
Good talking to you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm going to go pick up children later, guys.
When you were
See you, Nate.
putting, after all this was
Phrasing,
said and
Nate.
done, was there any impact or anything like that on your left arm from that gunshot?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
It was determined to be a
Ouch.
muzzle burn.
From its proximity to the defendant's gun?
So a little more context on that. Bullet is fired.
Ask me open-ended questions like
That's
it's
fine.
correct.
We'll
'cause I
move
want you to
on.
talk more.
They
go ahead,
objected to
Nancy.
his ability to talk about this, by the way, and the
Thank you for
judge
doing
said
that.
sustained. This guy
Thank
is not
you.
an expert on muzzle burn. Good job, Richards, on that one.
Mm-hmm.
At
Okay,
that
he's flustered.
moment in
Look at
time-
that.
Very.
Right before you got shot by the defendant, did you feel
Yeah.
there was an imminent danger that the defendant was going to kill you?
Yes, absolutely.
When you were just demonstrating to us the way your right hand was holding the gun, however it was angled, my question for you is that the way you hold and point a gun when you're going to shoot it?
No.
So you're poorly trained.
Yeah, you were playing with the gun.
I hope the defense asks about his weapons training.
Oh, they're gonna,
Yeah.
they're gonna chop all. Why did you think he would shoot you? Was it because you had a gun and was pointing it at him?
It's not a hard. The questions write themselves.
They do.
They really do.
I can't wait for recross. I'm literally excited. I don't get excited for
Mr.
anything.
Grosskreutz.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I didn't hear them.
Were played when Mr. Rittenhouse was walking past you, and you had said something along the lines of, "No medics are needed here. We don't need you." Right?
Yes.
But you needed one.
And you were saying that, "Oh, here comes some Boogaloo boys." Never met Mr. Rittenhouse before, have you?
No, I have not.
Here we go.
No
Good.
idea who he was, any affiliation with any group, nothing, right?
Good.
You were just spouting off guessing. Yes?
I was making an inference. Yes.
No, you were spouting
no
off
information.
guessing.
Yes.
It's called speculation.
Oh, he just did this.
And
now we know Surefire Feces with the skinhead, he's a racist.
Mr. Binger asked you if you ever threatened verbally with words, Mr. Rittenhouse. Do you remember him asking you that?
I do.
And your answer was he did not.
Yes.
You'd agree people don't have to use words to threaten other people. They can do it by their actions, correct?
Yes.
Like running after them down the street with a loaded firearm, right?
Yes.
Like
Wow.
approaching them, loading their foot and moving their gun forward while the person's on their butt sitting there, right?
Wow.
Those are
Right.
non-verbal things that can be used to show aggression, correct?
Yes.
Oh my! He's just leading the dog. Just.
Now you had been asked,
Swinging it by its leash right now.
and you had shown a demonstration of this blading maneuver, as you call it. And I'll take your word on that. Can you bring up 67?
He's blinking
So-
a lot.
A well-known sign of honesty.
This man has been demolished on stand,
Yeah.
and he's got to know because he probably got reamed out by at least one attorney during lunch.
Oh,
While he's
at
sitting there trying to
least.
shove a sandwich in his mouth, and catch his composure. They're like, "You fucked up, you idiot."
I doubt if he could have eaten.
Mental
Yeah, there's no way he ate.
No. Big Boy was the one eating.
You'd agree what everybody's looking at is you pointing a gun at a person's head, right?
As well as the defendant pointing his firearm at me.
Absolutely.
That's still an admission. You still just admitted that you were pointing it at
Pointing
him.
a pistol from less than 3 feet away at his head. Agree?
Yes.
No, I don't agree with that.
You already did. Why is my voice going so high?
You don't agree with that?
I don't agree to the 3 feet.
In the direction, yes, but directly, no.
Okay, that just looks bad.
Yeah, just let it go.
Excellent.
It's in the
There's no way out of
direction
that
of his
question,
head.
though.
You didn't
That
tell
question
him.
was beautiful.
Right?
I don't have time to.
Well, as you're running, you didn't say anything, right? You're just chasing him down. You never say anything.
It would have been hard to
Bite me,
communicate that
sleazy.
over gunfire.
My question to you is:
My voice jumps
you
when I
never
get
said
excited.
A word to him,
Oh
other
crap!
than
That's gonna come back to haunt me.
approach him with your gun out from 3 feet away, right?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Like nothing else.
Oh, nothing else. Done.
Beautiful.
Damn.
Beautiful.
Excellent.
What do
Wait,
you
is he
think?
gonna
A bigger-
reread
Not
that?
gonna fix
Oh my
it.
god! No.
Sit
He's just
down.
gonna make it
Binger!
worse. This is their only case, I think. This is probably what he's thinking. Like
Even though
he can't let it sit.
and ask questions about what he said at various times or things like that. Did he make threats to anything like that, to people, anything like that? You construed his actions as threatening, didn't you?
Based off of
They're hanging their hat on his perception, which
witnessing the
is
first
not
2 shots that
relevant
jumped at
legally.
me.
No.
The third shot that killed Anthony Huber.
They've got
Yes.
the state witnesses calling this guy jump kick man. Trumpian labeling going on. It's beautiful.
When you had contact with him, he didn't lie to you, did he?
He's not even gonna wait.
Yes, he did.
How did he lie to you?
After having asked him who was shot, and then him saying, "I'm going to the police."
You said in
after the
hindsight.
fact, and then saying, "I didn't do anything."
So it's your testimony today that you heard. Now, to be fair, your first interview that you signed,
Oh shit.
you said that he told you, "I'm working with the police," right?
Oh no!
Right?
Overruled.
Open the door with his
No,
answer.
no.
Okay, so you weren't telling the correct statement, correct?
Can you?
Yeah. You said that Mr.
get me out of
Rittenhouse
this?
lied to you.
Yes.
Your initial statement to the police was,
Was a
he
lie.
told me I'm working with the police. You know that's not true.
After the fact, yes.
Okay. So what is on tape is he said, "I'm going to the police," right?
Yes.
You're not saying that's not true.
No, I'm not.
Nothing else.
Redirect?
No.
Oh, thank God.
You want to go?
I was gonna say this is
done.
feeling like Bridesmaids at the scene where the two bridesmaids are trying to one up one another at the engagement party. Neither one wants to give up the microphone.
Oh boy. Here comes Forrest with his pen.
I just tweeted out, Gaige just turned into an absolute disaster for the state. Binger should be embarrassed and start a YouTube channel.
Lower
lawyers
himself to
end up
our
on
standard.
Binger, get in here, buddy. Quit now. Quit
We
now.
don't want him.
Legal finger. It'll do well.
Legal little finger.
So what's the big guy's name?
I don't know,
Biggest
Ty.
finger.
I can't remember.
I call him Forrest.
I call him Wide Boy.
Wide Boy.
So mean.
It's
Seriously.
D-O-I,
Thank you, Emily.
I'm not
it's mixed
assuming his
ways.
gender.
You've
Don't
seen
you dare
how
put
I
that on me.
No, you see
about
how I
Heather
feel
Williams
about
this
talking
name?
about people's bodies on Twitter. I made
Yes.
it very clear over the weekend.
Yes, but
Yes.
Nick is mean.
True. Also
Here's some
true.
things he says about
Oh,
me.
damn.
Look, I have not.
Y'all
I
know each
have
other.
I have impugned his character for giantness a couple times. I will
Yay.
say. Okay, never mind.
I will say though, you don't limit it to anyone. You impugn everyone for things.
I impugn me.
That's a fair rule. That's a fair rule.
Yeah. Hey, chat. Post about his nose right now.
Dude, no. My people have when I
with his-
stand up and have to adjust my camera, they make fun of my gut all the time. I'm the most embarrassing specimen that exists
That's
because
why
I
I'm
should
stand up
be
on
better.
camera. No one needs to know. We don't need to know.
All right. So here
Someone,
we go.
you got a super chat that says Binger does have a YouTube channel. His channel is at Legal Eagle. It's a great super chat.
Oh, she's got the mask, the inherent
Oh.
virtue signal.
Oh.
Can you say your name and
That's
spell
super
it for
chat.
the benefit of the court reporter?
Look, I can't
First
impugn
name
her.
is
She's
Heather.
cute.
Heather. Last name is Williams. Williams.
She's got a
not her
great
first
where are you
voice.
employed?
Oh,
The
resting bitch
Wisconsin
face,
State
much?
Crime Laboratory, located in Milwaukee.
And what
Located
is
in
your
Milwaukee.
current position at the crime laboratory in Milwaukee?
I am a firearms and tool mark examiner.
So junk science.
And how long have you been employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab as a firearms tool mark examiner?
A little over 5.5 years.
So this is a
And what does
ballistics
that mean to
expert.
be a firearms
Why do they need
or
a
tool
ballistic
mark
expert?
examiner?
As a
The
firearms
re-racking,
and
probably.
tool mark examiner, I conduct examinations of firearms and firearms related evidence, such as fired cartridge cases and fired bullets.
And is there any specialized education or
I'm
training
sure
that
I've
you've
spoken to
done,
her on the phone from a call
pertaining
center
to your
before.
job as a firearms or tool mark examiner?
Chat's killing me.
Yes, I first hold a bachelor's of science degree in law enforcement and justice administration with a minor in forensic science that included a 525-hour internship at the DuPage County Forensic Science Center. I also completed the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory Firearms and Tool Mark Examiner
Her
Training
cadence
Program.
is
It's an
horrible.
apprenticeship
Terrible.
training
It's
program,
painful.
much
I'm
like
not gonna
an
lie.
electrician or a
It's
plumber,
robotic because she
where
does
you
this
get
a
both
lot.
hands-on and classroom-like instruction.
That up top.
Hey,
classroom,
Chad,
like
this is how
instruction.
you establish an expert. You
Firearms
ask them all these
identification.
things.
Yeah.
You don't just ask
Firearms
them questions.
identification is
This
the
is what they do.
comparison analysis of fired evidence, compares bullets to barrels and cartridge cases to firearms.
And what process is used when examining a firearm that is submitted to
I'm going to
your
go to the
section?
bathroom during the boring stuff.
One
Be
of
right
the
back.
first tasks that we perform when a firearm
Fair.
is submitted to the firearms section is called a function test.
She doesn't
The
need a
purpose
podcast.
of the function test is to first make sure that the firearm is a functional firearm and that it is also safe to test fire. During
And like
that function
last
test,
time at
I'll
my
check the
sorority,
condition of
we
the
just had
firearm,
so many issues
along
with
all
the
safeties that are
sorority mom
associated
that we
with
got her
that
fired.
firearm.
And then what do you do next with when examining that firearm?
I have a feeling this
Once
is going
I've
to be to
determined
pad
that
the
that
last
firearm
witness
is safe to
testimony.
test fire,
They don't
I will
end on that.
test fire the firearm. This is done to make sure that the
She's
firearm
Wikipedia.
is
Stipulated to so
properly
much.
and the way that the
Why establish her as an
manufacturer
expert? I'll be
intended for it to work.
I'll be interested to see
and
why
also
they need a
instances
firearms expert
in
and
which
what
we
they
have
want her to
fired
testify
evidence.
to.
Well, they already got into
Post-test
ballistic
fired
evidence with the
bullets and
social media
cartridge
cops.
pieces that are
So
produced are then compared to that fired
Without a proper
evidence to
expertise
see
and
if
without
they were
objection.
or were not fired.
exactly, Emily, like we like it.
This is how you
And
establish
did
an
you become
expert. That's what
involved
these
in
foundational questions that
case
she
in your
took all these
professional
classes, has
capacity
all this experience,
regarding
and therefore is an
Cal
expert
Rittenhouse,
for
Joseph
the thing.
Rosenbaum, and Anthony
Oh, like just by the end of this, I'm just expecting that she just can't even.
Huber?
Yes, I was.
And how did you become involved with that case?
I was assigned to work that laboratory case.
I'd like to show you what has been previously marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 28. Do you recognize that?
I might not be able to fix this one.
Yes, I do. I recognize that as the firearm that I analyzed for this specific case. How I recognize that is on the firearm in silver marker. I have indicated that laboratory case number associated with the case, the item designation of that
Here's got a Vanna
item,
moment.
my initials, and the date that that was examined.
Oh yeah, she's about a
So
5'8".
is it my understanding that you would have
hot
actually
crazy scale.
examined this exact firearm and
As in
fired
5
it?
hot, 8
Correct.
crazy.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's good. Thank you.
And the reason the prosecution brings in a weapon like that instead of photos of a weapon
what
like
do you
that is so
use
the
to
jury can
test
feel that
fire
the
a
gun is big, bad, and
We're
scary.
going to use
Yeah.
ammunition that is part of our reference collection. When we
Photos don't
choose
give
the
you scale of
ammunition
size.
for our test fires, we try to choose it as close to the fired evidence that's submitted to that case.
So 223.
What is a cartridge? Yeah.
A cartridge is unfired ammunition that's going to consist of 4 components. You'll have the actual cartridge case, you'll have the primer, you'll have the propellant or gunpowder, and then you have the projectile or bullet.
So what is a cartridge case?
A cartridge case is a portion of a fired cartridge that is left over after it's been fired in a firearm. You may have commonly heard it referred to as brass.
And how do you determine if cartridge cases were fired in the same firearm?
You're going to look at markings that are transferred onto the fired cartridge cases during the firing process. Those are the markings that we look at to determine if they were or were not fired in the same firearm. And then instances when we have a firearm, we're able to determine if they were or were not fired in a specific firearm.
So what's the difference between a cartridge and a bullet?
A cartridge, like I said, is going to be the full unfired ammunition. So it's going to be those 4 components. A bullet is just one of those 4 components. So it's the
Are they going to bring in the
projectile
bombshell that
portion
they
you'll
have a
see on the
cartridge from
unfired
Kyle's
cartridge.
gun? Allegedly.
So what is a fired bullet?
A fired bullet is going to be the bullet that is expelled through the barrel of a firearm.
Why would you bring
It's
this
going to
person
have
after Gaige?
impressions that are going to be left on that from the
Hoping
weapon.
that the
with
high-pitched
that
nasal
spiral
whine will
pattern
That might be
make it
scheduling,
that
though.
door of the barrel.
So how can you determine if fire-
Scheduling law
if
enforcement
bullets
and lab
were fired
techs
in
can
the
be
same
tricky.
firearm?
You're going to look at those rifling impressions that are left on a fired bullet from the barrel that it's been fired through.
Is your crime lab accredited?
Yes, we are.
And who accredits your
Okay,
crime lab?
Slacey, but if you
We
can
are
turn that into
accredited through
a
ANAB,
visual scale for me, that'd
Why
be
didn't they
great.
just stipulate to her expertise
the
and save
American
everyone the
National
effort of this?
Association
to wave that arrow.
Save everyone's
National
I mean, sometimes
That's
the
true.
benefit of doing that in
And are
front
there
of
any
a jury
quality
is to,
controls or
so
procedures
that they can
that are
see
used,
just how much expertise she
particularly in
has
your
and trust
Yeah,
her
the
more.
prosecution doesn't want them to
Yes,
stipulate.
in
They
the
want them
firearm section,
droned out
we
in
have
this.
a 3-step quality control procedure. The first step is called the verification process. This is when any type of identification, elimination, or inconclusive results of fired evidence is then looked at by a second qualified examiner in the section. Once that verification process has been completed, there is then a peer review process.
Jonathan
in
Thomas,
which
was she
all
really
notes and
Miss Teen
reports that
USA
looked at to make
2007?
sure
That'd be
everything's
interesting.
Clear, complete, and accurate. That last step is going to be administrative review. That is going to be when a supervisor will once again go through all reports and
My
notes,
boredom
make sure
might be that this was
clear,
my life
complete,
for 10
and
years.
accurate before the
No,
report is submitted.
no,
to
we're
the
all
submitting
bored, and so is
agency.
the jury at this.
Yes, I
at
think
this
so
moment.
too.
It was marked as State's Exhibit 72.
The jury's sitting here
You
thinking,
recognize
God,
that?
Gaige got destroyed. God, that was ugly.
I would have held that rifle off until the last bit.
I do. This is the report that I issued for this specific case. I know that based upon the laboratory case number,
My
as well as it
signature.
has my name as well as my signature, And then it also has information on the second page with my initials showing that I did complete both of these pages of the report.
This cadence
Is that a
is
true accurate copy of the
were a
report that you
person.
issued in this case?
I don't
Yes,
mean
it
to be
is.
like that,
I don't think
honestly,
it's
but
72 into evidence.
it's her voice is nasally, but it's the cadence of how she speaks that is so like practiced
Grating.
and off. It feels unnatural.
I've had a lot of lab techs that are the same way because they do that in every single case. They're not animated.
This is
They're
one of
very
the
robotic.
fired cartridge cases that
Coroners.
I
Could
you
analyzed for
imagine
this
her
specific case.
explaining
I
to
can
you
tell
the
that
latest
based
episode
upon
of Real
the laboratory
Housewives, though?
sticker, the yellow sticker
No,
here.
that's why she doesn't have a YouTube
This
channel
has
or a
the
podcast.
laboratory case number associated with this case, the item designation, as well as my initials and date that I took this into my custody. I also have
That's
the
fair. This is how they're
information
gonna
on the
introduce this
additional
evidence. They
packaging
need her
for this
foundation.
specific item.
Yeah.
And then we also have that.
It could also be
information on
because
the
she's
actual
coming from a
cartridge
technical
cases.
background, and so she's sensitive to the idea that
which-
she needs to
which
be able
was
to
the,
explain things slowly and in a way that people can
bullet that
understand.
was fired,
So it
uh,
turns into sort of this like robotic
allegedly by the
rhythm.
defendant. Where would
Yeah,
that
this is
be in
not-
that packet?
This sounds
This
very
is just going to
standard
contain
me.
one of the fired
Coroners,
cartridge cases.
lab
So this is the
techs, DNA
portion
experts.
of a
Yeah.
cartridge that was fired.
Not
So
unusual.
this is the portion that is ejected from the
And also
firearm.
the less
that-
emotional that they
I'm
come
thinking the
across, the
top
more
one,
professional
that
they
they
look,
told-
the more
That is what was
detached.
presented to you as an already
So you can
fired
trust them a
cartridge.
little bit
That's
more.
the one that you fired.
She also might be
Correct. Yes.
self-conscious
This
of
is a
this
piece
being on
of submitted
television
evidence for this specific.
and trying to suppress a little bit of the
So what kind of,
Minnesota
is
accent.
that a true and accurate copy of how you would have packaged up that particular cartridge casing and all the other elements in Exhibit
Yeah,
71?
not trying to dump on her
Yes,
at all.
I know
It
that
just- it
this
just
is how
comes
I
across
package this piece of evidence
frustrating.
because at each one of the heat
No, I'm not
seal
asleep. I'm just-
seals,
sorry,
it's going
work
to have
emails.
my initials as well as the date that I actually sealed this
a
piece of
Fitbit,
evidence.
not an Apple Watch. I can't. I'm already out
Exhibit
on
71 in evidence.
her. I'm out. I'm out. That's a life choice that I can't.
So
stand
after
right
you test fire the weapon, the gun that we saw, then
At
what
least it was
happens
purple.
next? in your
stipulated
analysis?
to this.
So
I mean,
what I
the
will do
prosecution
then is
probably
I will
doesn't want
compare
it,
those
but
test-fired cartridge
they wanna
cases
show the gun.
to
Ty was
the
right.
fired evidence cartridge cases for this specific case. I do that by using what is called a comparison microscope. These are two microscopes that are then connected by an optical bridge. It allows myself as an examiner to look at two objects simultaneously side by side. That way I'm able to see the markings that are transferred from the firearm during that firing process on the cartridge cases to look to see if the submitted evidence was or was not fired in the submitted firearm.
So what did you do in this particular case?
In this particular case,
Did
there were
you use
8 fired
mayonnaise?
cartridge cases that were submitted.
Obviously.
Each one of those 8 fired cartridge cases were then compared to the test fire cartridge cases that I produced so that I could be able to determine if they were or were not fired in the submitted firearm.
So you were submitted 8 of the, if you hold up Exhibit 71 briefly, you were given 8 of those cartridges on top?
Yes, as 8 fired cartridge cases, just like this one here, was submitted for this specific case and analyzed.
And did
It
you
looks like
find
the Fitbit
that
might be purple.
all 8 of
Those
those
are redeeming
cartridges
quality.
were fired through the weapon that Detective Antaramian showed you?
Yes, I was able to determine that the 8 fired
And it might
cartridge
seem silly that Emily's
submitted
pointing
in
these
this
things out,
case
but the jury's also
was
seeing
fired
these
in the
things too, and
submitted
maybe
firearm.
having these same thoughts.
And that was by comparing
Don't wear
each
a
one
watch
to the
as a
test
witness.
fired
Just don't wear a
projectiles
watch.
that you
At
fired.
least that one's
Good.
interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, you're gonna get.
No,
people
no
are gonna,
jewelry pieces, nothing fancy.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
What? This witness was just to admit the fired shell casings, the 8
That
fired
all
shell
could have been
casings. That's
stipulated.
it?
Here to the stand.
Yeah, they were doing that so that the jury could have a little bit of fluff behind Grosskreutz.
That
They did not
is
want to
pointless.
end on that recross.
Whoa. Okay, so they just called Jason somebody to. I don't know who this is, so we'll
And
find
so for
out.
the chat, the point was she's the one who took the evidence, collected the evidence, examined the evidence. Her name's on those reports. She's the one who sealed those things in. She's the one that examined the weapon. But they easily could have stipulated to that. I don't know why the prosecution didn't. It's probably because they wanted to bring in the gun. But there's literally, that's why it's just foundational evidence, which can be very boring to a jury in this kind of case, narcotics cases, cell phone cases. All that foundational stuff can get very dry. Doing it after lunch generally makes sense because the jury's already kind of checked out. So you don't want your best witnesses after lunch, or at least I never did. I wanted those in the morning.
Another police officer. We had multiple police officers on Friday, and neither of them seemed to give anything of value.
This guy's got a white nationalist haircut, though.
Yeah, he's obviously a racist.
I shot Jacob Blake, and I do it again.
Go, Nick.
Yeah.
Yes, it's literally my haircut from a couple. That's the joke. Sorry, that's the joke on my channel. Sorry for the new people. It's
You've got to
forget.
explain, Nick. You've got a lot of people watching you on this stream.
I
How
know,
many people
it's
watching?
crazy.
State
Over
and, spell your first and last
25,000.
name for the record.
You guys go ahead and subscribe
Jason
to Nick
Krieger.
okay, to get him over to
Yes.
K-R.
Yeah, he's at 185.
We-R.
How are you employed?
With the City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been on the City of Kenosha Police Department?
Approximately 2 years and 11 months.
And were you working on August 25th,
Not quite a rookie, but close
2020?
enough.
I was.
And were you working with an officer, Pat Moretti, at that date?
Yes.
Had you been working in the previous days during the civil unrest that was occurring in Kenosha?
Yes.
And on August 25th, what was your assignment?
Science
your
officer
general
is deep
assignment,
as mine, but he
with your
doesn't have the
partner,
puffy
Officer
bubbles
Moretti?
under his eyes yet. He's young.
So on that date and time, we were assigned to second shift patrol. We were patrolling the downtown area as well as handling
veins
calls
in the
that,
nose either,
throughout the
Nick.
city. Anything in progress.
Nobody's got as
So,
many veins as I do.
Is it
in
fair
my
to say you
nose.
were focused downtown, but if there was a reason to go to another part of the city for a domestic violence or a burglary, you would still respond to that call?
Yes.
Is that different than how let's say the night before was in your duties?
Haven't they asked like
I believe
5 cops
that
this question
throughout
already?
most of the time, that was kind of the
Yes.
scene. We were heading
Why?
to in progress calls, focusing on the downtown area to handle any incidents that arise.
Now, on the night of August 25th, at any point were you ever asked to respond to a potential shooting?
Dude, do you really have to think about it?
I do recall going to a shooting. We were just right in the area. I'm not 100% sure if we were dispatched to that call or not.
Oh, that was the issue.
So, but at some point you and Officer
Ask better
Moretti went in
questions.
the direction of some shots.
Yes.
And do you recall how you went about going to that location?
Yes. So we were in the area of 60th Street and between the 12 and 1300 block on a other call. I believe it was a fire. I heard the gunshots coming just southeast of us. I looked at Officer Moretti, and we decided at that point we were going to head to that since it seemed in progress.
Now, in your
That's why officers keep
training,
their windows down.
what are you trained to do if there is, let's say, a potential active shooter situation?
Huh. Interesting.
Was there any
characterization.
indication that there
Our number
was
one
an active
focus
shooter
is
in
to
this
stop the
situation?
shooting or to make the scene secure, eliminate any active threats.
So with that in mind, what, if anything, did you do?
Like somebody run up to you with a pistol?
When we approached the scene,
Just ask this guy, what would
we
happen if someone ran up
approached
to you with a
slowly.
pistol
That's
drawn,
exactly what I
pointing
tried
at
to
you?
attempt to gain any visual information that we could see. We had just been with a few other squads, other armored vehicles in the area, so we were assuming they were behind us. And we approached the scene very slowly to determine if we could at least get a visual on the any threats that we could see. We were hearing gunshots. We just couldn't see where they were coming from at that point.
Did anyone approach your vehicle?
Yes.
Who approached your vehicle?
There was a younger male. He was dressed in a t-shirt and I believe cargo shorts, and he was carrying an AR-15 style assault rifle.
Who is that? Kyle was
And
in
he had his
pants,
hands raised.
wasn't he?
I believe he was carrying a medic bag as well.
Did you hear anything that the crowd was shouting in relation to this individual?
I did not hear any specific phrases. There was just a lot of noise, a lot of background noise, and in my mind, I was more focused on hearing the gunshots and trying to figure out where they were coming from. I didn't necessarily hear any specific words the crowd was shouting toward me.
Do you? At one point, I'm going to represent you. There's a video that shows you getting.
I'd
out
object to
of
this
the
guy because of how he
squad car and running to
reacted
the
last
trunk.
time.
Do you have any idea why you did that?
Specifically. I don't even care if it was a fake objection.
A lot of my equipment I use on duty is stored in the trunk. Gas mask.
Oh, he's the officer that went to the trunk.
If I would have retrieved something from the trunk, it would have been to keep me safe on the scene if there was an active shooter.
If I would
I
have
do
it,
not
it
recall.
would have
I do not
been.
recall the exact item.
Hit that on
By
cross.
vest, do you mean like a bulletproof vest?
Yes.
Were you already wearing a bulletproof vest?
Oh, he said assault
I
rifle.
do not recall
Sorry,
what
I missed
vest
that.
I was wearing, but I do.
Yeah, you did say so.
I had my steel plate carrier with me. The vest I'm currently wearing right now is not
Yeah, they have
able to
multiple.
prevent a rifle round going through, but the steel plate carrier that I had at that time would have been able to stop anything up to.
Are you concerned
a
about being
round
shot
from a
in the
rifle.
courtroom, sir?
So the vest
A
you're
lot
wearing
of them
is
come
the
off of
standard
patrol
everyday
and go
vest
right
that
onto
you
the stand
wear?
to testify because they're on
Yes.
their work day. Nick,
And
don't give them a hard time.
a
And they're allowed to.
Bullet fired from
I
an AR-15.
definitely
He gives
give them a hard
everyone a
time.
hard
Everyone
time.
gets a hard
Your
time
vest
with
not
Nick.
stop it at all.
These
It's not
these
rated for
are
it. I've
police
never
who are
attempted to do it,
prepared for
but I
being
do not
called
believe it would.
this day.
And
on
how about your
this
squad
trial.
cars? Your squad
That's
car armed
true.
in any way that would prevent rifle rounds from penetrating it?
To my knowledge, no.
So
Are
what do you do
AR-15s
as
known
this
to penetrate,
person is approaching you
the
on the
chassis
street?
of cars? I don't know. I'm legitimately asking.
They can.
As I watched him approach, I was giving him verbal commands to keep away from my squad. I did not want anybody coming up directly to my squad that could be a potential threat. So we were giving him verbal commands just to stay back. I had also grabbed my pepper spray out of my vest.
Please don't approach my car with your
I
rifle.
was going to use it if the individual continued to approach the car.
Why did you see him as a threat?
I never met him before. He had a rifle. Just given the situation at hand,
Objection?
there's a lot of circumstances where I just did not want some individual coming up to my squad car in that scene with those gunshots still going off that I didn't necessarily know.
Because people were rioting.
You said his hands were up, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do you typically
feel like
perceive
he was
people
surrendering?
whose hands are up as a threat?
No.
Are you serious?
What?
Throughout the past few days, we've come across a lot of individuals who are armed, and the first thing they do is put their hands up to signal that they don't mean any threat to us. Doesn't mean that they were
He's
surrendering. It
nervous.
just means that they just wanted us to see their hands. Hands are the most, they typically indicate if a threat is going to be present. So if we can see their hands, we generally know there's no threat there.
So you indicated that you
Surrender.
grabbed your OC spray or pepper spray. What happened next?
The individual approaching our car was not responding to my verbal commands. So I checked the OC can, made sure it was able to discharge the spray, and I pointed it at the individual, and I discharged a stream of OC spray towards direction when he would not listen to my commands.
To be
At that
fair,
point,
he
how
said
close
he
was he
couldn't
to
hear
your-
what
you
was
were in
being
the
shouted because it was
passenger
so loud.
Yes.
At that point, how close was he to your passenger side door?
They'll
Is it
probably
if you-
talk about that on
I
cross.
believe he was within about 5 feet.
If you want to see cops lie on
Do
the
you know if the
stand,
spray hit him or
just
not?
go to a criminal trial. Sorry,
I do not recall.
I'm an asshole like
Did
that,
the
but
spray have the desired effect of him getting away from the vehicle?
Yes, he ended up walking away from me.
So once he left the area of your vehicle, what happened next?
I drove away.
I began to
have no
see
fucking
other squad cars and our vehicles coming to the area. I believe I took up a position on the east side of the road towards the parking lot and just kind of held it there to attempt to gain eyes as more officers came on scene. Throughout that time, I just tried securing the scene as best as possible, trying to gather as much information as possible about where the shots were coming from, who was firing them, and who the suspect was.
I'd be interested.
What if
to
anything
hear
happened
the
next?
commands were that they issued.
We were approached by one of the mutual aid tactical teams who informed us that they had an individual with a gunshot wound to the arm. I believe that individual is Mr. Grosskreutz, and they did not know how to access the hospital. Since I was familiar with the area, Officer Moretti and I got into our squad car, and we escorted that tactical vehicle to the east side of the Freighter South Hospital and got Mr. Grosskreutz into the ER.
Now,
Just for the chat, mutual aid is the law enforcement that
tactical deal
comes
you
from
mentioned,
outside of the
is
area
that
and
what some
outside of the
people
state
commonly
to help.
refer to as like a Bearcat or an MRAP or something like that?
Yes.
So then you accompanied that to the hospital, and it contained Mr. Grosskreutz, who had been injured.
Yes.
Now, at the hospital, what happened? What did you observe?
So we got him in the hospital. I believe he went back to the ER. I stayed in the lobby. I was approached by another individual, Richard McGinnis, who kind of talked to me about that. He gave me information that he believed that he had the suspect on video just prior to the shooting. So I talked to him briefly, obtained the cell phone, and obtained the individual's ID card.
And then did you have him get interviewed by someone at the in your department?
Could be hearsay, but he's
Yes,
already
I passed all
testified
that
and is
information
still under
along to
subpoena.
the Detective Bureau. I believe that was Sergeant DeWitt.
Now, at the hospital, when you were there with Officer Moretti, did you have any interaction with Joseph Rosenbaum, who at that point had deceased?
I believe that I helped Officer Moretti process and collect the evidence from one of the deceased. I do not recall which victim it was.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Were you issuing commands from inside a car while a riot was going on, expecting him to hear you? Because my 13-year-old
consider someone with a pistol a threat?
I don't have a whole lot of questions for you, but
you shouldn't, because there's not much.
So if I could, and we've heard Officer Moretti testify. Okay, so do you hear what you believe to be rifle rounds around 11:50 or so on the 25th?
I heard gunshot rounds. I could not tell if they were handgun or rifle rounds.
Okay, so the type of firearm that had been discharged at that point, it was difficult for you to make out.
Yes.
But you knew that there'd been a discharge of firearms. You heard that much.
Yes.
So, do you recall seeing a person that you now know to be Mr. Rittenhouse walking toward your squad car?
Yes.
Okay, and to be fair, he has his hands like this, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I understand that you've said that, tell me if I'm right, throughout that evening, people maybe who had firearms, when they saw you, they put their hands up, so you knew that they weren't a threat to you.
Yes.
You pepper sprayed a non-threat.
This is also, to be fair, a way that
Very good point.
someone could surrender.
Yes, it could.
And you pepper sprayed him.
Don't take this as being critical. I'm not trying to be that way. But as he's walking toward you, he doesn't have at that point his hands on his gun, but he's just walking toward your vehicle, right?
And you pepper spray.
Yes.
And I understand your concern, but as he's getting closer to you, after knowing that a shot or shots had just been fired, I know there's a lot going on, but were you interested?
Stop apologizing and ask the
Just
question.
ask the question, yeah.
I was.
He doesn't want to come across as
And
coming off negative
starts
towards
coming
cops
to the
in front of
side,
the jury,
coming
I
to
think.
your side,
Yeah.
Yes.
But he testified
you
on direct.
hear
This
him-
means not a threat. So why did he perceive this as a threat?
say anything to you?
The only thing I can remember him saying was something about a shooting. That there was no other verbal
So you
indication
pepper
from him
sprayed him.
coming directly saying it was me. It was just something about a shooting.
Okay, and you had just heard shots fired.
Yes.
This person's walking to you with his hands up and says something about a shooting.
He's gonna say, "Why'd you pepper spray him?"
I mean, his exact words were not something about a shooting,
No, no.
but
He says
Fair enough.
something.
Good point.
And that something is the word shooting.
yes.
And so I understand that we've seen the video, you pull out your OC spray and after giving him a command, you spray him with the spray, right?
Yes.
Do you see?
He's smirking a little bit when he
Mr.
says that.
McGinnis, you had mentioned that you see Mr. McGinnis at the hospital. He shows you the video.
Yes.
Do you say to yourself, "That's the guy that's walking with his hands up that I just saw"?
There it is. He knows.
I did recognize the individual from the video, and into my mind, I believed he looked familiar.
Okay, and again, so do
Look
you
at the lips,
tell
they're
anybody
twitching.
at that point, like, look, I'm putting these together. The guy that has hands up, that's the guy we're probably looking for.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I do have two other questions. As he's walking up to you, do you ever ask him, and I understand it's a chaotic situation, do you ever ask him for identification?
No.
Do you ever ask him or do anything with the fact that he's possessing an AR-15?
No.
No.
No,
Interesting.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent.
Yep.
Excellent.
Good way to end it.
Yep.
You
Here we
just
go.
heard
Here we go.
gunshots. He walks up to you and you don't ID this guy.
Were
What
there
is
other
redirect
people,
gonna be?
not necessarily in
Like
front of your
GSK,
vehicle,
like-
but around the area, in addition to Mr. Rittenhouse?
I do not recall.
No, there were not. We have it on
There
video.
weren't.
He's the only guy by the cop car.
Were other people trying to give you information regarding a shooting or a potential shooter or anything like that?
There was a lot of voices shouting. Nobody directly came up to my squad car window like Mr. Wright did. But there was people after he had left the side of my squad car as I got out of the squad who did give me information about potential suspects as well.
Now, when you and Officer Murray are trying to get down to the scene of the active shooter, what is your primary goal?
Stop the killing, stop any threat.
Is that consistent with getting identification and speaking to an individual approaching your vehicle?
No.
Thank you.
So they didn't think he was a threat. Stop any threat. Don't get ID from this kid. This kid's not a threat. Ergo, this
Yep.
kid's not a threat.
Yep. It still proves his point.
The state calls Kristen Harris.
Welcome back, Emily.
Yeah, I just tweeted out
Another
defense in
witness.
Kyle Rittenhouse case will be charged with murder today for what oh fuck, I
No edit button.
typoed it. I said defense. I meant the prosecution.
Delete that tweet.
Limited edition tweet is deleted.
The defense will be charged with the murder of the witness, but
Of the
you can't really joke about
prosecution. That's what I was gonna say.
There you go.
How you doing?
that.
Do you state your name and
Was it
spell your
murder or
last name for the
manslaughter?
record?
Yeah, my name's Kristan Harris, Kristan. Last name Harris, Harris.
How are you currently employed?
Basically,
I guard the bridge.
I've been furloughed, but I've been pursuing my passions, obviously doing the Rundown Live, which is a reporter, and I do talk radio.
I've been pursuing my
They
passion.
have the
Rundown Live
rundown
is-
there.
It's an independent news and media. We try to bring all
This is the
viewpoints,
guy
have civil
whose,
conversations, sometimes about difficult
Testimony they were
content or
objecting to
content,
as a third
as well as
party
we cover protests,
speaker on the video.
of all varieties.
They've already
the
entered.
rundown
all
live.
political viewpoints as well.
Maybe they didn't have
Is
him
there
until
a large
over
group
the
of
weekend.
people that
Yeah.
produce
Probably.
the Rundown Live, or are you kind of the main
Rundown
There's-
Live has
there's
been
several people
doxxed.
that are involved there. It's a group of citizen journalists. We quite often post stuff from other independent news sites. We try to report news before the mainstream media does, so we can give a very raw version.
What is your
Though he
education
seems very
background?
comfortable. He must have talked to this.
You know, I
prosecutor
finished high
before.
school, but education really didn't become important to me till my
He's
later
a
years.
YouTuber.
So, you know, most
Even
of
if
my
you're a
research I've
YouTuber
done
with low
through my own
sub
reading
count,
of
you're
books and information.
Daily.
Do you have any formal journalistic training?
That I do not.
And do you operate out of the Milwaukee area?
That is
Because
correct.
The media sucks.
How long have you
We do it
been
ourselves.
No
involved?
I
objections.
think we can all agree on that.
I've been doing reporting for about 12 years.
When you say reporting, is that all the Rundown Live or other stuff?
He's going, you're a
We also
journalist.
contributed to one of the top police
With
accountability
air quotes
sites,
and everything.
writer.
I heard the air
Block,
quotes on his voice.
which
Are
has
you
been
a
around for a long time.
journalist?
What is that called?
Cop Block.
Cop Block?
Yes. .org.
Cop block, guys.
And
Cop
when
block.
you say you
block.
contribute
That's
to
funny.
them,
With a P, with a P.
order for them?
I used to write
I
for
like
it.
it.
Though it's a defunct organization under it was banned amongst a lot of other websites.
Defunct?
You might
When
say
did
it's gone a
you
little
first
limp.
Get involved in the Rundown Live.
A little flaccid.
It's probably around 2011.
It was blocked.
Did you form it or did someone else?
Someone else formed it.
And then you joined it.
Yes, that is correct. And that person is no longer involved.
Do you have any sort of title with that
You
organization?
there.
I believe I'm the editor.
Not tonight,
Yes,
Jude.
I
And you
believe
said
I'm
you
the editor.
covered a lot
Trying to
of
get through
protests.
Rittenhouse as it
Can you
is.
tell us more about that?
Sure.
Still got a bit of way to go here.
2013,
And then at some point, I'm probably going to be doing.
100,
I don't know if I'll do day 7
150 protests. I
tomorrow
don't know the
or the
exact
day after, but
What types of protests would
yeah,
they be?
no usual show tonight.
Everything from
Mostly peaceful.
something
Just say mostly
basic as
peaceful.
Second
Mostly
Amendment
peaceful,
rights,
yeah.
Sometimes fiery.
healthcare workers, against mandates, to BLM, Minneapolis, the burning down of the 3rd precinct, DC, obviously January 6th.
BLM, you mean Bureau of Land
Kenosha, and
Management,
probably countless BLM protests.
There were some things there that I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You said the burning of the 3rd.
Burning down the 3rd
district.
precinct of Minneapolis, yes. That was the date. I don't know the date. That's how I recognize it.
That was one of the things that happened after George Floyd was killed.
That is correct.
And you,
When a police
Sorry, Karen, do we
precinct
need
was
to slow down?
abandoned and burned to the ground
Sure.
right around the same time
whatever
as
she
this.
says. So we
Actually,
gotta make
very
sure.
weird.
you also
propaganda.
mentioned January 6th. Is that with regard to what happened at the United States Capitol on January 6th
Were
of
they
this year?
racists there?
That is correct.
Were you there for that?
I was.
Okay.
What do you
in
mean
the
by were
Capitol?
you there for that?
Online.
That
At
is
the
correct.
insurgency?
You
covering
mentioned
in charge?
Kenosha. Were you here in
I
Kenosha?
think the rundown
for
live is
the
actually
events that
relatively
followed
right
the
leaning,
shooting of
but I
Jacob
don't
Blake?
know.
I
Chat
was
can
on
correct
scene
me.
within an hour or two of the shooting of Jacob.
will.
I don't know
Were
why
you
those things
then-
matter so much, though.
Well,
It's just interesting to
help
see
the
the
jury to
perspective
understand. When you
of a
talk
potential
about,
witness, in my opinion.
the rundown live.
For us, not for the jury.
We're
Agreed.
familiar with a lot of different types of media, newspapers, magazines, the internet, things like that. Can you help us understand exactly what you mean when you say you cover these things?
Yeah, I'm a citizen journalist, so I generally go to these events and I stream a lot of the times. I interview people to try to get natural conversations and have civil conversations so people can understand, in my viewpoint, what people really are saying before there might be propaganda added. So it's
I
like
can see
both
people
broad
just
form
chatting with this dude super
So when
easily
you
on the
came
street, just
down
being like,
within
this
an
is what I
hour or
think.
thereabouts
Yeah.
after Jacob Blake, were you interviewing and speaking to people?
Yes.
Do you record that in any way?
Yes, I do. Well, I stream it. It's recorded on the cloud.
Okay. So is it fair to say that when you are covering any sort of event for the Rundown Live, you have a camera that is taking video of the things you see?
That is correct. I usually use my cell phone, which is a high-end device.
And then that video is
Apple.
9
live
megapixels,
streamed to
buddy.
the internet on whatever site you use so that people can watch it pretty much live. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
He said live
So,
streaming.
for example, on the
Bummer.
night Jacob Blake was shot on that Sunday night, August 23rd, you were here using your equipment to live stream things that you were seeing.
That is correct.
Did you continue to do that on Monday night
Yes.
and again on Tuesday night?
Yes.
So I want to skip right to the night of Tuesday, August 25th, 2020. Were you here in Kenosha that night?
I was,
Were you live streaming for the Rundown Live?
as well as collecting B-roll, correct.
I'm sorry?
B-roll is footage that you take because you can't stream live because your internet connection is, so it's actually recorded straight to the device.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have arrived?
I'm
in
still
Kenosha
playing
that-
around with the
that
beard.
particular day or night?
I'm happy with the goatee for the
around
moment.
8 o'clock, 8:15.
Where did you go once you came to town?
I headed down to the courthouse because that's where things were happening.
And then did you start your live streaming at that point?
I attempted to, but courthouse internet isn't the greatest. So.
Facts.
Who do you think has the nicer set of jugs?
So, what did you do then?
The fuck was
Sorry
that?
about that.
Recorded video straight
Don't
to
worry
my
about it.
cellular
No, you're
device.
What else are you watching?
What are you watching on your computer?
I looked up Ryan
Did there
Long.
come a time
That's
in which
his.
your internet connection improved?
That's his intro
Yes.
video.
How did you manage to make that happen?
It started to
Sure,
improve,
we believe
when I
you.
first started to head towards 59th and Sheridan.
Who do you think has the nicer set of jugs?
Do you know what changed that made that better?
Yes, I ran into an interaction between Ryan Balch, I believe, and Gaige Grosskreutz and other people that by the courthouse, and I asked if there was more armed individuals because the night before there was a
Facts.
video that went viral of people protecting property, and I felt it would make a different story than getting the same story I had the last 2 days.
And I do want to talk about what you just mentioned, but I think I didn't ask my question very well.
I like this
You
witness.
talked about being here and having poor internet by the courthouse, but then it got better when you went down to a different
That is
location.
correct, so I could stream live.
What was it that made the internet better or stronger down there
Objection.
than here? Do you know?
Like personal
I don't know if it was just I had poor cell phone service or it was just better location.
Objection, this is
That's the
boring.
only thing I can think of is that that location on my way.
Objection. This
Improved. I
witness is
attempted
not an
to go
expert
live
on
again.
cell
I was
phonery.
able to.
Was it fair to say that once you were able to go live, you continued to broadcast live throughout
The only time
most
that
of the rest of the evening?
I do that
That
is
is
if it's like a
correct, so my
mukbang or
battery
whatever.
ran out.
I've only done the one where it's been in
And,
portrait
uh,
mode.
did there come
And that
a
was when I
time
went
in
to
which
the
you
burger
went
joint.
at 59th Street
The
car
Kanye
source
one.
location?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been here in the courtroom throughout parts of this trial. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And you
They
have
didn't
seen
sequester
other
the witnesses?
testify, such as Mr. Balch and Mr.
No.
Lakowski.
Yes,
Wow.
that is correct.
Wow.
And when
No,
you
actually,
were out live
guy-
streaming that night,
They probably
you,
did. This guy
went
wasn't
to that
subpoenaed at first.
car
I
source
don't think.
location.
Oh,
and
okay, yeah,
interacted
yeah.
with those individuals on some level. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
Okay. I want to focus in on a period of time in that evening when there was a dumpster that was pulled out in the road.
They're
out-
really
out front
focusing
of
on the street
59th Street car
dumpster.
source. Do you
They have nothing.
Whether or not it's on
That's two
fire.
separate questions. First of all, do you independently remember
The
that?
personification of their
religion.
case. That's why.
Did you also get some video of that?
I did. It was streamed live.
And then from
They're
there,
gonna play him calling them a
did
militia
you
over and over
continue to
again. That'll be
remain
great.
physically at the 59th
Dumpster
Street
militia
car
dot
source
fire.
location
Their
for
avatar.
several minutes after
Dumpster
that?
militia dot
I
fire. That
did.
was good.
And were you in close proximity to either Ryan Balch or the defendant or both of them during those several minutes afterwards?
Probably within 20 feet.
Okay. Could we begin? I'm going to, our TVs are on. If not, I'll turn them on.
Could we begin?
Please.
Watch a little bit of your live stream, which has been marked as
They're going to
exhibit
get
number 18.
cross-examine him
and
on
we're
the
gonna
on
go
the
to
militia
the
statements.
1
over and
hour,
over. Like, do you have any
22-minute
indication that they're
and
actually in the
14
militia?
second
No.
Do you know what
Also,
an actual
by the way,
militia
this is
is?
going to be live streamception because we're going to be live streaming a live stream of a live stream.
It's like
Just wanted to
Yes.
point
And I'll be live streaming a live stream of a live stream of a live stream.
that out.
Love. While live streaming. I don't think any of us have a journalistic background. It's fantastic.
What's
I
a
think
journal?
we're outdoing all of the journalistic outlets on this case right now, by the way. So
That's-
get
I think
wrecked,
you
you
have been the
journalism
whole
majors.
time. I think you have been the whole last week too, Nick. Your
I
streams.
think so.
Hey, Dinesh D'Souza. Perks, my friend. You got that?
Wait, what? Dinesh D'Souza?
He tweeted out a segment of your show.
Oh, sweet
Yeah.
deal. Thanks,
Nice.
That's
Dinesh.
Mr. Harris. Do you recognize what is up on that screen?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
It looks like a dumpster that is in the middle of the street.
It's my
And
stream
is
is
this
what they were
a
looking
portion of your rundown live stream from the night of August 25th, 2020?
It is.
And would you agree with me that we are
on the
looking?
internet now.
Well, did you personally recorded this, correct?
Correct.
And this is taken from the 59th Street car source lot looking into Sheridan Road facing east. Would you agree with that?
At this frame, yes.
Okay. Can we please play the video?
for. Fair.
And,
Everybody uses a screen from
militia
his phone.
Militia.
there.
Third word.
The first word being
And sorry, let me correct you. And
Oh, dumpster fire.
militia.
Dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man.
Yeah, right. If 2020 is a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem.
It was just,
We're gonna need a qualified as an
I
expert
can
on
use a
stems.
doobie right now.
These
Doobie,
blunts
what's
of
a
which you
doobie?
speak.
Just 1 second, please.
Fucking hell.
Hey, you can't object to hearsay anymore because this guy is here, so you get to cross him.
Right.
Dumpster fire, just like
There are
the.
two people in this video that I'm going to point out to you. There's a gentleman here that is a little bit taller gentleman with a beard and some sort of cap on, and there's a woman next to him that appears to have sort of reddish hair. Do you see those two people?
Good God, get him a mic.
I'm going to ask two questions. First of all, that night,
They keep asking about the Zeminskis and not calling them.
I did not.
as who's here today.
Were those the store owners?
I believe one of them was the person who
One
shot
second, Ty.
the fire behind, or the gunshot behind Rosenbaum, and I don't know who the other one is because their back is turned to me.
No dispute, that's Joshua and Kelly Zeminski? Okay. So I'll represent to you, sir, that the gentleman, the taller gentleman is Joshua Zeminski, and the woman next to him is Kelly Zeminski. Okay? Please continue.
all right, let's.
Oh, great. We get to listen to this again.
Morning. How's it going? You guys want to fuck around and find out?
Hey,
Fuck
hey,
around and
hey.
find out.
You want
Reel in.
That's what's up.
Reel in. Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here.
Fair.
That's not Kyle.
Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, you're there's way too many of them.
Way too many of them. You don't know how much ammo I have, good sir.
There is an individual who is standing on the edge of that frame on the right-hand side there. Do you recognize that person as Gaige Grosskreutz?
I do.
Okay, please continue.
Oh, shut up.
I have to agree with her. Yeah, they shouldn't be on the street. They're just protecting their property. One of the guys is an asshole.
I know. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Oh, no,
These guys
well,
were. Well, we did because they lit it on
One of the guys losing his patience. He should go inside.
Yeah, that's what we're about to send him.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just somebody's a loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole crowd burns you guys alive.
Who are they talking about?
They're talking about the guy who said you want to fuck around and find out. This is all actually good for Kyle.
Yep.
Yeah, if
This
you guys
crowd
could switch
will
him out.
burn
Just
you guys
somebody's a
alive.
loose cannon. He's got a lot of.
Plus, there we go. Again, I want the jury to see that in the middle of the screen there is a taller gentleman with his hands in his pockets. That is Joshua Zeminski. And on the TV screen to the left of him with jeans on, that is Kelly Zeminski. All right, please go ahead.
Rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole crowd burns you guys alive.
This whole crowd burns you
That
alive.
is not helpful for the prosecution.
Just keep it there.
Yeah, defense can just get him on cross. So you thought the whole crowd would burn them alive.
If anyone
guy
said
screwed up.
anything. If anyone said anything.
Dude, he's just trying to protect his property. He doesn't want anything. He has no problem with you guys. He just doesn't want anyone to burn down his shit. I can't blame him. I understand. Hey, your job isn't to be in the street. You guys stay on your property. That's why you got problems already with people.
Literally returning the property that they're protecting to the property source while no one is
No
around
one bothering your
And
property.
clearing it out of the street.
Trouble right now. A medic? I know you are, but like, they got their own medics. And, you know, if somebody's close by, take care of them. I know you're just trying to make peace. I get.
As this video is playing, we hear your voice speaking to someone in the background. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Who are you speaking to?
I believe that was an interaction with Kyle Rittenhouse.
Do you recall anything about what he was saying to you at that point?
That he was a medic, and that was it. Pretty much that I got from that.
You said at one point they have their own medics. Did you hear that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I cover a lot of protests, so I've become familiar with a lot of the BLM organizations over the summer, especially during the George Floyd marches. So I felt a little bit more comfortable, per se, because I have had more interactions. That's all basically I was.
Sure, but you indicated they have their own medics. What does that mean?
Basically, the medics are, from my understanding, are individuals who volunteer to help out and take care of individuals that were injured. And I've seen them on multiple occasions, 8 individuals that were injured in protests.
Continue.
That, but they don't look at it that way. They look at you guys as it's a different. It's as much as you guys were afraid of them before they marched down here. I know, but like what a conversation you're having.
This cross is going to be great. So when you said they were proud would burn them to the ground,
that way or something along those.
What's that based on?
What do you mean by that?
You were afraid they were going to attack the property.
A lot of the protesters identified the armed citizens as counter protesters. They didn't identify them as just protecting their property.
Would it be fair to say that it was your impression that?
That was my impression. Correct.
Sure. Would it be fair to say that it was your impression that the people in the crowd viewed the people around Mr. Rittenhouse as a threat?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that there may have been some individuals that had it, but not in the majority. I can't speak for everyone. I don't know what they were thinking.
Okay, let's continue, please.
Well done.
Why would you ask that
Honest
question
answer.
unless you thought he was going to say yes?
Exactly. Honest answer.
There's been a lot of that in this trial.
I can't wait till on redirect he impeaches the rundown's credibility for being afraid that his YouTube channel will get bombed.
He has a really good read on what's happening here and said, I've been to all these protests all summer. I have a good read on what's going on with people and how these crowds act. I think the defense can use that too.
It appears that Mr. Balch and Mr. Lukowski are running towards you yelling gas, gas, gas. Would you agree with me on that?
That is correct.
What was going on?
The Bearcats were rolling and they began to tear gas and trying to push the crowd past, I believe that's towards 60th. So 60th.
Okay. Have you recently watched this portion of your video?
I have.
And would you agree with me that for a few minutes after this, you are in close proximity with either Ryan Balch, Kyle Rittenhouse, or both of them at the same time?
I don't know for exactly how long, but yes.
Okay. I'm going to have the video played further, but I'm going to have the sound turned off.
Okay.
And then I'll let my colleague know when to stop the video, okay?
Why? Were there things in here that were objected to?
The jury where
Only because this guy wasn't available for cross.
Yes, it's the back corner of the car lot.
Muted it because there's something there specifically he doesn't want the jury
car
to hear.
source.
If there's something useful, they'll just ask for completeness and introduce it on cross.
And where you're at right now in this video are either Mr. Balch or Mr. Rittenhouse near you.
But that could make the
They were
prosecution look like
probably
they're hiding
within
things.
15 feet.
Are there any of the protesters or people on the street or anything like that anywhere near you at this point?
Negative.
Why is that?
They all move towards the.
Don't say negative, guys, on the stand. Just say no.
Is that in part because the police have just
fucking
negative
weirdo are you?
Negatory.
We're going to 86 that,
and that
Big
disperses
Ricada.
the crowd?
10-4, good buddy. Come
We got
back.
an affirmative KIA in the AO.
Breaker 19.
Don't make me start singing
That's
Convoy.
the
The
defendant
chat
that
will
just
turn
came
on me.
walking towards you, right?
Okay, I can do it a cappella because
Tactical speak doesn't look good in front of a jury
now
or
that's
in front
the
of the
point.
cops that you're
Wind
trying
is
to
blowing
impress.
that gas
Or in
towards
front of the
you and the other
YouTube lawyers
folks
that are
around the
streaming
corner.
it.
No. Do it more for
Did
the
you have a
Lord.
gas mask?
We love the Lord.
Did any of them, do you know?
Not that I saw.
Let's pause right here. Mr. Harris, do you see those armored vehicles in the street?
Sure do.
What
Now,
are they getting at?
I'm reading the screen here
How
correctly.
can you make this trial boring?
Your video file here has about 24
I think that's the
minutes
point.
left to play. Would that be accurate?
That would be accurate.
Forget that witness. that got
Have you watched
roasted
this video
earlier.
recently?
Yes.
Does this video end around the time that Mr. Rosenbaum, or the defendant, shoots the people?
Yes, within a few minutes after that, battery ran out.
So would it be fair to say that at
Just
this
missing.
moment in the video,
No battery pack?
the shootings are going to be in roughly 20 minutes or thereabouts after this?
Roughly, yes.
I see that the Bearcats and whatnot are in the road at this point in front of the 59th Street car source. Do you know where they traveled after this?
They traveled more forward towards 60th Street, I believe, and then they stopped there.
Did they establish a line keeping the protesters south of 60th at that
With
point?
with the MRAPs or Bearcats, yes.
So is it fair to say, Mr. Harris, that for the remainder of your video, as far as you know, no protesters came back to 59th Street car source after this?
Not that I witnessed.
That's a fair answer. And
Two
specific.
questions. First of all, do you independently remember at any point in the sequence of events that we've just seen, starting with that dumpster fire and all the way forward here, you remember ever seeing?
Shouldn't use that word.
Say fire
I
in
do
the
not.
dumpster.
Yeah.
After
Avoid the
rewatching
idiom.
your video, is Mr. Rosenbaum in this
I'm
video
living.
at any point
Just lost
during this
about
series
1,000
we just
tweets.
watched?
No, not that I can see.
When
I have
boomers
nothing
don't
to-
understand memes.
What was the point of this witness? It was terrible.
None. There was no point.
Ready
He
for the
did
cross?
nothing.
Because this will be better.
The cross is going to be good.
I was ready to go home. No, just kidding.
Oh,
Guys,
Oh, did he get up? He's
yeah,
down
he's
for
like,
cross-examination.
I'm out of here. Peace.
I'm done. Peace. Nope. Sit back down, buddy.
Set your ass back down.
You got a lot to go.
No, it's all right.
Guys,
Running out
I
of
learned
there.
all of my
First time.
tactical speak from Stone Mountain 64. Hashtag Stone Mountain 64 is the best
Mr.
Facebook
Harris,
streamer there is.
On the video, you described,
He's almost laughing because this
um,
is going to be so much fun for
people
the defense.
as militia, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Point up
Here
at
we
the,
go.
Bing.
Roof
Got him.
and say there's
Shout out to
militia
Dale.
members up there, right?
That is correct.
That's your
Ding,
opinion.
ding,
You have
ding.
no, you didn't talk to any of them about. I'll ask it to you this way. You had no information that Mr. Rittenhouse was in any type of militia, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you at some point say to him, he's moving the dumpster, and you say, well, I strike that. At first you say, this whole crowd could burn you guys alive if you say the
There you go.
There you go.
That is correct.
Yep.
Why'd you say that?
I wanted to de-escalate the situation.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
real
it-
de-escalating right there.
Okay.
And that was in part because the dumpster was put out, the fire in the dumpster was put out?
That is correct. It angered the protesters at that time.
Now, did you see things that were going on that night that would be outside the realm of protesting, but more along the lines of rioting?
I would agree with that term, yes.
So you saw, you had mentioned it, and we'll talk about it. Rocks were being thrown at people, right?
I didn't witness that.
Well, you saw people throwing rocks on the roof.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough.
There's
I
people
didn't.
on the roof.
I was told that by people on the roof that they were throwing rocks.
You didn't see it.
I did not see that.
Were you aware that there were homemade gas bombs being thrown?
One of the people on the roof did say that there was a homemade gas bomb.
And Dinger objecting
I
to
don't wanna
hearsay.
know, ammonium and bleach. I don't know how they knew that.
Binger's checked out at this
That's what they
stage.
claim.
Objection hearsay.
And you had said to Mr. Rittenhouse, I know you're just trying to make peace, right?
Correct.
Okay, so to be fair, he wasn't doing anything aggressively, correct?
I agree with that.
He wasn't verbally threatening anyone.
No, he was offering help.
He wasn't using his firearm in a way to scare or intimidate people by pointing it at them. Agreed?
Agreed.
Wow.
I'm glad the prosecution brought this witness. It seemed to add a lot to their case.
Glad the prosecution forgot how to object.
Video at one point.
Because that
There
was
are
clearly
people
calling for
throwing
speculation.
rocks At people on the
Look at that 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, they just checked out.
Yeah.
Do you see Mr. Rittenhouse go after those people in the direction of where they're throwing the rocks and chase them?
No.
So people on the roof are arguably in direct danger because did you ever see the rocks?
I did see the rubble and people throwing rocks at the Bearcats, but
Right. So
it was concrete.
Sorry, that's right. So they weren't really.
Rubble's a
like
great word.
I'd see like rocks on
It's
a
a
beach.
picture.
We're talking about
Debris.
clumps of concrete that they're smashing, picking up, and then throwing it. Right.
Correct.
And knowing that, you didn't see Mr. Rittenhouse go after those people who were actually causing danger to others, right?
No, I did not.
Did you have contact with the owners of that gas of the car source that night or the next day?
Not those 2 days, but I did see him pull up, I think, later on in that week.
The two brother, if you know.
I don't know. All I know is that one of the
Well,
owners
I know.
where they pulled up and I briefly walked by and said something to him. I don't recall.
Mr. Harris, I appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
I mean, what else do
Effective.
you get out of this guy? What do you
Short
want
and
to
effective.
redirect on?
Mr. Harris, the people that you saw at 59th Street Car Source that you characterized as the militia.
He wants to say the word militia.
Yeah. It was
the
answered
defendant
immediately.
dressed the same as them?
No, he was not.
He had on sort of an army green colored shirt, correct?
He just said no, he was not.
So-
Ask and
somewhat-
answer.
Army green.
Somewhat like
He
him.
had a weapon slung around him like they did, correct?
Correct.
It was the same type of weapon.
Now
as
you're
the
going to
rest of
impeach
those
him
folks,
on
correct?
his impression.
I'm not really good with guns, but it seemed to be so.
He was
Oh, Bingy,
in
you
the
did.
same group
That's
with
your
these
witness,
guys
bro.
that you felt were militia members, correct?
That is correct.
And he was acting the same as they were, wasn't he?
For the most part, yes.
You were asked about who escalated things. Can we
He's treating him like a hospital
exhibit
witness.
18 at the 1 hour and 20
Without
Did
any
they
kind of
interview
foundation for a
us?
hostile witness.
Right.
Yeah.
Did they interview a single witness that
Apparently
they've
not.
called? Did
Apparently
they interview
not.
any of them?
Grosskreutz. That one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's the
because I
one.
coached him.
He was
Apparently.
probably prepared by a civil
Wait, is the
lawyer,
other
though.
is the other
Oh, that's
prosecutor on his
fair.
phone?
Yeah.
Good.
Yes, he's on his phone. He's
Yes.
he's ordering his second breakfast.
Wouldn't
What
it be
is he-
second lunch?
Not for this guy.
Welcome to
What?
Hobbiton.
I don't know. That joke didn't even make sense.
Nope.
What is he doing on the phone right now?
I mean, to
He's
be
looking
fair,
for
he
a new
might be
job. He's on
coordinating
LinkedIn.
witness-
He's receiving
Guys-
secret instructions.
he
I don't
might
know
be
about you, but the
coordinating witnesses, but you don't do that in front of a jury. You have your
Never.
investigating officer step
Oh,
out
boy.
and do that. You do not
Let's
do
play
that in
from there
front of
with
the jury.
sound.
They can't be on their phones all day.
Only time I pull out my phone. Oh, hold on.
Fucking stem.
So what is a blunt?
I could use a doobie right now.
You could use a doobie right now.
Is that a reference to the Doobie Brothers rock and roll band?
He's filming them start a fire.
Guys want to fuck around and find out?
Hey.
You
They
guys
pause
wanna
that purely to show the word
fuck
militia
around
again.
and find out, right? Immediately
Did you
after
really
that,
want to
you
fuck around and find
basically
out?
schooled that guy, don't you?
I believe, well, whatever you want to call it. I
Objection
think
relevance.
de-escalate
This
the
is not the
situation.
defendant.
Because he was escalating it,
That is
wasn't
correct.
he? By what he was saying.
Relevance.
Yes.
You guys want to fuck around and find out. Did you interpret that as a threat towards the other people?
Pointing a gun
I
at
didn't
someone
really
isn't
think
a
about
threat.
it, but I could see how it could be interpreted that way.
And that guy's wearing an AR-15, isn't he?
He said, "I'm not good with guns." How the fuck is he
In
supposed
fact,
to?
that same guy went around back, and when those people were behind the place throwing rocks,
Objection, Your Honor.
he
Who's
said
on
to you he
trial
was going
here?
to take his gun and start shooting rounds through the fence at them, didn't he?
I don't recall or remember.
Objection
that.
hearsay.
Can we go forward on the video to about...
Yes.
You're not
Present
helping
sense
yourself.
impression, maybe?
Let's go to about one...
Nothing to do with
Thank
this.
you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
What's the relevance of this?
There were questions about what the response was to people throwing rocks of the group.
The group's not on trial.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you just got blown out in front of the jury. God, it's
For the
Bruce
judge,
woke
snaps
up
for
and
the
chose
judge.
violence.
Nothing else.
2 snaps and a swish.
And now the DA was like, "Thank you," and sat
Put a break.
down.
Let's take a break.
All
Please
right,
don't
time
talk
for a
about
break.
case.
Let's
We
great
watch this
place to
and
end.
trial.
That is a great
You know,
place.
Holy crap.
maybe 350.
Man, that sucks.
Maybe.
Ending because the opposing side objected to your last question, and then you don't manage to get another question in.
You
After
can't
anything.
articulate the
You
relevance.
just like nothing to try to like rehabilitate your exit.
No, I fold. Sit down.
Yeah. Hey, look, guys.
Tail between the legs. Goodbye.
Oh, you can have no planned follow-up question, but you ask him literally anything.
Something.
You say
At least a few.
You say, look, but you would, you say something along the lines of, I don't even know how to do this, like honestly, because I'm trying to struggle. But as Binger, you've got to say something along the lines of, so you didn't know he was with the militia, but or you didn't know he was dressed the same, but he looked like he was with those guys. Isn't that fair? Something. You got to
Why
ask.
did you say that?
something.
Why did you say
Right.
it then? If you're now saying it
Right.
in hindsight, why did you say it then? Something.
Yeah.
But
Were
he
you
started
con-
wandering down a path. He folds every time he gets objected to.
That's why I was saying
Yeah.
earlier,
Used to
you
people
got to
challenging
object
him.
to this guy.
That guy
Object
must be
this
fun
guy.
to date.
Carpet bomb.
Actually, I'd like to go to this restaurant, not that
Do tell.
restaurant. No.
Victor Schroeder, for the most part, I think is
Existential
retired now. They
crisis.
pulled him out of retirement in order
Here we go.
What's
to
happening?
do the Anderson trial.
Please
So
turn
it'll
the mic
we'll
on.
probably have to
There's a
look
couple
for
Please turn the
historical
mic
trials.
on.
Come on.
Are we talking about a directed verdict here?
Uh-huh.
Oh, we got a Canadian here. Since there's no audio, let me bring him back in.
yeah, people.
Viva! Welcome back.
I
Are they
figured.
done with
brother.
witnesses? Are the prosecution is the prosecution done with witnesses? Is that
I don't
possible?
know.
They've got to be close. They've got to be close. There's not. I thought Gaige was going to be their last witness. Because to me, you'd want to
I thought so
leave
too.
your strongest witness last, but they've,
Well, except that
they've
he
padded it
imploded.
out.
He got nuked.
They have to.
Yeah, but they couldn't have-
They have to dilute the damage that Grosskreutz did by calling up a bunch of other witnesses to make everyone forget about the admission
Exactly.
that he only shot him when he pointed his gun and
Right.
approached him to kill him to defend his life. Oh,
Did the
and by the
judge
way,
call them up, or did the prosecution ask to approach? I didn't see.
The
We
judge.
were
I
making fun.
couldn't tell.
Yeah,
Do you guys think a directed verdict is likely?
I think it's
there's a
becoming
Mitzi case
more
still
plausible
signed to it.
by
Good
the
point.
minute at this
Wow.
point. I would never say a directed verdict is likely.
Never. I would never say it's likely.
What is
I've-
the-
But I
I've-
mean,
conceptually we know what it is, but what is the term? Is it that the judge directs the verdict without going through the jury? Like what's the actual?
yes.
basically, think of it as a summary judgment. We
Legally,
admit
the
to all
jury
these
cannot
facts.
find this. The jury cannot legally find this on the facts that are here. Therefore, there's no other verdict they could reach because they would be wrong on the law if they came up with any.
Like if they had him on video pointing a gun at him, and Kyle shot him.
Well, no, I say conceptually I understand. But I think the term directed. I see what you're doing, Ty.
I'm just asking.
See, it's interesting. In California, they don't call it directed verdict at that point. They do motions to dismiss at that point.
Call it prosecutor.
Yeah. So after the prosecution's case in chief, it's a motion to dismiss. After the defense's case in chief, they can motion for motion to dismiss or a directed verdict at that point in time, or both at that point in time. And then after the jury renders its verdict, you can motion for a JNOV, which is a judgment notwithstanding of the verdict. And again, at the beginning of this trial, I thought, no way is that possible in a high-profile case like this. But the prosecution has failed to bring relevant facts that are necessary to establish. And remembering the legal standard in Wisconsin is not that the defendant has a duty to prove by a preponderance of the evidence their self-defense claim, which is what it would be in a stand your ground case, say in Louisiana or something like that. But in Wisconsin, the prosecution has a duty to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that there is no self-defense claim. So the prosecution has to prove this case. And if they do not bring sufficient facts to prove that case, you could actually get a directed verdict.
Their own witnesses have shown that there was reason for self-defense.
Can the
over and
judge?
over and
I'm
over.
wondering, can a judge do it sua sponte. Can a judge, after having heard all of this, say, I'm not even going to let this go to a jury, or does it have to be a motion of the defendant?
I don't know
But
if
the
a
defense
judge
will make
can.
that motion. I mean,
The defense normally makes that motion as a matter of course, even if there's no reasonable thing that it would stand, just not only to save it on appeal, but just as
Yes.
a matter of practice.
Yeah, so the defense is going to make that motion. As for sua sponte, in the law, in the actual law about directed verdicts and motions to dismiss in Wisconsin, in the statute, there is nothing about sua sponte. It does not say the court on its own motion may do this. That doesn't mean that they can't under case law. I just haven't seen it.
And I was trying to get out, Nick, just a vlog to summarize the day with the highlights of you guys reacting to some of this stuff. I may not get it out, but I'm going live with Barnes at 7 o'clock tonight, and we're going to do the recap for those who have not had 6 hours and 15 minutes to watch this masterful live commentary. It's been phenomenal to watch.
It's only 6 a.m. here. It's all good.
Look,
I love that we've got so many
It's-
time
it's-
zones represented.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. for me.
People do appreciate.
Yeah, I think we'll
that,
fast forward this break.
Legal mindset and legal bites are in foreign countries where the time is different than here because they've been working through the night.
time is different in foreign countries.
Well, they
Hold on,
got-
dude. Who else will we get in here? Oh, it's gonna be a pain now. What are we? 6:19:40. Oh, come on.
It's only 6 a.m. here. It's all good.
Look,
I love that we've got so many
it's-
time.
without. Oh, go ahead, Nate.
No, I was gonna ask. This is the first time I've ever seen a case where where the defense could not have put on a better case for
Oh
itself
crap!
than the
How do I-
prosecution.
what am I gonna do here?
Literally,
Yeah.
I mean, does the defense need to call any witnesses? I mean,
I
they
don't
will
think
call
so.
one or
One.
two.
I'm gonna have to.
The only
call one.
they're
Well,
gonna
let's
call.
call Kyle to help
the
the
roommate,
prosecution.
right?
They've got
The roommate.
two. They're going to call Dr. John Black to testify, and I don't know if they need to at this point because he's probably going to really bore the jury. So that's maybe a judgment call at this point. He's the expert who would testify on the timings of everything and how fast the shots occur. They're probably going to call him because they've employed him. They've built it up. They argued over it. But whether they reevaluate, we'll see. Number two, they're going to call the roommate and just again have him say, yeah, I posted that on Facebook. Yeah, that's what Gaige said to me, or that's the thing I remember Gaige saying to me.
See, I was thinking that maybe they would want to call Zeminski. I don't know why they haven't called Zeminski, but the only thing is maybe it's even better not to have an answer as to why he fired his gun in the air. Maybe his prepped answer would be, I was trying to break up the fight and scare the children so that, fire the gun and things would, people would disperse. So maybe he'd have a good prepped answer for that.
All right, hang on. Let's get back to court anyway. Okay, let's try that. So 6:33:25.
Gaige saying to me,
See, I was thinking that maybe they would want to call Zeminski.
Everyone is
Directed
standing. The
verdict.
judge is sitting on the bench.
You
The
left
jury's
my
probably
name
not
in
in
the
the courtroom
description
yet.
in the next 3 videos.
Next 3 videos, he won.
Done. Got it.
Okay,
I'm
hold
putting
on,
you in this one right now.
Quick question.
There
The
we go.
gun charge, is it a misdemeanor charge or does it carry potential jail time?
Misdemeanor. Up to 9 months, I think.
Okay.
Oh, he's going to call someone?
The judge is
so.
watching.
Okay.
Okay, now.
He's got a notepad.
The
He's
state calls
definitely not
Detective
resting.
Antaramian.
Oh,
God,
good.
Another one?
Here we
The
go.
1-year detective.
This is-
Call him
this
to the
is-
stand.
This is going to turn the tide, this guy.
Kyle's case sinks now.
I wonder if they're trying to ride it out to the end of the day to regroup overnight and see what else they're going to do to fix it.
I'm gonna get another drink. I'll be right back.
If they stay open for tonight, they can call somebody back tomorrow if they need to.
Detective Ben Antaramian, Antaramian.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Kenosha Police Department.
How
Are you
long
the
have you been
nephew
with
of the
Kenosha
mayor
Police
of
Department?
Kenosha?
10 years and some change now.
And how long have you
Or
been a
son, I believe.
About 3.5 years.
And do you recall what your assignment was on the evening of August 25th, 2020?
We were in a modified role, whereas traditionally we're investigators. We were initially assigned at the beginning of the shift to go to local gas stations and ensure that their pumps were turned off to prevent further fires that night.
When you say we, who's the we?
Detective Howard and I believe Detective Valeri was also with us.
Is that Detective Brandy Valeri?
Yes, sir.
And so other than going to the gas stations, did you have any other assignments that evening?
We were just assisting in general patrol. Any areas that needed help, we'd respond over and just see what they needed. People who were being taken into custody, we'd assist with that as well.
Now, I think we're all aware that beginning on Sunday night, August 23rd, after the shooting of Jacob Blake, there was a lot of unrest in Kenosha that continued on Monday night. What was the law enforcement response and planning and whatnot for Tuesday night, if you know?
By Tuesday night, and this comes from, I wasn't directly involved in the planning, obviously, that's way above my position, but generically speaking, by Tuesday night, we had multiple agencies that responded. The National Guard had arrived. So we had multiple, we call them pieces of armor, but Bearcats and MRAPs that were available to us. So by then, there was a more organized response. We had active patrol assignments, and we had dedicated areas of responsibility. We were able to respond more effectively to the bigger calls that Monday and Sunday we were able to respond to, but not as appropriately as we normally would.
And if you would please slow down a little bit for Madam Court Reporter.
Apologies.
The most important person in the room.
Don't try to be funny.
Oh, yeah, Brad, they were doing that.
Trial.
And
He
you're
sounds
losing.
He's
So,
Steve
Detective,
Carell, and I can't stop hearing Steve Carell.
If there were
Virgin Steve Carell?
situations that Tuesday night
Stephen
where
Colbert, sorry, Stephen
there
Colbert.
was some sort of report or 911 call in some
That's
other
what she
part
said.
of Kenosha other than this downtown area, was the Kenosha Police Department equipped to handle those types of calls?
Absolutely.
I want to focus in on the downtown area, and there's that map that we've all been referring to.
I want to focus in on something we haven't heard already 4 times.
What was the
Can we get there?
the logistical, the strategic plan, I guess, the tactical plan for
This man is a
handling
masochist.
any issues that arose in that area, the downtown area on that particular night, if you know?
The thing is, he's torturing the jury.
Again, speaking more
Right.
generically, as it's not my pay grade, but
If my back hurts at this point, the
dedicated
jury's back hurts.
SWAT teams, along with, we call them CEDAR, but
Their seats are way
Purple
less
Pocket
comfortable
Square.
than yours.
dedicated.
Purple Pocket Square says
respond-
masochist. Nothing says
respond to
masochist.
specific
Purple
calls. So
Pocket Square.
if there was a
I'm
fire,
offended that
we
he's
have dedicated SWAT
obliterating my favorite color.
Hey, Kurt.
There he
Kurt.
is.
a riot
Kurt.
to ensure that whatever.
Hello.
Of course, I kick up the quality, and now she's going to be a little bitch about it. 6:37:18.
But
If my back hurts at this point, the
dedicated
jury's back hurts.
SWAT teams, along with, we call them CEDAR, but
Their seats are way
Purple
less
Pocket
comfortable
Square.
than yours.
dedicated.
Purple Pocket Square says
respond-
masochist. Nothing says
respond to
masochist.
specific
Purple
calls. So
Pocket Square.
if there was a
I'm
fire,
offended that
we
he's
have dedicated SWAT
obliterating my favorite color.
Hey, Kurt.
There he
Kurt.
is.
a riot
Kurt.
to ensure that whatever
Hello.
call we had.
I'm now on the bottom.
I'm
of
on the
telephone
road
book.
and
Is it fair to say that
I've been watching this whole thing. It's
during a
been
part of
great.
that evening,
Oh, come on.
there was also a large number of police officers that were here outside the courthouse?
Correct.
The other units that you've just described, were they separate from the people that were out in front of the courthouse?
Yes, those are auxiliary
I
personnel.
think his role is to say that
And
Kyle's help
you
was
mentioned if there
unnecessary.
was a fire. So for example, if the 59th Street car source or the 63rd Street car source had a structure fire or a house fire along in one of those areas or something like that.
Is
Was
the
there,
point?
resources, law
I think
enforcement
it's to prove that
to
Kyle was
respond to something like
unnecessary.
that?
To the best of my knowledge,
It's the
there
only
were,
thing I
yes.
could see him doing here.
What about if there were
Not that I mean
smashed
They were
out
told
car
not
windows?
to.
Was that something that the law enforcement was going to come in and respond to?
No, unless it was a threat to life, we weren't going to be going at that point.
Is it fair to say that the response depended on the type of crime, the type of report that
Yeah, I just
that
said
needed
threat to
be
life.
handled?
Correct.
So if it was just property damage, like broken windows or something like that, was that something that police were going to respond to?
Not at that time, no, not emergent.
What if it were a threat to life, such as a house fire or a shooting or a serious violence incident, something like that? Were
What
there
if it
enough
was only a
resources
little
that night
arson?
for the police to come in and respond as quickly as possible?
Just a little
Just a baby fire.
They're
We've
trying
heard
to
a lot of
establish that the
testimony in this
police
case
could
about
have gone in for a
the
threat to
defendant shooting
life
people
that they were
that night.
nowhere near. Is this?
I want
is
to put
this
that
it?
aside.
It doesn't matter. They did.
Other than that,
could have is
was
irrelevant.
anyone else killed here in Kenosha as part of all these protests, riots,
Don't think
civil
so, Leg.
unrest, whatever you want to call it, on the night of August 25th?
No one else was killed that night.
Was anyone
Are you
else seriously
sure?
injured?
Actually,
To the best of my knowledge, no.
I heard there were some bodies from an arson. That'd be interesting.
They might put a crimp in the plans.
You've described a little bit of your personal assignments that evening. Did there come a time in which your responsibility changed?
Yes, there was a time when that changed.
Tell us about that.
So around 11:49 p.m., there were multiple calls for shots fired in the area of 63rd Street and Sheridan Road. Initially, officers were, they believed to be chasing the involved parties who were involved in the shooting, west and south. So there's a, be off screen, but there's a minimum security prison closer to 65th and 14th. The foot pursuits had generally gone that way. So we were tasked with.
They were running towards the prison. Great.
I was on mute, but Bane
Stop
is
you
not
for a
making
second,
the
'cause I
point. he
believe you
thinks he's
mentioned there was a
making. No one
report
else
of a
was
shooting at 63rd and Car Source. Is that right?
Correct.
63rd and Sheridan, which is the Car Source, right? And we now know that's the killing of Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Other than that,
The rape and murder
did
of
Kenosha
Joseph
police
Rosenbaum.
respond to other unrelated shootings in that area at that same time?
Yeah, so as that unfolded, we received more reports for shots fired. And as you've seen the videos,
Thanks,
heard,
Viva.
Continued. But essentially, there was what was believed to be an exchange of gunfire. And I believe it's Main Park, which is just west of the Car Source location at 6226 Sheridan Road.
Can you use that laser pointer and point out that park that you just described? Okay. And what is the name of that park?
I believe it's Main Park.
And that's basically located between 10th and 11th Avenues and 62nd and 63rd Street. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And do you know whether or not there actually was any sort of shooting over there?
There were shots fired. In terms of someone hurt, we never received reports of anyone injured by gunfire in that area.
Do you know whether or not that had anything to do with the events in this case?
Objection
I
calls for
do not believe it had
speculation.
anything to do with this case.
Is it fair to say, though, that while there was a need for a response to the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, other law enforcement resources were also trying to deal with that other incident simultaneously?
Correct. There were multiple squads. I believe there's actually a piece of armor that was utilized. There's like a daycare just behind the Car Source. There were reports that a shooter had gone into there. So I mean, there was a large amount of police personnel in that area.
Now, you mentioned that at some point in the evening, your responsibilities changed. And I know you were talking about the 63rd and Sheridan shooting. Did there come a time in which you, as a detective, were assigned to handle that investigation?
Shortly after midnight, I was given the news that I'd be the lead investigator assigned to this, along with Detective Howard.
And is it fair to say
Notice
that
they didn't
since
ask
then
how
you
long
two have
he's
the
been a
primary
detective.
investigators in this
Yeah,
case?
1 year.
Correct.
They are just trying to use witnesses.
Do you
dilute
recall
the damage
when
they
it
did earlier.
was that you learned that the person
We could
who
call
was
this running the clock.
on those shootings was
I
the
think
defendant, Kyle
Alito's
Rittenhouse?
right.
I think they could call
Running
this
the
running
clock.
with
End of the day.
scissors,
You're aware
honestly.
that it was Kyle
Get to the end of the day.
Did there come a time in which
Regroup.
you and Detective
Fair enough,
Howard
from the
went
end of the day.
down
Can't
to
be
the
too far
Antioch
off.
Police Department to meet with him?
Yes.
Did you determine how old Mr. Rittenhouse was on that particular day?
Was he supposed to be at the
day of
daycare?
August 25th, 2020.
Oh, he's
he
3.5
was
years
17
as a detective? I
And his
missed
date
it.
of
Sorry.
birth is January 3rd, 2003. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have they not established this through another witness? His age?
He
For the
just
gun
wants
As
to
a
bring
part
up the
of
fact that
your
nobody
They
else
already
got
did.
killed.
investigation,
There.
This
you
witness is mouthwash, so you don't end with a
possession
terrible
of
witness.
the firearm.
This
Yeah.
way we have the
Involved
last witness
that
that we
defendant
put up
used
there didn't
to-
get blown
Mr.
up.
Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber.
This
and
is
Mr.
just a
Grosskreutz.
possession charge.
Yes, I took possession of it down in Antioch, Illinois, at their police department.
And I have, could you hold up that?
Seems like they
firearm?
already established it though with other witnesses, but okay. Cumulative at this point, but the defense is like, whatever. Go.
Yeah,
go.
everybody they bring up gives me something to eat.
Yes.
So I might as well let
Yep.
them bring up a new person.
No,
Go ahead.
it's like Joe said. It's mouthwash. Get the memory of Grosskreutz out of their brains before they leave before they dismiss for the day. Because
I think
closing is going to smash that.
Quote
yeah.
Viva
I
when you're
wanna be
streaming
here
later,
for
quote me
closing.
on that, okay? The mouthwash. You can use it.
a quote. I'm going to steal it, Niemerman.
Good logicism.
I'm having Detective Howard
Show him
hold
the
up
gun
a
again.
weapon that has been marked as exhibit number 28. You don't need to bring it to him, just if you could show it to him. Do you recognize
You
that?
show it to
Detective
the jury
Anthony?
twice.
Yeah, that's
That'd
the
be good.
firearm in question.
Just
Is
don't
that the
point it at
weapon that,
anybody, people.
Mr.
Big scary
Rittenhouse
gun, big
used
scary
to
gun. Be
shoot
afraid.
Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, and Gaige Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And is it in substantially the same condition as it was when you took possession of it?
Yeah, that I would call it an optic, but the sight that was separated from it, when I took possession of it, that was still attached. I had to remove it so we could fit it into one of those gun boxes.
Detective Howard, could you hold that up one
So
more
you
time, please? I'm
disassembled the
sorry.
evidence?
Just hold it up one more time and
Hold on,
scare the
gloves.
jury members with it.
Can you point it at the jury members, please?
It looks like this.
There's jokes in there that I won't make, but people in the chat are definitely going to make. It involves Alec Baldwin, people. Okay, that's where I was going.
Oh,
with that.
somebody else already did. I saw it.
I assume you were getting much worse than that.
No, I even in my own head, I keep him pretty clean.
Look at that freaking camera cannon right by that guy's head. That thing's way more dangerous than the AR.
That's not a camera cannon. That's a t-shirt cannon.
If you could just hold
No,
that up
that-
so the jury can see it, please.
If you
Right
could
there.
just hold it up so the jury can see how big it is.
Detective
Look,
Anthony,
big.
did the
Can you fire it in the
weapon
courtroom,
that
please?
we are looking at here, did it have that strap attached to the butt when
Yes,
you
Binger,
took
we know
possession
it
of
was
it?
strapped to his
Yeah.
person.
Thank you.
So you removed
We've
the
watched
object, but
how
not
many
the strap.
videos of him moving
After
with it strapped
you-
to him?
Took possession of the defendant's weapon. What investigation, if any, did you do
Doorbell.
to determine whether or not that was actually the weapon used in these shootings?
So later on after that night, I believe it was the 28th, we had the weapon taken to what's called a Niven facility down in Chicago.
They brought the weapon across state lines.
But they test ballistics.
Can you bring that microphone really close so we can hear
Yeah,
it
sorry
there?
about that.
That's okay.
So we took it to a Niven. Essentially, it was a trailer that the ATF had established down in Chicago. So we took it down there. and
Chicago's
it
so
also
bad
does
the ATF brought in a trailer.
It also does meth.
secured the firearm, and
Oh, for God's sakes.
they were able to correlate that the casings we had recovered at that time, it was 6 casings, did in fact come from that firearm.
And I think there's been some testimony that maybe the next day on the 29th, there were 2 more casings that you found, or Detective Howard found, for a total of
Are
8.
these disputed facts?
And those 8
Objection leading.
spent shell casings were also given to Heather Williams, who testified earlier at the crime lab to
Objection leading.
verify
I mean,
that
it
information.
doesn't
as well.
matter.
Is that right?
But object
Correct. So
anyway.
Niven
Binger
typically won't
sucks
give you
after
a
an
final
objection.
report.
Yeah, it's
They'll
true.
give what they believe to be accurate, but then the crime lab has to actually confirm that information.
So then you had Heather Williams at the crime lab verify that the shell casings, the 8 shell casings, came from the defendant's gun. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Again, this is all leading.
Richards believes he
if
has a
Prior
number of
to
objections.
having the defendant's gun brought to
He's got like 3
Niven
today.
or the crime lab, was
Bring in
the
another lawyer, my
swabbing
man
done
Stephen
to
Birch.
see if there's DNA on the gun?
Hello.
Yes, the firearm was turned over to an evidence
Hey.
technician who performed the standard evidentiary DNA
How's it going?
they take from the firearm.
And that was Officer
Not
Jeff
well
Van
for the
Wee.
prosecution.
Correct.
There you go. Yep.
I have been seeing
Is
a
it
few
possible
updates. It doesn't seem to be
for
going well at all today.
additional DNA testing to be done on an item in a case, a gun, a phone, any sort of physical item, later on in the case.
Yes.
After that initial swabbing was done, did you ever receive a request from the defendant or his attorneys to have additional DNA testing done on the gun?
I didn't hear what you said. You were objecting why? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I should use my microphone. It's burden shifting.
Rephrase your question.
Was I'll ask it this way, Detective Andremian. After the first swabs were done by Officer Van Wee, did you ever receive a request from anyone to have additional swabs done on any part of that gun?
No.
If you
Why
had
would the defense ask for
received
swabs
such
on
a
the gun?
request, would you have followed through with that?
Yes.
Is it not an admitted fact that the
We've
gun and the bullets came from
heard
that
some
gun?
testimony about an item that was recovered from Mr. Grosskreutz.
They want to get the DNA
Text Howard, if
swabs,
you could
is what they're
locate
talking
that
about,
for
from
us, please.
grabbing the gun.
They're acting like this is a hotly contested issue, as if there aren't 4,000 different videos all showing him using the gun.
As if their own DNA expert
What is
didn't
the exhibit
testify
sticker on
that these guys grabbed, or that Huber grabbed the gun.
Right.
This is an item which has already been introduced.
After saying her process was totally
Do you
inconclusive and then
recognize that
agreeing that
item?
the photo shows him grabbing the gun.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
So, and I'm not an expert on this, but those are devices used
Objection.
by our SWAT team and then our CEDAR or riot teams. They're typically referred to as like a gas bomb, if you will, in layman's terms, but it's like a nerve gas, non-lethal, that is used to disperse crowds.
Is this a device that is used by law enforcement?
Yeah, some people
On
don't.
full Ricada.
Is this a device that a common layperson could create on their own at home?
I don't think he meant nerve gas, by the way. I think he
Objection
meant-
calls for
Is this
speculation.
device, when it was recovered from Mr. Grosskreutz, had it already been used? Was it no longer capable of emitting any gas?
Objection. You
Based off
can't
my
answer.
observations, it was
He's
already-
not an expert.
I'm
He
not
has
an
no
expert.
idea if it was
Keep
used when
asking me
Grosskreutz
questions.
picked it up. Ask Grosskreutz.
Could we please have exhibit number 10 pulled up?
And by the way, in the pause, didn't Grosskreutz confirm that Huber grabbed the butt of, grabbed the pistol or the gun?
But once again, guys,
I can't remember if he confirmed, but I know someone else did.
But they're just going to destroy him on cross. I mean, this is what's been going on all day. They let it happen, and they just come in and they're just going to, prosecution.
They're going to run this witness to a few minutes short of the day and hope that the defense then says we're not going to do anything, end it, and then they can leave on a not bad note.
Look, I'm Rittenhouse. This bottle is Rosenbaum, and it is now killed.
Nice.
Oh no.
Yikes.
Yes, some people in the chat. I'm certain Grosskreutz confirmed that he saw Huber grab, not just reach for, but grab the gun and try to take it from Kyle.
Yeah, he even said that he was
Now,
concerned
Detective,
for
as
Kyle's
part of
safety
the
from
investigation
Huber.
in this case, did you and Detective Howard work to acquire video that was recorded by various people of the shootings?
Yes.
And do you recognize the video that's up on the screen?
It looks like one of those, yes.
Okay, and this is the recorded by someone called Ford Fisher, News to Share. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Could we
The
begin
volume
playing
now.
this video? I'm going to have it stopped here in just a second, but let's go ahead.
But how does he know? I'm reading it.
Just got killed.
This trial has had so many people testifying to facts that they were not present for. It's baffling.
It's baffling what the defense has let in. I mean, there's been a lot of objectionable content that just comes in. It ends up playing out well for them, but man.
I think it says a lot about how strong they think their case is when they're not fighting over foundation, personal knowledge, and all that.
And they jujitsu'd everything
I don't know
back
because
on him.
Richards never objected. He didn't object day one, even when the prosecution was doing okay. I just think it's either a style
This
thing. Or
video
an ethics
show the
Hello, Mr. Birch.
aftermath.
Hey, how's it going? It's been a while.
Yes, how you doing?
Doing good. I think this is the most sober I've been around you. This is.
Likewise.
I'm working to change that, but.
Likewise, I'm not, but.
I'm working my way up the totem pole. I'm like only now 5 away. I'm just knocking off one by one. Oh,
here's Kurt.
I'm almost 7 hours in. I'm in it to win it. Good logic.
No.
You're
Okay,
definitely in it to win
I'm
it.
going to make room for everyone else. I'm going live at 7, everybody, so I can see you. Then I got to exercise and do some dog business before then. Nick, I'm going to be listening while I put together a fish tank.
That's a special Canadian thing.
Knock him dead.
All right, brother. Go do your dog business.
Bye, David.
I mean,
Dog business. See you,
walk the
David.
dogs. Peeps,
Dog
see you later. This has been great.
Dead.
Catch you later, Viva.
And then there were
I had to hop
four.
on a call. What's
And then
going on
there were
now?
four. I'm not resting
We've
till I
got a
pass
bunch
Nick.
of fluff witnesses that have followed Grosskreutz that make honestly zero sense for the
Well,
prosecution.
Except they're trying to mask the fact that Grosskreutz was an unmitigated disaster.
Yeah,
I poured a
that's
whiskey.
best we
Yeah.
can figure. This is the last of my bottle of whiskey. It's my last bottle of whiskey. We've got a sidebar here going on. I'm not 100% sure why. I think they're about to finish their. Looks like they want to introduce something, and they wanted to verify it first.
I think they just wanted the judge to say, "Good job, your witness is answering questions like you wanted him to." Like, look, I did a good job today.
Gold
It looks
star
like he's
for the
spoken
day.
to him.
The
Or
gold
witness,
star.
witness anyway.
Finally,
They got an F in the chat for the day.
Here we go. Here we
please,
go.
Pull up. I think it's Exhibit 73. Is that the one I gave you?
What exhibit did I just hand you? And why don't I have a copy for myself? Don't give away all. Jesus.
Like copies of your exhibits, guys. Come on.
Multiple copies.
Yeah, at least 3.
At
4, actually.
Well, you need one for the defense, one for the court, one for the clerk,
Detective
one
at,
for you.
uh,
At least
Yeah.
And one for you
At
to
some point in the
lose.
investigation, did you become aware of the fact that there was drone video that someone had recorded?
They got to try and get in the FBI footage
you know.
now.
Yeah, early on, I don't know the exact.
Yeah,
date,
Joe, I just
but
want to try and
early
get this
on we
day
did see
wound up.
on
I'm
a
doing things in the
news
background,
segment,
but
it was a Fox
still
News
going for the
segment,
moment.
that there was drone footage that we hadn't found at that point in time.
Do you have any idea what the source of that drone footage was?
I believe it was accredited to Urban Aired.
I have on the screen a video which has been marked as exhibit number 73. Is this that footage that you're referring to?
It appears so.
Okay.
So this
Please
isn't the
play that
FBI
footage.
footage. This is independent drone footage that they're introducing without the author of the footage.
I'm sorry, what?
Or
How
news
is this not
footage.
hearsay?
Literally, I saw this on
Objection lacks foundation.
Yeah, I think I saw news media play this drone footage. We don't know where it came from.
And
It
they're letting
appears to be the same.
And even
night.
if you don't know where it came from, I mean, he still has to be able to say this accurately represents what I saw, what happened. You know,
But
someone
he
has
might.
to lay
Otherwise, it's
something for
hearsay.
it.
You can't say shit.
He has no
This is-
basis to support it.
Of course, is it actually showing anything?
It did just actually show the shooting. It's really fast, and
Are
the
you
crazy
showing
thing
it?
is it shows just how close Rosenbaum got to Kyle Rittenhouse before he smoked him. You can
And this
even
is why
see
the defense is
the
not objecting.
Oh, that's why they're
We
not objecting.
understand that
yeah, you
was
can see the
footage
muzzle
taken,
smoke on the gun even.
from a position south of the 63rd car source lot, looking north into the lot. Would that be roughly accurate to say?
Yeah, it'd be right around that area, looking northbound.
And does that show the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 73 into evidence.
I wouldn't.
I have no further questions.
That's
it?
why they brought this guy. Literally, that's the purpose of bringing this guy at the end of show the gun to the trial right in front of their face a couple times, and then introduce this video footage. And again, it's another one where cop saw video footage somewhere else and brought it in.
I saw it on the news. That looks like what I saw.
This will
I
be
saw
much
it on
better.
YouTube.
But it
Did
looks
you,
like it did show the proximity.
I know that
and
you've
that's
shown
helpful.
us the gun.
A lot.
Did you ever measure the barrel on that gun?
I never personally measured it. I believe on
Good.
the E-Trace form that I think Officer Van Week
16-inch barrel.
performed on,
How
it was
big is
short
it?
that barrel length there. But I never personally did.
He's going to hit the exception.
It's not a short
I got no idea why it keeps dropping the... I mean, I know it's supposed to do it automatically, but I didn't think the internet was that bad. 65829.
The proximity.
I know that
and
you've
that's
shown
helpful.
us the gun.
A lot.
Did you ever measure the barrel on that gun?
I never personally measured it. I believe on
Good.
the E-Trace form that I think Officer Van Week
16-inch barrel
performed on,
How
it would
big
show
is it?
that barrel length there. But I never personally did.
He's gonna hit the exception.
It's not a short. You don't believe it's a short barrel
Mm-hmm.
rifle, do you?
No, I don't
Good.
have it.
Now, you
Oh,
were-
dude, are you
were asked
waiting
some
so you can do your thing?
questions
Hang on.
by
All right.
Mr.
Let me just
Binger
check
about,
something.
if anybody was, if anybody else was killed.
All right.
that
There's
evening.
still another...
During those time of
Oh, Jesus.
those
There's
riots,
still
there
another
were people that had been seriously
10, 20 minutes.
correct?
Yes.
Guys, I'm... Oh, actually... I'll let him finish his questions. How far... Oh, no, because he's still going for a fair while. I'm going to send you all across to Mighty Meat, because simple fact is that something has happened in the Michigan legislature, and he was supposed to start 10 minutes ago, and I'm pretty sure he was just curious. Don't worry about me. I don't know that I mean, to be fair, I've still got to get up and do adult things anyway. So what we'll do is we might finish this, because it's... Oh, hang on, what is it? So 7:10 through till... Yeah, no, there's another hour or so. Yeah. What? He cancelled his show? I'm looking at it. Still says waiting at 10:10. So, no, look, that's fine. I might... So, yeah. I'm going to pause it there. I'll probably do a further stream probably tomorrow, just so we can get through this and get it sorted. But, yeah, I'm going to shunt you all over so we can talk about the issues with the gun laws that apparently they have... he's just gone live now. Okay. I'm going to send you all across there so you can look at what's going on there. I might drop past. I've got some things I've got to do. But important issues, people. So do make sure that you stick around and have a look at that. Where are we? So what do I need to do? I need to fix that. Change the live. You're required to accept the new terms to stay in the YouTube partnership program and start earning shorts ad revenue. Oh, okay. Alright. Edit that. Customization. No, I said customization, not monetization. I don't care about the monetization at the moment. Redirect. Alright. Gonna shunt you across. As always, guys, please remember, that's you watching right now, you are not a piece of shit. You do have value and you do contribute to society, even if all you do is hit that like button for me. Cheers, guys. I'm going to play out, and I shall see you all later. Thanks very much. Branding. Where's my music?
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Cheers, guys.